I got my wireless headphones working. Apparently my computer came with uh, an antenna for Bluetooth, and I did not know that. And so now the antenna's installed. I just realized I have no earrings in. Now the antenna's installed. We're good to go. I have wireless headphones again, which means if I have to get up for any reason and walk away and other people are having a conversation, I can still hear what's happening, and I'm not like lost in the sauce when we come back. Oh, there's only 6 people in here, but there's something that I want to show you guys because I feel like y'all would really appreciate this. Did you hear yesterday Representative Angie Nixon, who is also a U.S. Senate candidate, staged a sit-in at Ron DeSantis' office saying that she would not leave until he spoke to her, and they arrested her. So in honor of Angie Nixon, I am wearing this shirt right now. It says, Ron DeSantis, gonna catch these hands. Ron DeSantis gonna catch these hands. This shirt originated from his feud with Disney. But if you want this, I think you can still get it at Feudal Device Co. My friend, AK Crucial, who you guys see up here sometimes, Feudal Device, they are a queer non-binary artist who owes me some art. I have to tell them that. But they sell some amazing designs, and you guys should check them out. Actually, if you guys watch Under the Desk News, Under the Desk News has been talking about them quite frequently. But I own quite a few designs from them. I also have Drag Queen Storytime is Safer Than Church. I think you guys should check them out. They're a good friend of mine. They're my friend that I was talking about, that we both grew up in New Jersey, 10 minutes away from one another, and had the same friends, yet have never met in real life. That we never met in real life. Which is crazy to me because we live so close to each other. It's too bright in here. Hey, Google, turn off the lamps. Thanks, friend. Elena, hi. Oh, come visit again. We'll do a Disney day. I would love to see you guys. I know that's not really feasible right now. How are you feeling, Natty? Oh, thank you, Tyler. Although I know that's not your real name. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Just you and Mom. Just you and Mom. Leave everybody else at home. Just you and Mom come. You can camp out with Gab. Mom can camp out with me. And we'll have some fun. We'll have some Disney time. Forget Dad. Forget the siblings. Just us 4. What, Mommy? You said Dad. No, I said for Elena. You remember Elena? Yeah. She said hi. She did have her hair in little pigtails. No, teal. Oh, no, not that Elena. That's Alina. Oh. Elena, the little girl that we went out to dinner and we had fun with when my friend came to visit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you remember now? She was saying hi. Heck yeah. Yeah, text me. Let me know how you're feeling. It's been a whirlwind here because, as you guys may or may not know, if you follow me on Instagram, you would know. But if you don't follow me on Instagram, you wouldn't know. Also, why are you not following me on Instagram? Yuck. Ugh. Look at this. Do you see this? I know it's a little blurry for you guys because it's trying to pick up the background and there's not much I can do about that. My son graduated high school last night. This is my son, in case you guys didn't know. My son graduated high school last night. I know you guys never see him, but my oldest child officially is now legally and like socially an adult. He is, I'm so proud. I cried. You're gonna hear the video, but it says his full name, and so I'm not gonna do that. Even though we don't have the same name, it wouldn't dox me. I'm not gonna do that to him. So congratulations to him. Huge congratulations to him. I am so proud of him. If you guys know anything about our story and about my son, I know Jones was talking massive amounts of shit about me, but my son had a hard time. He's gone through a lot. He's had a hard time, and we didn't know if he was going to graduate, and he pulled his shit together and brought his grades up, and he did fantastic, and he graduated, so I'm very proud of him.
Yeah.
Paz, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Fine, thanks. Do you still support the Republicans?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, why?
I mean, why not?
Well, typically we don't support stuff that could affect our lives, and by just going, why not? There's a reason. There's a thought process behind that. Is there something that you find that's more aligned with you, who you are as a human being?
I mean, has anything affected your life specifically?
Sure, shit is a hell of a lot more expensive.
That's true. You blame that on I guess, Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Why so?
Because things have gotten exponentially more expensive since he's taken office.
Oh, not
He was
why so,
supposed to bring
excuse
our
me.
prices down,
I
and he
meant like
didn't.
how?
How? Tariffs
Yeah.
and a war?
Do you think it's better that we should have stayed out of war?
For sure. But that's not the question that we're talking about here. We're asking why you support the Republicans.
Yeah, because I don't know, I like Trump as a person.
Oh, what about him as a person makes you like him?
That he was a successful businessman and
He is not a successful businessman. Name one business that he has that's successful. That
didn't
hasn't
he
filed
turn $1 million
bankruptcy
into like $1 billion?
by scamming the people of the United States. Sure.
Yeah, that's
You like that?
successful.
You like that he scammed you?
Yeah, of course. Well, that's
You
before
like
he
being
became
scammed.
that's before he became president.
So
Yeah.
all of his lawsuits and bankruptcies still makes you consider him a successful business person?
Is this
I mean,
after?
you know, John is okay. I mean, John is right. It is okay to say you don't know why.
What are you talking? No, I know why. I know exactly why. It's because yeah, I just like him like
Hold
that.
on.
Yeah.
She was telling me she filled her Lego pieces with water.
You're
She's
good.
playing Legos. So yeah, but it doesn't really sound like you know, like you like him
Well,
as a
no,
person. So what
I
was wrong
can't.
with Kamala Harris as a person?
Oh my goodness. What's it called? I guess I mean there's plenty of well, you know what? I won't even go into the details. I'll just say I have a preference not to have I just don't like her. I just don't like her demeanor. And when she was asked, like, I know Trump is no better. What's it called? But I just have a personal bias towards him, I guess. But like, I guess when she was asked about inflation, I don't know if you've seen that, but she didn't know what it was.
I didn't see
And
that.
during her
I'm
rally,
gonna
she
look that
brought,
up.
oh, you have to see. That's a great video. They asked her, how are you going to take the prices down and battle inflation? And she didn't know. He was on the mic, like startled, had no idea what inflation was.
Okay.
No, it's not a lie. I actually have the video.
Time limit. Up to 90% of the simulated profit.
Kamala Harris
FTMO. One-step challenge.
It's an ad. Fucking YouTube.
I have the video saved. It's on TikTok.
What else
I literally have it
are you
saved,
going to do
so.
to fix this problem
You
with
can hear it?
inflation?
All right, thank you. Well, let's start with
Right
this.
now, no.
All right, I'm watching.
Barely. Okay.
All right, if you have the video, can you play it or give me the link to it? Because this is just some
It's on
fluffy
TikTok though.
shit. That's not helpful.
It's on TikTok. It's just a clip. It's a clip.
Oh, so we don't have the full context.
No, the context was the question. That they asked her a simple question and she gave a very poorly thought out response. I mean, it wasn't even thought out. She had no
Okay,
idea.
we're
what-
listening to it.
Do to fix this problem with inflation?
All right, thank
Oh,
you.
perfect.
Well, let's start with this. Prices have gone up. And families and individuals are dealing with the realities of that bread costs more, that gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up. That's about having to stress
Sounds like a really
and
politician answer.
stretch limited
It's terrible.
resources. That's about a source of stress for families that is not only economic, but is on a daily level, something that is a heavy weight to carry. So it is something that we take very seriously. Very seriously.
She did not
And we
answer
know
the
from the
question.
history of this issue in the United States that when you see these prices go up,
I'm listening.
It has a direct impact on the quality of life for all people in our country. So it's a big
All right.
issue, and we take it seriously.
Great. How are you gonna fix
Okay,
it?
so she didn't
Great.
answer it directly. Great. Okay. Well, she
Obviously,
did
because
have
she
a
didn't know
plan
what
on
it
her.
meant.
She did have a plan on her website. So let me ask you how you feel about this. Let's see.
Childcare is childcare. Is something you have to have it in this country. You have to have
So
it.
how do you
We're
feel
gonna
about
make
that?
this 1 year.
Childcare is childcare. You remember that viral clip? How does that make you feel?
Well, you have to remember, I already stated that I have a personal bias. I just have a preference towards Trump.
So you like rapists? You like people who demean women?
What's wrong? Well, yeah. Oh, well, then this is
What's
down
wrong
to
with
the.
what? With rape?
This is down to the core of the argument. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So
because we're talking about him as we're engaging
yeah.
in
So what's
personalities when we're talking about Trump, because that's the way you want to address this.
and before we continue, just know I'm genuinely not trolling you. I'm just like I'm good faith. I'm just trying to like see your. I mean, I'm trying to get you to know my perspective. So yeah, what's wrong with I guess I don't want to say what's wrong with having a bias towards someone who is a rapist?
Hold on one second. Mods, if you see anybody being a rape apologist in the chat, please mute them. Do not let them speak. What is wrong with someone being a rapist?
No, what's wrong with having a personal bias towards someone who's a rapist? What's wrong with that?
In favor of them?
Yeah.
You're
I'm
for
not showing you.
serious?
Yeah, don't act surprised. It's just
So
intellectual conversation.
if I essayed you, do you think that I should hold a position of power?
Well, don't ask me a question with a question. Just say
Well,
why is it wrong?
I think this gets to the nitty gritty of the situation. If I essayed you, should I hold a position of power?
Depends on things.
Depends on what things.
Like everyone has done something pretty bad.
Well, I've
in their
never
life.
essayed anybody ever,
Oh well.
because I understand what the Fry's model of consent is.
Well, you've probably done some horrific things.
No, I've
Oh.
never done anything horrific. I've
Oh.
done things that are questionable. Like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing? But nothing horrific.
I guess
I've
I
never
won't ask.
harmed anybody.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't ask your questionable things, but yeah,
I mean,
no.
you
So
can ask.
okay. What's one thing you did that was very questionable? I guess.
Sure. So when I was 16 years old, I was essayed, and rather than talk to people who I knew and trusted about it and seek therapy, I acted out. I behaved in ways that were not safe for myself, and it involved, drugs and alcohol and schmegsual
That's not
activity.
questionable. That's normal.
That's questionable. That's not normal.
That's very
That's not
normal.
normal behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, it is normal in the sense that is oftentimes how people deal with
Yeah, common. I
essay,
meant common.
but it's not normal emotional processing. When we
No,
normally
no.
emotional process things, we can go through the stages of grief and things like that, but that is not normal behavior.
Well, it's very common today. Yeah, you're right.
But that's
It
not
is-
normal.
You're right. It's common today how teens act like. I mean, plenty of teens act like that today. But no. So let's go back. So yeah, what's wrong with having a personal bias towards someone who's a rapist?
If you are,
I just want you to know this respect.
because
I just want you
this
to
is
answer.
wild to me. What is wrong
It's
with
wild.
flat out? Because a
Just
person
flat
who is
out.
a person who is a rapist doesn't believe in consent. They don't believe in autonomy.
Great.
They
Okay,
don't believe
great.
in the right
But
to
why is that
one's
wrong?
own domain.
Why is that wrong?
Because
you're
you
not.
should never forcibly penetrate
never-
someone else's body without their consent.
Okay. You're just restating why is that wrong? You're restating it.
What are you not understanding? Why that's wrong?
You just
Because
keep
it causes irreparable damage to the victim.
Lord have mercy. You're just restating it because it
I'm
causes
not
damage.
restating it. It causes irreparable damage to the victim.
Why is causing damage wrong?
Why is causing harm wrong? Are you trying
Yes.
to Philbro this? Is that what you're
No,
trying to do?
I'm not. No,
Because you're doing
no.
very, very poorly.
I'm doing phenomenal, actually. I mean, you haven't answered.
If
You
a
haven't
trope
answered
goes
why
with
it's
as a-
wrong.
Well,
You just
it
keep
is wrong
restating
because
it.
Because it causes irreparable damage. It causes psychological
You
damage.
just
It
keep
causes physical
restating it.
damage. That's not
Lord, okay.
restating it. It's the
So when I
causes
ask
of
you,
rape.
when I
It's the
ask you why it's wrong, you
repercussions.
go. When I ask you why it's wrong, you go, well, because
Friend, you're just not smart. You
you
just don't
haven't you
understand
haven't
cause and
answered it.
effect. You just don't understand cause and effect.
I asked you why it's wrong. You said
Okay.
because it causes damage. Why is that
You
wrong?
go
Because
think about what it means to be a rapist. Apparently, you've raped people. The fact that you're laughing about this is just absolutely disgusting. I'm telling you, it's wrong because we'll let Atropos explain it. Atropos is actually somebody who is clinically involved in treating such things. So they can explain it maybe better than I can. I thought my simpleton language would have landed with him, but apparently not, because he's a rape apologist.
Yep. And also, with little trigger warning, I myself have a fairly extensive history of not being the perpetrator, but the victim of rape. So also, as someone with PTSD from that experience, I can also speak anecdotally to the fact that trauma like that causes literal brain damage. It damages the brain permanently. There's nothing you can do to come back from it other than process it and hope that your nervous system regulates and doesn't put you in fight or flight 24/7. That's lifelong damage. It's like, imagine he had said this about child SA, right? Well, what's the damage it could cause? Are we really going to sit here and argue that? It's brain damage. That's what it does. That's significant. That affects people's livelihoods.
I mean,
I could get into the
PTSD.
science, but right, like there's a whole science. What were you gonna say? What, Amanda?
I said I have PTSD from it.
Yeah, it
I should
affects
change the
everything.
thing to say it's all men.
You could. They're going there already, I guess.
Yeah. H, what do you want to add to the conversation?
Epstein rape niggers.
Men.
Yep.
Like,
They're
this
really
is
good
just
at being
horrible.
consistent.
That is true. If nothing else, they are consistent. If nothing else, they
Right.
are in fact consistent.
And then they wonder why we start to do pattern recognition and detect these patterns of theirs, these boundary intrusive behaviors, disrespectful, desensitized, and they wonder why we're so weary.
Right.
And
The male
wary,
loneliness
for that matter.
epidemic is men's fault.
Right.
Like, it is 100% a direct result of y'all's behavior. Like, you guys don't like consequences, but unfortunately you fucked around and now you're finding out.
Yeah. All because women asked you to expand your emotional intelligence.
Right.
Epstein touch kids.
There he goes again. I agree, Ray. Men are not lonely enough. It is weird. That is weird behavior to keep doing that. Did you see my shirt today?
No, I want to, though.
This is in honor of Ron DeSantis having Angie Nixon arrested. It says Ron DeSantis going to catch these hands. If you guys aren't aware of that news story, Angie Nixon staged a sit-in at Ron DeSantis' office saying that she would not leave until he spoke to her, and rather than speak to her like a fucking grown-up, he had her arrested.
Him and his little bobblehead.
I bet you he was wearing his little go-go boots when he did it. I'll show her. I'll show her.
Grinding his teeth. Yeah.
his little booger sugar jaw grind that he does, like the Trump child who shall not be named.
Yeah.
They get very protective of him. I don't know why they protect him so much. But bullshit.
Birds of a feather, or whatever, Yeah.
They sure do
They
flock
flock together.
Classism is the real issue, yet the last election was a referendum on identity politics. Interesting. That's an interesting viewpoint. I bet you it's the same guy. Oh, no. I
We should get a tally board.
My guy, you don't have to keep doing that. We all know that Epstein was a rapist. We all know that. We don't need a song to lighten the fucking mood. Like, we know it. But you also don't have to blast out my fucking eardrums to tell me that. Like, we can talk about the things that Epstein has done without doing that. Like adults.
Speaking of, did you see the victim speak at Palm Beach?
I didn't.
I couldn't. Yeah, I like once I heard some of it like a few months back.
I can't
was
watch
like,
it.
Right.
People always ask me about like the Epstein files and the stuff, like the victim impact statements and things that they and like I try to explain to people like I can't watch stuff like that because it makes me think about things that I've experienced.
100%.
And so it's just too triggering for me. It's too triggering for me.
I read 3 emails and I had to call out of work sick for a week.
Look,
Hi.
Hello.
it's not all men.
Oh.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not all men.
I'ma put this dick up all inside of you.
So
That's
now
right.
you're I mean that's a borderline threat, my guy. If that's the clip that you chose to go with, I think maybe you should choose more wisely.
Yeah. It's become a whole thing in Fuentes land to make memes out of it.
Oh, you
not
mean
funny.
never been
Rape
touched by a
niggers,
woman
fuck
mom?
niggers. I like to fuck little kids.
Oh
Nigger,
my
nigger,
god.
nigger, nigger, nigger,
Ew. Why would you do that? Jeez Louise. Oh yeah, this is probably another one, huh? Oh my god, they're so quick with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing how people act on your live, now I see why you say it's all men. I know exactly why you see. I'd say the same shit, so keep going. Keep
Thanks,
going.
man. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. This one's probably a troll too. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
How you doing?
Fine, thanks. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Good, good. Yeah, no, a few minutes ago, I was listening, about Trump's being a rapist.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a question for you.
Sure. What's your question? Thank you so much for
Okay.
the fairy hide.
Would you agree with me that for years, not only Trump, but many people want to take advantage of people who have money, even companies, and they lie to those companies in order to get money in return?
So people are liars, yeah.
Right. So this lady that accused Trump without proofs, only her saying that, because there's no proof whatsoever.
There was
No,
DNA evidence, and he refused to submit his
there
DNA to exonerate himself.
there was nothing. I looked into it. The only thing they
Okay,
had
well then go look
was
harder,
her.
because I'm not going to argue about this with you. There was DNA evidence. He left DNA evidence. He was asked multiple times to submit his DNA evidence, and he refused to do so until they said that they would no longer be taking further evidence in the case, because that is a normal part of case procedure. Then he was like, wait, I'll do it. And the judge was like, not too late. Because he was never going to do it to begin with. American Hatred 803. That is an interesting username. American, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh, I just got here. I was listening and I just, I don't really know like the backstory about what you guys are talking. I'm just going to be 100% honest, 100% honest. But
well, initially we were talking about politics, and then the men came up here and were being rape apologists and doing disgusting things on the panel. So I changed the thing to say it's all men, and that's where we're at. That's the Cliff Notes.
Do you really truly believe 100% of men are like in that category?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Why do I believe it's all men? Because not enough men speak out against the bad behavior of other men. They don't intervene. They don't speak out against it.
I do.
That's number one. So okay, sure.
I
so
do.
It doesn't apply to you. But friend, if it doesn't apply,
And
you
you
let
know,
it fly.
and you
And the thing is,
know what
when
happens when
we're
I do. You
talking
know what
about-
happens when I do.
What?
You know what happens when I do. Want to know what happens?
Your internet connection. is
Even
shitty.
themselves will be like, "Oh, well, there's just no respect for that."
I can't hear what you're saying because you
I'm
have shitty
sorry.
internet
I
connection.
apologize. I don't live in a major city. I live in.
Okay. Well, when you
Okay,
get on
I-
Wi-Fi, come back. There are a lot of people in the requests. Hang tight in the requests. I will get to you. I promise. Promise, promise, promise. Even when I have guests up here or holding a conversation, I do allow other people to come up. I just want to give them a chance to speak their piece. And this person is not connecting, so try again, some dude. We'll get you up here. Nobody wants to load. Oh, there we go. There's Thomas. Hi, Thomas. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay?
I can. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Long-time listener. I've kind of listened to the background. This is the first time I've ever requested up.
Well, welcome.
I appreciate you clarifying for the guy before me about what you mean by it's all men.
Mm-hmm.
I have 5 daughters.
Mm-hmm.
All my kids are girls. My oldest is 24. My youngest is 13.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what I would say is I agree with your statement on the screen, and I also disagree. And I know you're not talking about absolutely every male on this planet,
Right.
but there are way too few of us that have an objective, critical thinking brain cell in our brain that we're willing to stand out and say what's wrong with what we're talking about. It's the vast majority of us that if I ignore it, it'll go away. If it doesn't apply directly to me, if I am not a perpetrator, then I should stay silent.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that. I have 5 daughters.
Yeah, I have 2 daughters, and I myself have been a victim of
And I'm sorry to hear that.
It's, like the best way to explain it is if we took 4 men and we put them in a room and we took a woman and the men couldn't see her, like a police lineup, right?
Yeah.
And we asked that woman simply by looking at the men to identify which one of them is a rapist. Now, they've never had a crime committed against them. These men haven't committed a crime as far as, we know. But we're asking the woman simply based off of looks to identify which one of the men in that room is a rapist. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
So until men stop behaving the way that they're behaving towards women, we have to assume that it is all men.
Yeah, I know. I guess here's my question.
That's the point.
As a person, I'm speaking to you specifically, as a person, as a woman with influence over your audience and with other women. Personally, and I'm speaking to the guys on this thread right now who are listening to this conversation. If you are not open-minded, open-hearted to listen to the perspective of women in this world in a very scenario that she just explained, then you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution.
Correct.
Speaking to you specifically, how would you work to influence and encourage men to be in that room, 4 men, 1 woman, and be the person to stand out and say what needs to be said and behave what needs to be done so that that woman can point to him and say, he's the kind of guy we need more of? How would you help other men to be able to do that?
Unfortunately, the men who get it, and the ones who don't. It's this weird dynamic on the internet, right? Where these men see people like Nick Fuentes behaving the way they do, and they get into this echo chamber of behavior. And the only way that they can get out of this echo chamber of behavior, because of the values that these I don't even want to call them values, these ideologies that they are instilled in them through associating with these people has caused an extreme distrust and hatred for women and disrespect for
Absolutely.
women, that the only way that someone can reach them is another man, is other men.
Okay. I don't disagree with that at all. My question to you, because just a little backstory on me. I'm a certified pattern recognition specialist. I'm a former addict, recovery. I work with addicts, but I also work with people that are just stuck on repeat. And I can't help but coming back to the work that I do with people to individually recognize the underlying running loop that every single one of us has that controls our behavior.
Right.
In my opinion, you're absolutely right. If guys are not holding other guys accountable, this doesn't get better. But I'm concerned that the rhetoric that we all are embracing because of the shitstorm that we're all in is not resonating with the guys who are sitting there saying, I want to do more. But if it's all men, who's going to listen to me?
But that's the thing, like, Thomas, I listen to you when you're like, hey, listen, I get where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying. Because you listen to women. You have daughters. You listen to the things that they say. You see how they're experiencing the world. You listen. So obviously it doesn't apply to you.
I know.
The best thing that I do to people is say, like, hey, man, we have to work together. We have to come together. Men, women, non-binary folks. And destigmatize mental health in this country. Destigmatize seeking therapy. Destigmatize. Also, we need to act legislatively. The punishments for rape should be minimums, and they should be healthy sentencing minimums that should apply to people regardless of their race and gender, because there are women who do commit rape. It does happen, right?
Of course.
But we need tougher sentencing. We need destigmatization of mental health care in this country. We need access to health care in this country. Like, it's a systemic issue, and I understand that and recognize that it is not just on the burden of men themselves, even though we do live in a patriarchal society. But we all need to work to destigmatize mental health care. And we all need to work together to have these conversations, these tough conversations, because they get a little feisty when they try to come up here and fight with me about it's not all men. But we have to have these conversations. We have to see the behavior. We have to understand why people behave the way that they behave. And that's why I have the conversations that I have, right? I'm like, well, why do you feel that way? How did you get there? Because it's learning about people's thought processes. Sure, absolutely.
One thing I would also add is that when we consider developmental stages of a person, like, let's say you're looking at a young man who's 19 years old and he embodies a lot of these ideologies. He's really immature. He laughs it off. He makes jokes out of it. I expect that from a 19-year-old. I don't expect that from someone above 25. And the reason being, once you get into your, early to mid 20s, your brain plasticity slows so much so that if you do want to make a concerted effort to be a different person, it's a lot harder. It's not impossible. Right. And so if you, from the age of 19 to 25, develop this narcissistic persona, guess what? That's who you end up becoming. That becomes a personality disorder that is harder to break. So I guess what occurs to me too is with younger men, I try to be a little less unforgiving. But if I'm, let's say, having this conversation with a 45-year-old man, I'm going to be far less compassionate and willing to listen, because I know that they're going to be far less receptive to changing if they're against it. That's just me, though. I mean, yeah.
No, I think there's a lot of validity in that point, and it actually speaks to a lot of the experience I have in working with men of many ages, but also women with many ages. Behavior is learned. Behavior is learned.
Very often, yeah.
Okay? I would say the vast majority of behavior is learned. A little baby, a young person, you're saying this, that person is not naturally going to do some of the things that they learn how to actually do to get away with, because it's what they want, because it's what gives them that, honestly, that dopamine hit, that dopamine rush that makes them feel good. And unfortunately, Some people experiment with behaviors that are absolutely just harmful, and they still get the same hormonal rush as something that's healthy, but they become addicted to those things. Behavior in that way is a pattern that's learned. And you're right. The older we get, the more we embrace that pattern, the more it starts running like second nature. I mean, think about it this way. Have you ever driven your car from your house to your job, or something that you do over again, and just you have no memory of the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it becomes an autonomic experience.
Exactly. Every behavior pattern that we embrace enough becomes that in our unconscious state. And when we're talking about harmful behavior, whether it's self-harm or whether it's harming somebody else, could be verbal, it could be physical. It gets to the point with that person that they honestly justify the action because in their state, it makes them feel what they need to feel good, to feel right, to feel like they are the person they should be. Now, I'm talking about toxic, very toxic things here, but the point you made is spot on, because the older we get, the further ingrained in those patterns we become. It is our ideology now. It is who we are now. And that is so much harder to identify, much less retrain, because it's who I am.
And that's why it's so important to destigmatize mental health, especially for younger people, younger boys. Put your sons into therapy the minute that they start throwing toys at people, because that's when they learn these behaviors that they don't even realize sometimes are going to affect long term. Also, though, Amanda, I'm sure that you want to introduce the new people too.
I do in a second, but for the love of all things, for the love of humanity, for the love of this earth, for the love of puppies and kittens, please, please stop telling your young boys to not cry.
Absolutely.
Allow them to cry.
Absolutely.
Talk to them about why they're having the feelings that they're having. Like, gentle
Absolutely.
parenting seems funny, but when you talk to your kid and you say, "Hey, friend, you're having some big feelings right now," like, that is really a conversation that you should be having with your young children. What are you feeling? What made you feel that way? How do we get you to a different state of being? Like, you should be encouraging healthy expression in your children.
How do I embrace my own anger without it becoming harmful?
Right.
Anger is not a negative. Yeah, anger is not a negative emotion. It can be a very positive emotion when directed in the right directions, in the right ways, in the right responses. I'll say one more thing and then I'll let you go. I appreciate you letting me on. Everything we're talking about here is pattern recognition. And the more we can, young boys, the more we can help them embrace the emotional responses they have rather than suppressing it. That is training them how to embrace those things. And when they get out in real life, whether they're 17 or 47, they're going to be a lot more likely to take the right steps and have their agency of making the right choice in regard to the person in front of them rather than making the wrong one. We need to have more conversations around, let me just say it this way. The choices we make are not inadvertently who we are unless we allow it to transform us into that person. They're conscious decisions every step of the way. And if we can interrupt that with conversations like this, even if it's just getting some guy to think, is how I'm thinking about this the right way? Conversations like this are really important to that end. And, guys, if you're real men, you're listening right now. You're not building ammunition to say, well, she's a woman, so she's wrong. Believe me, I got 5 women in my house that are growing up that could kick your ass. And that's by design.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks,
Before you
Thomas.
go, I
hope you have a great
totally
day.
disagree with
Appreciate
you, bro.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for participating, Thomas. I'm going to drop you back down so we can cycle through the
That's
people
fine.
who are waiting in the request. Thank you so
Good.
much.
It sounds like you got a lot to handle with this next guy. Have a good day.
I'm sure. You too. Bye. TBD, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just getting some work done and listening in. So I get the crying thing, and you know, allowing, children or whoever to cry, right? But I don't think that you should go to, like, I think the worst thing a guy can do is go to counseling.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why is because, you're sitting around dwelling on, bad things, right?
Interesting
Have
way
you ever been
to
to counseling?
put it. Right.
Yeah, I've been to counseling, and it was the worst experience of my life.
Why? Because it forced you to face things that have happened to you and your behavior and reactions to it?
No, basically, the whole conversation was this. Well, how did that make you feel?
That's the
Okay.
point.
Well, how did that make you feel? Uh-huh.
That's the point.
Well,
To
how did
discover
that
your feelings and why you feel the way you feel about certain outside forces within your life. That's the point.
and
Then when you
and
talk about how you feel, those responses allow the therapist to understand your state of being at the time, what caused that state of being, and how to help you have a more healthy reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I
And there's
get
actually, hold on one sec. There's actually 3 different layers to processing an event. So there's the thinking, there's the emotional feeling, and then there's the somatic body feeling, the awareness of the body. So you'll hear therapists talk about a top-bottom approach or a
bottom-top approach is meant to say we're going to focus on finding bodily sensations, then we're going to work on finding the emotion behind it, and then we're going to think about it, because chances are you've already thought about it your whole life. So we're taking a different approach to fully process something.
I totally understand. And of course, you have to, identify contributing factors and root causes to, the why behind it. But if you're sitting around dwelling and moping and like,
But I don't
if
do
I
that in
look,
therapy.
I
I
no,
don't
I
dwell
get,
and
I
mope.
get
We
it.
talk about everything. We talk about bad things that have happened. We do a little trauma processing. We talk about good things that are going on and why I perceive them as good events that have occurred in my life. And just like Atropo said, like, how did that make me feel when this happened? Like, for example, my son graduated from high school last night, right? And I am so beyond excited for him and so happy for him that I cried. Like, that's something that we talk about in therapy. Like, what made you cry? What part about it made you cry? And then we can talk about, the road that my son took to get there and how his actions and the things that we went through impacted me. Like, it's a process. It's not just a black and white thing. And therapy also forces you to have accountability for your actions. You have to be held accountable to yourself.
Mm-hmm. I would also add too that if you are, so there, in my experience as a therapist,
Atropos, you're breaking up, babe.
and oh, I'm breaking up. Oh, sad. Is it bad?
No, it's fine now.
It's good now.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So another thing that occurs to me in that is if you are if you grew up in a household where your parents were frequently telling you that you're dwelling in the negative, be positive, keep your chin up, laugh off the cut on your knee kind of a thing, then yeah, I could understand this orientation where sitting in a feeling for longer than you feel comfortable feels pointless. But on the other side of the spectrum, you have people that do actually dwell and drown in their feelings, and it's good for them to pull back a little. I get the sense, though, from what you're saying, that you try to avoid staying in emotions for too long. Like, it's not, you don't want to sit in it. You don't think about these things all day long. You probably more so avoid them. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So an avoidance of those emotions, it's like, well, yeah, you're self-protective. You don't want to go into those things again because you've already lived it and it's hard enough as it is. But the returning to it helps you process it more fully instead of, let's say, avoiding it.
So, okay, so like this is personal, right? But I'm just going to share it, right? I'm 36. I had my first son when I was 17 years old. He was pew-pewed, right? when he was 16, right? Tragic situation. But here's the thing. Like, often people would say you would need counseling for that. I don't think that counseling would provide value for that. And I don't see the value of someone asking me repeatedly, how did that make you feel kind of, situation. Like, it's unfortunate. And there's no you could never process that.
I disagree.
Can't process being a victim of violence?
Well, you can't, there's nothing there to process. In my mind, that's going to be always there, and there's nothing that I can do to process anything like that.
That's not true. Trauma counseling has its own special lane for a specific reason, right? Trauma counseling is definitely more in depth. It's definitely a harder topic to discuss, but to say that somebody could never heal from a traumatic event is very incorrect. Now, you may be diagnosed with something like PTSD, like I have PTSD from a traumatic event that occurred, but in that diagnosis, we now can understand ways to treat it. And if that's through medication, if that's through cognitive behavioral therapy, there's, just to say something shitty happened to you and there's nothing you can do about it, that's wrong.
I think that shitty things happen. Who am I? Let's think about that. Who am I to dwell on that when there's people in Iran or other countries, right, that observe their family member being blown away? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's traumatic too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is exactly what we do to men, Amanda. This is what we do to them. We say, well, you don't get to, because it's not that big a deal. Look at that person over there who's suffering more. You should stay strong. Why?
Yeah.
You have your own experiences. They're just varied levels of severity.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
you shouldn't negate your own experience just because somebody is experiencing something worse. You should treat that experience and what happened to you and how that made you feel. Could you imagine all these people who are victims of gun violence or other types of violence, if they never treated it, how many people would end up never leaving their homes again?
I get it, but okay, so let's just say the PTSD thing. I mean, there's all types of reasons why someone would say, hey, you have PTSD. Myself, right?
Mm-mm.
I'm not afraid to leave the house, or I'm not afraid of, but I would, even if someone were to say you have PTSD, I would never say that I have PTSD or even acknowledge it, because it's not something that I mean, it is what it is. If I just need to focus on my work and being a provider, and that's it.
Friends, you don't have to. You don't have to. If there's an event that happened in your life that still has triggers for you, then it's still something that you're very really experiencing pain from. And you shouldn't have to push that down because you have to work and you have to be a provider, because that's going to cause so many problems for you. And
but
you
how? How would that Sorry.
You're gonna suffer from emotional dysregulation for one of them.
What does that mean?
Well,
if
good way to
things
put
are
it is...
triggering to you, go ahead, Atropos, go ahead.
No, you go. You had something in mind.
If something is triggering to you and you haven't learned the skills to deal with that trigger, your reaction will be exponentially different than a person who does know how to deal with their triggers and does know how to ground themselves and has learned these skills to get them through the event, the triggering event. Therapy teaches you that. They teach you grounding exercises. They teach you to recognize what your triggers are. How do we avoid situations in which we are triggered to these events? Therapy is very important for that. And you should definitely not be suppressing your feelings or a traumatic event because you feel like these other things are more important. Because we can eventually, there's ways for us to make money. We can make money. We can be providers for people. But if you're not taking care of yourself, there's only one you. And unfortunately, in this country, men are exponentially more at risk for committing self-deletion. And we don't want that. We don't want men to be taking their own lives because they're focusing on, I got to provide for my family. I have to show up and I have to do this. No, we want you to take care of yourselves. Because if you take care of yourselves, the amount that you can provide, not just financially, but emotionally, emotional connection and emotional support to other people, to your partner, is so much more important than money. So much more important than money.
Right. And if your partner knew that, if your partner knew what you were going through, if it's a good partner, they're going to want to, not put all of this on your shoulders. But I mean, here's another thing to consider. If you avoid this feeling, maybe there are other areas of your life where you end up also avoiding getting connected and feeling. And it becomes a habit based on, especially, let's say, a traumatic event. It teaches and rewires your body to think that it's not safe anymore. So you avoid it. And it's like, okay, maybe that works for you, but does it? So here's a little fun fact. 90% of our daily actions, behaviors are 90% of the time subconscious, meaning that there's only a small portion of the day where we have opportunities to very consciously shift some kind of behavior or change the way that we respond to something. So there's a lot of leeway we have to give ourselves in that process, but it's all in the favor of helping you connect more deeply with everyone around you. Like if those things are resolved and your feelings get to exist, you're going to be more emotionally available to the people around you in the future.
I hear you and I got you, but okay, what I want to revisit is triggers, right? When you say triggers, what does that mean? Because I don't have I've been through some shit, but I don't have any triggers. I've seen a lot of shit. I don't have any triggers. And professionally, I have 3 jobs. I'm an executive director at my first job. I have an engineering firm, and I have multiple properties that I own, and which are single family homes and apartment complexes. I feel like that I'm doing fine, and I don't even.
Sure, that's financially, but what is your
Yeah.
ability to emotionally connect with other human beings like?
Oh, zero. Zero. So for example, I have small children. I have a 5-year-old and I have a 7-year-old. I connect with them very well, but when it comes to other adults, it's just a mutual benefit. Like for example, I have 2 friends that I've had for my entire life, but I don't hang out with people, right? I just work and my family. But literally, there's I don't know what you mean by triggers.
So it really depends. So when we're thinking about triggers, we could be talking about triggers from traumatic events, meaning like a sensory sort of trigger. So let's say that I was in a traumatic situation and there were sunflower seeds involved. If I see sunflower seeds in the future, that might just automatically put something in my mind that says we're back in the threat zone. So now we're going to respond to this as though it's a threat. We're going to have our amygdala light up. We're going to go into our sympathetic nervous system that's going to tell us to be ready to fight, flight, or freeze. That's a traumatic trigger. Other triggers could be a little more subtle, where it's you grew up with a mom who always told you to, be less gross and, chew your food or something. And then, 20 years later, your wife says something similar and all of a sudden you're raging mad about it. It's well, maybe that came from somewhere, and that's usually what happens is these experiences get triggered by reliving some element of those original moments. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so all right, so this might be a little bit of an assumption, but I was a specialist in child therapy and play therapy, and something you might want to consider is just observing the way that your kids respond to your emotions, or vice versa, how you respond to their emotions. Because even though you say yeah, I connect with my kids and we have a great, situation there, it would be really interesting to see if that avoidance for you still shows up in those relationships and that your kids pick up on them without realizing it. Maybe they avoid spending too much time with daddy because he's always so busy and they feel bad. And then, you go to them later and you're like, I'm sorry I was working so much, kiddo. And they're like, that's okay, Dad. I love you so much. But the reality is they are sad about it. They're just learning from you that they don't get to be because you're not sad and you don't get to be.
No, I get what you're saying. But like I worked out, so for example, I work 12 hours a day, but I adjust my schedule to where I'm like there during the day. So they get off, for example, at they're off on the weekends, and after 3 o'clock they're at home. So I make sure that I'm there, and then when they go back to sleep, then I go back to work.
Yeah,
no, I get what you're saying though.
Yeah, like the emotional availability of you when you're off work. Like, when was the last time that you sat on the floor with them and giggled like a little kid yourself and played a board game and, really got into that experience without checking your phone, without thinking about dinner, without the errands, without work on your mind?
I'm so guilty of all of this, by the way.
Right.
So guilty.
I don't know
And
about
it's to be expected.
like, I don't know about the giggling part, but I would say that I do that. I think I do that pretty often. I would say 2 to 3 times a week. Not daily, but like twice.
It seems like you're very in tune to your kids, and your kids are super important to you. But what is holding you back from having emotional connection with adults?
I think it's a waste of time. Like, it's
Do you have friends?
Often. I mean, I have friends, but I never talk to them.
So they wouldn't be like people that. See, I think you should go to therapy, my guy. As much as you don't want to do it, I think it will benefit you. Having friends is so important. Having the ability to socialize with other people who are not tiny humans is super important for your mental health. And you will find that once you're able to connect with other human beings, your life will be more fulfilling. I promise you. I promise.
I don't know what, like, literally, I don't know what to say. I have nothing in common with like a lot of folks that are in my. Yeah, I mean, small talk, I'm terrible at this.
What's your favorite
like,
hobby? Like, when you're not working, when you're not doing dad shit, what is the go-to for you? What is your favorite thing to do?
Hike or camp.
Perfect. Do you know that there's this website called meetup.com? And you can go on this website, and it's a little daunting at first to be like, I'm going to meet up with some strangers. But they have these groups that go do like walks around your city or walks around your town, or they go on trips where they go hiking in the mountains. Like, connect with people based off of that one thing that you find is your happy place, right? And you'll find out that you have so much more in common with other people. But if you connect with that one commonality, you will be able to make friends. I can assure you that.
Have you ever felt it was more draining, like having a like working on a conversation with someone than like this conversation here? Yeah. I feel like it's more draining. It's like, what am I going to say to this person? Are they going to think it's awkward that I'm not like talking to them and we're just out here?
So there's some negative self-talk in there that's saying, well, maybe they don't care what I have to say. Maybe it'll sound awkward. Yeah, it's like you're stopping yourself.
I'm saying, will they think it's awkward that I'm not saying anything to them? So I've got to make up some shit like, yeah, how's the weather?
So I'm autistic, and just having conversations with people in general is very hard for me to just talk to people, even though you guys see me like just sit here and yap all the time. It makes me feel awkward to have a conversation with people. It also is really hard for me to emotionally connect with people because I don't understand feelings the way other people understand feelings. But maybe that's something that you should go to therapy and explore, and getting comfortable with sitting in silence, that all awkward pauses are not necessarily like they don't like me.
Let me tell you something. I got more out of this conversation than I had the 3 therapy sessions that I've gone through.
You got to find a good therapist, man. Therapy is like shopping for a pair of shoes, right? So trying to find that perfect set of hiking boots, you got to try on a couple of pairs first before you get to the right one.
100%. I always recommend to people after they do this.
Me too. Like the guy
I
was like,
swore off therapy for most of my life because I didn't trust them so much. And then I became one. And I'm like, oh, at least I'm going to do it better than everybody else that I experienced, right? And that's why you have good therapists, because we, you know, we want people to feel, well, healed, I'll say.
I would tell you the first thing that you should ask somebody when you're looking for a therapist, the first thing you should ask them is, do you go to therapy? And see what they say. Because a therapist who doesn't go to therapy is not, first of all, people who counsel other human beings, whether they're a licensed clinical social worker, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, which psychiatrists typically are more on the prescribing side, but that's a whole nother thing. But if you're somebody who listens to people for a living, you are going to hear a lot of traumatic shit. And if, as a licensed clinical social worker, as a therapist, as a whatever title you fall under, if you are not seeking therapy to work through those things of having to live those events, because you hear people say this stuff, you watch their emotional responses, you see them sometimes physically retract because of the things they're talking about. Just processing that is important. So if your therapist isn't going to therapy, don't go to that therapist.
True story.
It's a lot to. I think you missed your calling.
To go to therapy. I don't want to go back to school, but I have thought about
But I'm sure you got a bunch of people trauma dumping on you on this thing anyway.
It does happen. It does happen. Listen, my DMs are always open at TBD. If you ever want to talk about this more, or you need some help finding a therapist, listen, man, like, I will be your best friend. I will champion for you. I will make sure that I help in any way that I can. Or you can come and talk about this. Like, you just want to come up here and shoot the shit because it makes you feel more emotionally whole. Come up whenever you want.
Yeah, this is connection. And also, TBD, just one more thing to consider. Consider the rates of unaliving in men. Look at what age brackets that becomes the highest. And then you start to put together when men lose their career and they retire, when their kids have moved out and they don't have those friendships developed, guess what? That's how you create an environment for yourself of feeling really depressed and wondering what your purpose is. So that's why, you know, having balance is so important. But that's it. Anyway.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
All right, I'm going to drop you back down, TBD. It was nice talking to you. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope you get to go on a good hike soon. Bye. All right, Front, what do you want to add to the conversation, friend?
Hey, I was just popping in here. I don't really talk about this, obviously, but I was essayed, I guess, at a very early age.
Hold on one second, sweetheart. Guys, trigger warning. Somebody is going to be talking about SA. If that is something that you can't listen to, that's totally fine. Scroll away, come back. Or just put it on mute and watch me say words without actually hearing them. All right, go ahead.
It's just, yeah, real quick. I was just like, I guess I was 5 when it happened. And I don't know, it kind of now feels like, you know, like when you get hurt as a kid, it's like easier to heal, I guess. So I guess I'm a little better now. You know, I don't think about it as much. I mean, it's still in the back of my head, but I don't know. I have a lot of trust issues now. I can make friends, but yeah, ever since then, like, I was just a shy boy growing up, and I kind of like didn't talk about this shit, and I kind of like ate my feelings, and I got like obese after all that. But like, I'm great shape now, and trying to get my life together. It's just weird. Like, I don't know how to.
Whoever did that to you is a piece of shit. But,
yeah.
So you don't know how to do what? How to connect with people, or
how to stop thinking about it. I can connect with people, but it's just like I prefer to be alone too. Like, my trust is very limited. Like, I have friends, but only because I know that I can trust them, and like I don't even trust some of my family.
My suggestion to you would be to seek out somebody who is specialized in trauma therapy and trauma counseling and have some conversations with them, because without us going, and I am not credentialed, I am not qualified to counsel you in that way. So that's not something that I would feel comfortable doing, but talk to somebody who specializes in trauma and really unpack what's going on, because once you start recognizing that, 1, it was not your fault. 2, you did not have control in that situation. And once you start unpacking it and seeing all the little elements of what happened and how they're not your fault, and how your responses to those things is a common and or normal response, you can start to heal. And once you start to heal, I promise you, you will start thinking about it less. Those triggers that you have, like, be it somebody who looks or smells like that person who did that to you, those things will start happening to you less and less and less. But you got to learn to heal from it. And the only way you can do that, you cannot do it alone, is to talk to somebody who is qualified to talk about it.
Do you mind if I give like a cliff notes on EMDR?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, that's usually a really ideal and also very intense form of therapy. Some people prefer to do some talk therapy beforehand, especially with that therapist, just to, establish safety. But the idea is you do have a memory lodged in your hippocampus, almost like a splinter. And every single time something pokes at it, you feel that splinter moving around in there. And it sets off alarm bells to your system saying you're still in that situation. You're right back where you were all those years ago. And so the idea is with EMDR, they slow down this event for you frame by frame, like a movie reel. You find the frame where that sentence usually exists, that statement that says, I was at fault, or I could have done something, or whatever it was. That's what keeps you stuck in it, this core belief about yourself. If you get to slow that down and look at that and then return to a safe place at the same time, in that it's almost like a meditation experience. The idea is that you're stimulating both hemispheres of the brain to have a fully regulated experience while processing it. Usually we're just stuck in one hemisphere, like the feeling right hemisphere, the emotion center. We're not able to logically think through it. So it balances that in EMDR. The other thing, and this is for anybody, by the way, I feel incredibly confident offering this to people who experience a lot of flashbacks. So the brain interprets color as emotion. That's why in art therapy, if you see color, we're now in an emotion. When you do black and white, you're detaching from emotion. So if you have that flashback come up, just try and see if you could slap a black and white filter over it and see if that movie reel plays out the same way or if it stops dead in its tracks. Usually it stops in its tracks because you're no longer emotionally connecting to it. So that's a nice way that you can kind of subside the flashback for now. But as Amanda said, I mean, child SA is so significant, and you didn't deserve that, and you deserve to have a sense of safety in your own body.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm way better than I was when I was a kid. I just don't want to think about it anymore.
I hear you. Therapy will help you. Therapy will help you. It will help you get through those moments that are tough.
Mm-hmm.
And they will become less and less frequent. I can assure you that. As somebody who has lived through a situation where I was not quite as young, but the person was very much an adult. Over the years and going to therapy and talking about what happened and my state of being in the moment and how I processed it afterwards and talking about those things and recognizing those things and learning different ways to deal with them, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and different grounding exercises. I don't even feel like I'm in danger as much as I have previously. Like things that would normally make me very hyper aware don't necessarily do that anymore.
What's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
It's like 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, like using your sensory, your senses to focus on different things instead of focusing on what is making you feel overwhelmed or overstimulated.
Okay.
It's grounding exercises. You can look up grounding exercises and practice them. Even like things that normally piss you off, like stubbing your toe makes you be like, ah! In my case, it does because
Yeah.
I broke it.
And also vagus nerve techniques in the same way, Amanda. So like, chewing ice, humming, going for a walk, all those things that would enact your parasympathetic nervous system to calm your body so it knows it's not in danger.
Okay. I just wanted some advice. I appreciate that.
Of course. No, I was happy to have you here, and I hope that you find a good therapist and you're able to heal and become more of a whole person and not have that as part of who you are. Because I know what it feels like to have that be like such a strong presence in your life, and you don't deserve that.
I appreciate y'all. Well, I'm peacing out. I just wanted to say my
All right,
piece.
well, have a good rest of your day. You're welcome back anytime.
Be gentle on yourself after sharing all that too.
Yeah. My daughter's over here. Hold on one second. We can talk to the next guest. Elle, you can introduce yourself.
Hi, Elle. Can you give your age for TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 18, and I was just like watching the stream, and then started talking bad about Nick Fuentes, and
Okay.
well, why don't you like Nick Fuentes, and what's the problem with him?
Because I think
And
Nick
his fans.
Fuentes and his presence in the lives of young men has been detrimental to men being able to function in society as
It's all
what's
his
the word I
fault,
would
right?
use? No, I don't think it's all his fault. I don't think it's all his fault. No,
Okay, well,
I
that'd be
don't. I
embarrassing.
think that there are many men who think the way that Nick Fuentes, if Nick Fuentes never existed, there would be another man who believes the same things that he believes and then grows a platform and espouses those beliefs to other men. I don't think it's a Nick Fuentes specific thing, right? He just happened to be an example. But behaving in that way and the groyper culture and incels and all of this shit, right, is very, very detrimental to a man's healthy well-being.
Well, first of all, when one of like the guests, like one of the other people, like the trolls, I guess, when they came up here and they like yeah, I don't know what it was, like some sort of song, and they mentioned Epstein, and then you said like you called them something, but you were like, oh, but basically like a Nick Fuentes fan, right?
Yeah.
When
a lot of that culture is meme culture. And I think a lot of the time what it ends up doing is taking someone such as yourself at 18 years old and desensitizing you to these things like Epstein, like Yahtzees, like the Schmalacost. I think that it's making jokes out of things that are not meant to be funny.
No, well, at the same time, Nick Fuentes is like constantly, like every day, he's putting out the truth about Epstein and how he is an actual like Jewish spy and
Sure, but when you say things like "your body, my choice," and it
Oh,
becomes
that's another
this
thing. Right, go
movement,
ahead. Sorry.
that is an issue. Because my choice should
No,
never involve
okay,
your
I
body.
was actually going to mention that too. That is.
Why do you think that "your body, my choice" is a true statement?
Oh, it's an amazing statement. I think.
So you're a rapist.
I think it's a statement because I'm not a rapist. No.
Do you
So
feel
then why
this
would
way
you
about
believe
your
it?
mom, Elle? That it's
No, I don't.
Yeah.
What? Wait. Go say that again.
Do you believe this statement to be true about your own mother? That it's not her body and her choice, it's actually yours? That like technically if you wanted to, you could just do whatever you want because it's not her body or her choice?
No, well, I mean, if you take everything like so deep, then like almost nothing makes sense.
It's a
You know what
simple
I
yes
mean?
or no. It's at
It's
face
like-
value. The words are the words. The words are your body, my choice.
Well, no. Well, no. Okay, sure. No,
Well,
but
let's
if
look
you
at it
take
at face
like, it's
value.
not
If,
really-
if a man said to your mom, "Your body, my choice," and then proceeded to do what he wanted to her, how would that make you feel?
No, well, no. The statement ties to abortion, not to anything. If women want to say "my
It's
body,
not
my
just
choice," then they can do
It's not
anything
just
they want with their bodies. It is. It is because
Elle,
then.
it
Well,
doesn't.
do you believe
And
in
you
my
wanna
body,
know
my
how I know
choice?
it doesn't? See, the problem is that you're not listening. Your
No,
body,
it
my
is.
choice does not
It
just
isn't.
apply. It does not just apply to abortion.
Okay, what
And I
about
can
my
tell
body,
you
my
that I
choice?
have
What
had
is it?
many. You also have your own body and your own choices to make with your
Okay,
body.
so I can just go out and murder and rape people and just say, "Oh, my body, my choice." Like you get what I'm
No.
saying? Like it ties onto
Right,
one
but this
thing, but you can't take it so
okay.
literal. You get what I'm
So
saying?
here's the thing, though. I think that in society, from a moral standpoint, the ideal in every single situation we go into, whether it's the grocery store, the doctor's office, the classroom, the idea is harm reduction. We know what things harm people psychologically. We know what things harm people physically. We try not to do those things, and we hold people accountable when they do those things.
Exactly.
So even if you're harming yourself, let's say, I still would want
No.
to find a different way, but now we're just talking about arbitrary, feelings about harm. Is
I
it
can
harm
still-
reduction to, be a child that you know that you can take care of? Isn't
Exactly.
that harm reduction?
I can still use my body to harm other people, and that can tie on to my body, my choice. But no, we're not going to take that literally.
Doesn't.
And if
It
I hear
doesn't
my
because
body,
you're
my choice, I'm
using
going
your
to
body. You're using your body to take away other people's choices. That is not the same thing.
Well, it's my body, my choice, right? But that's not the point I'm trying to make. I understand when a woman says my body, my choice. I understand they're probably.
Hey, bud, take a deep breath for a second because you're getting a little worked up. Here's the thing. When it's the same thing with when we talk about like the government and about legislation and about rights and privileges. When we're talking about rights, your rights end when they begin to infringe on mine. It's the same thing. So when you're talking about my body, my choice, you're talking about you. And
That logic, AB is wrong though. With that logic, AB is wrong because you're infringing on another human.
You're not.
You are though.
You're not, because
Is it a human fetus?
That human being is not yet a human being. It is.
It is though. It's a human fetus. It's still a human.
If you're going to keep interrupting, then you're going to get kicked.
If you can't debate that, then you're probably wrong.
It is not a human. It cannot sustain life outside the womb. It does not. It's developing. It's during a stage of human development. And MAGA, I've already had a conversation with you. I already know that you're unable to emotionally regulate yourself, and you're not going to be welcome here because this is a day for productive conversation, and you're just going to detract from that. So you're not welcome. Gail, where in the Constitution does it say life begins at first breath? Gail.
Well, anyway.
So, Elle, I think that if we were to approach this from the reverse and I said, your body, my choice, and I'm now going to chain you to a wall and live out my dream of the movie Wicker Man, for anyone who's familiar with that conclusion, would you have an issue with me saying that it's your body and my choice now, that I could force you to get a vasectomy, that I could force you to stay at home and cook and clean for me all day, that I could, do something physically, right? Why not?
No. Well, because that would be me putting myself in those situations. I mean, it's a lot different when it can so easily be avoidable. Like, oh, I wouldn't get with this girl if that's what she wants me to do. I mean, it's that easy. Well, now, but
not if it's legislated, right? If it's legislated, if there's laws on the books that say that you have to get a vasectomy, you don't have a choice, right? Because it's your body and my choice.
Because well, if it wouldn't be that, we wouldn't even have to talk about it if I didn't put myself in that situation that I'd be in.
Ooh, now that's shifting.
In that situation that I'd be in.
Oh, now that's shifting.
In that situation that I'd be in.
Oh, now that's shifting. No, I was disconnected.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, it tells you. But yeah, can you tell me? Do you think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi? Can you answer that?
Yes.
I think
Bro,
he does
okay.
hold Nazi ideologies.
He literally
Self-proclaimed
said
neo-Nazi.
He said he was.
Okay, well, like he said, like Nick Fuentes said, be very, very careful calling him that because he has many fans, 1.3 million followers on Instagram, who are looking up to him, who follow him.
So.
That means that every one of his fans are Nazis, and they're continuing to grow. And
I don't think so. I wouldn't say that. I would say that they're
You don't think his fans are
sympathizers, but I
Nazis?
wouldn't say that they're Nazis. Not all of them.
You don't think it's
I think
not
that
the
some of them,
ones that
depending
agree
on
with?
how deeply involved they are within Groyper culture, may be Nazi sympathizers, but may not be Nazis.
Well,
But they're on their
ones
way.
that
They're on their fucking way.
They're becoming desensitized.
okay, the ones that agree with everything he says, would you consider those Nazis?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's a very lot of people, but
Good.
like I said,
Good. Then
What
we
is
can
that?
identify
It's
who they
good.
are.
It's good.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they're
because
all
we can
Nazis.
identify who they are. We can
It's
identify
good.
who they are. Like you, L.
But
you,
but
L.
you can.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay,
Let me
yeah,
finish.
yeah, sure.
See, here you go with the emotional regulation. You gotta let me finish the sentence. Good, because then we can identify who they are. I can go through Nick Fuentes' followers list and start identifying everybody on there if I wanted to.
But
So
you're
we know
not.
who they are, and we shouldn't allow them to participate in society. For my own safety as a woman, no, I'm not. But when people
but no
behave
one's
like you,
doing that either.
I have no problem. People are doing that actually. I have no problem saying that at this particular stage. I'm sure if I continue this conversation with you, you'll go from a Nazi sympathizer to a Nazi. But now we've identified that you share at least some of the same viewpoints as Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, well, I'm not a Nazi, but you can consider me that. But not everyone. Just
So
TikTok.
you should have a
and all
problem
this.
with that. You shouldn't want people to identify you that way.
No. Well, I can identify you as anyone. I mean, you can have a problem if I
Okay,
called you a
so
Nazi.
what would you like to identify me as?
A Nazi, sure. I'd like
Okay,
to
and
identify
in what
you as a
way?
Nazi.
In what way would you say that you've been able to come to that conclusion?
Because we have different ideology.
That's not
So,
what a Nazi
Elle,
is.
Yeah. My point makes no
Right.
sense. I agree. It's
It
Elle,
stupid.
Elle, have you seen The
That's
Sound
my
of
point.
Music? Elle,
No,
have
I
you seen
haven't.
The Sound of Music?
I think I saw it once a long time ago.
Okay, so there's a character, Rolf. You would basically align very, very much so with Rolf. And he does inevitably take that oath to that party because inevitably, when you're young, they can get you. They can indoctrinate you easy. They can convince you through humor, through likability, through this large following that this is the way to be. That doesn't necessarily make it true because we know what ended up happening, right? They ended up G-siding an entire, community. If they had been given the opportunity, maybe they would have finished it. And that's not funny. That's something that you should take very seriously. That, if you're not the perfect cookie cutter model of what they need you to be in this country, that you're in serious danger. I don't see there being anything funny about that. Now, if you come to me in 10 years at 28 years old and say that you are still fully sold on all of this stuff, I would absolutely be over the moon concerned. I would think that you're a danger to society, and I think that there should be something done about it. I don't think anything violent, let me be clear, but I'm saying I think there should be something done about the people that are that old, like Fuentes himself, that think that this is a normal thing to pose to younger men. How is hatred of women, hatred of Jewish people, hatred of, anything that you just don't agree with, and then wanting to do something about it? How do you find that to be any kind of functional in society?
Yeah, and I do think like people like Fuentes, they say a lot of crazy things. I mean, like you'll see him glaze Hitler, but I think the important thing about people like him is that he speaks the truth. He fights for America. Another person like Myron Gaines, I don't know if you know who that is.
In what way does he fight
By
for America?
educating the youth on this podcast
About
every
what?
day about America, about everything, about Epstein, like I mentioned earlier, about
Okay, so he educates you about America. What is Black Wall Street?
what is what?
Black Wall Street.
Black Wall Street? Like are you talking about like the rally?
Black Wall
Like,
Street.
Black-
Well, if
What is
he's
Black Wall
educating
Street?
you about America, then you would know about American history. What is Black Wall Street?
Well, my history teacher didn't tell me that.
Pretty
I
sure
think
he
he's not
did.
educating you very well. Can you tell me what the Tuskegee Project was?
The what?
Yeah,
No, my
so
history
he's not
teacher didn't tell me
educating you.
that
All
either.
he's doing
No.
is teaching you
about modern day America.
So tell me
about
something.
politics.
What is something that Nick Fuentes taught you?
Taught me that Epstein is a Jewish spy and that he's still alive, chilling in Israel right now. And you're just gonna laugh it off because you don't believe it, and
Look,
you just
I need
don't.
you to start consuming different kinds of content. Okay, start consuming
Okay.
different kinds of content from people who have opposing ideologies. If follower
Okay,
count
what
is
about-
important to you, then follow
No,
Jolly
no.
Good Ginger. He has more
I just
followers
mentioned
than
that
Nick
to-
Fuentes. I can't even find Nick Fuentes on Instagram. What is his at?
Okay, yeah, very good one. But
No, I'm serious. I really can't. Like I searched for right there at the top.
okay, yeah.
Let's
So
see.
funny. Now go on Twitter. Now go on Twitter.
All
Now
right, go on Twitter. Okay, we'll go on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me guess. You have him blocked.
We
Okay,
know
and we're
why
gonna
he's on
look-
Twitter.
But go ahead.
And we'll look
Go
for
ahead.
Nick Fuentes. Okay, I'm looking.
I'm guessing you have him blocked, but there's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
No, why would I block him? I just don't consume his content.
Because you don't
My
like
Twitter
him.
isn't loading. Why is that?
Oh yeah, it's because of
Oh no, it's because I got a new phone.
Actually, no, it's
It's because I
Trump's
got a new
fault.
phone and I
Did
haven't
you get
been
the
on.
Trump phone?
No.
Well,
Fuck. What is my password?
Even people who got Trump Mobile still don't have Trump Mobile.
no, they already started shipping. If you look at
They have been shipping them since last year.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. I haven't
got
heard
him?
about them.
Okay. Do I have him blocked?
I haven't heard about them last year, but I know that they've been shipping them.
They were supposed to come out August 2025, bro. Come on, do your research about your daddy.
So what is his at? Because I'm not seeing
Well,
him.
she said. Well, she just said that they're not being delivered, and I just told her that they have been. But yeah, they probably was a delay. But go ahead. Do you have him blocked or something?
He's not coming up for me.
Okay, yeah.
I don't have him blocked.
Can you
I don't block people on Twitter because I just don't use it.
Can you show that no one's coming up?
I'm positive.
What can you show?
What the fuck is my password?
In the meantime, Elle, do you think listening to Nick Fuentes is going to help you gain and sustain a long-lasting romantic relationship with someone in his life?
No, I think Myron Gaines would actually help me with that. Do you know who that is?
So these are the people that come up, but none of them is actually Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, the first one right there, the very first one.
America
Click on his-
First Price
You
is
think
paying
Myron
me
has any fucking risk, bro?
He
Are
only
you
has
for real right now?
70.
Any
Okay,
what?
So 1.3
Any risk?
million followers.
Any risk or risk? I don't know what you're saying.
Riz.
Oh, Riz? Oh, Myron has the best Riz, dude.
I'm sure he does. That's why he pays
Myron
for
is
sex, right?
literally.
That's why he
Myron
pays
is
girls.
literally, yeah, he's literally on a sugar daddy dating site, meaning that he's paying for women to be with him. So what are you talking about?
Yeah. No, well,
What you
he's
talking
paying-
about?
Yeah. For content, yes, but when you're talking about like actual relationships, he educates a lot about that.
Glazing is crazy, bro. Like, are you? I think this comes from frustration and not having a girl, and not being able to get laid.
You got me there, bro. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no worries. I got you. So, okay, here's the thing. This path that you're going down is going to lead you down the same path as every other black and red pill dude, which is very alone and very angry. And hey, the silver lining being you're going to have a lot of dude friends. You're going to have a lot of sausage fests in your future. But I'm telling you right now, just person to person, you're not going to have any meaningful, long-lasting relationships with this kind of ideology, where you think that you are the end-all be-all, you know exactly what the world is like. You're going to listen to this 28-year-old who lives in his mom's house because he knows what's really going on out there. I mean, come on.
What's really going on? Do you know what's really going on?
I absolutely do, my friend. I have like 15 years on this earth more than you. And unfortunately, it means something when you have more time on this earth. You learn more.
Oh, so Nick Fuentes would meet that criteria because he was on this earth since like
Well, yeah, sure. He meets the criteria of gaining knowledge, but let me make something abundantly clear. The knowledge that he gained was how to manipulate people like you. How to manipulate people, how to hate better. That's what he learned. He didn't learn how to have functioning relationships.
He's a grifter. He knows there's a crowd out there that will be willing to send the hard money to him, so he grifted.
Exactly. 100%.
Well, that's
100%. Same with Myron. He doesn't have functioning relationships. He's not happy.
He's not happy.
If you think that treating a woman like a vessel and a hole to stick yourself in is a functioning relationship, I mean, sure. Yeah, he's got functioning relationships.
So
he only talks about like the whores and how to avoid them, and not
whoa,
just
whoa,
any
whoa,
type of woman. And
Language, please. Language, please.
okay,
L, you said that you're 18, right?
Yep.
All right, and you said that because Nick Fuentes is older and has more experience, he should be listened to, right?
No, I was just applying the same logic to what she said, because she said she's older than me, so that way she knows much more.
Well, I just looked up his age. I'm a little bit older than Nick. I'm not up here to change your mentality, but
Smells like bubblegum.
no, I'm I'm about to be 34.
No, I'm saying him, but okay, cool.
And
Yeah,
on
so
the panel, I'm 41.
oh,
I'm 40.
well, hello.
Hold on
but
one second. Just one second. Noelle, you remember the ugly bag?
Yes.
I got the ugly bag wallet.
You did not. Oh my God, you guys.
I'm gonna sell it as a set. I can sell the set for over
Listen,
$1,000.
everybody send me TikTok money so I can fly down and smack Amanda, please.
But I can sell it as a set and get it for $1,000, which is way less than what I paid for it. And I have the certificate of authenticity.
All right.
So, L, let me just, from what they're saying, and like, I'm not up here to say that it's true or to like tell you what your future is gonna be like, because I don't know. I pride myself on knowing literally nothing, but I'm a teacher. I teach like sophomores, so people a little bit younger than you. And the crazy and sad thing that I see are people that I don't know if they listen to Nick Fuentes, but they're obviously listening to people who are wholly negative. And when we are in class and we're trying to learn these things, like looking from other people's perspective, books written by, for, and about different people of other races, constantly, they're like, it's a joke to them. They're doing weird accents, like unprovoked, making fun of people's cultures and beliefs and race because they feel like it's normalized. And I am terrified when those 15-year-olds become my age and they hold on to those ideals and they become like lawyers and politicians and doctors. And I think that's what they are trying to like convey to you, that having this idea when you're young, you can change, people flip-flop all the time, but having it and holding it so close when you're young and you become somebody in power, and then your beliefs negatively impact other people for the wrong reasons. I think that's what they are saying, that this Nick Fuentes effect can have on not just you, but younger people. So when you're saying like Nick Fuentes thinks that such and such person is cool and this person has objectively done terrible things, well, people in, your generation or even younger are going to hold on to that and what's the word I'm looking for? Perpetuate those ideas that should have been dead and gone a long time ago. And we're over here trying to eradicate the problem. And you have people like Fuentes, and I don't even know who else, but Fuentes like people, that dude Chud the Builder, like all these people that say that, oh, he's right. And it's just confirmation bias because they're mad about something else. Maybe the black guy is dating their ex-girlfriend and they're just mad and they want a reason to hate these people. And it just keeps going on. And it's a problem that we can't eradicate. It's like racism is like cockroaches, bro. And I think that's what they're trying to say. They're not saying you yourself, L, are a bad person for liking this guy, because I used to like Shawty Low as a rapper, and then I found out he was trash. I used to listen to R. Kelly. Now I don't. Like that's just because I said, oh, I don't want to be a follower of this person, but I was when I was younger. And it's okay to it's not okay, but it's understandable to like somebody when you are younger. But the issue becomes when you become an adult and you don't put away childish things. That is what I believe these people are trying to convey to you. They're saying, look, young man, don't mess up your future for something in the present. I think that's what's going on. I just want, as a teacher, I see that in my students, and I hear what you're saying, and you are like defending this guy to the death who honestly would not care what happened to you. These parasocial relationships are gonna mess you up. But that's just my view. That's just what I hear. I'm sure you're a great guy outside of your beliefs. You're about to enter into the real world. I assume you have recently or will graduate soon.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah, when you walk across that stage, man, you're gonna enter into a world where you are going to meet different people from all different walks of life, and you need to take their perspective and their life first, versus what you hear from some guy who does not know your name and will never know your name.
I want to challenge you to do something. I want to challenge you to do something. When you talk about Nick Fuentes, right? And you follow him and you believe the things
Can I
that he says
respond
are
to that,
true.
please?
No. It was just advice that he was giving you. I don't really think that there was a response that was necessary. But when you think about that, I challenge you to think about something else, right? Pick a topic that Nick Fuentes frequently talks about.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. Now, let's think about the things, and I don't want you to go into it, but think about the things that he says about Jewish people in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, are all Jewish people Jeffrey Epstein? No, they are not. Jeffrey Epstein is not all Jewish people, right? Because you were talking about earlier, you said that he was a Jewish spy. Now you need to unpack why the things that you believe that Nick Fuentes says is harmful to Jewish people. Now, I don't strike you you don't strike me as somebody who wants to cause harm to other people. Would that be a fair assessment?
Sure.
Sure. So now, even when you talk about women, the things that Nick Fuentes says about women, challenge yourself to think about why the things that he is saying are harmful to whomever they're directed at. And then think, do I want to harm these people? If the answer is yes, then you are right in line with Nick Fuentes. If the answer is no, then you need to start listening to other people other than Nick Fuentes who aren't causing harm to other people by the things that they do and say.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No.
Like, do you want to harm women?
No.
No. But as the things that Nick Fuentes says, are they harmful towards women?
No.
You don't think they're harmful towards
Bro.
women?
We're right here, dude. We're telling you it's harmful to us.
Yep.
But if you don't think that they are harmful to women, put it on your resume. Put it on your social medias. Put it when you apply to college. Stand on business, right? Don't be a scary guy. Don't be a pussy. Like, stand
It's
on
irrelevant.
business.
Why would I put?
Because you
does
believe in
anyone
these
put-
things.
Yeah, no. Well, does it? Do
You
you just
haven't
put?
had to write
I'm
a
a Republican.
You haven't had to write a
I'm
college admissions essay? You haven't had to write a college
No.
admissions essay?
No, I'm not
Are you
going to
going to
college.
college?
But
You're not
no.
going to college. Okay,
No,
so then
I'm
put
not.
it on. So then
And
put
that's
it
not
on
the
your
reason.
resume.
Okay. Do you put your political beliefs on your resume? Do you put anything?
As a
Like
matter of
that's just
fact,
so
it is on my
irrelevant.
resume.
It is like you put.
Yes. Yes, because
okay.
I am
Well,
a
When I've
leftist
applied to
content
certain
creator.
news stations to work for certain news stations, they've asked me my political affiliation, specifically Faux News has asked me
Okay.
who I voted for and who I'm registered with. And
Okay,
sorry, that's
well-
my Theragun in the background because my back
You can
hurts.
put that you're a
Apologize.
groiper on your resume. There's nothing that says that you can't put you're a groiper on your resume.
Wait, real quick. I'm gonna leave. I'm sorry. Can
Yeah.
this is the teacher in me because my kids. I live in I work. Anyway. I work in a blue collar area, so a lot of the kids don't want to go to college. Which college ain't for everybody. That's cool. But why did you decide not to go to college?
Well, I'm not gonna just want to argue and say college is a scam, but I obviously one college is a lot of money and a lot of debt as well, and it could be a debate if it's a scam or not. And I think that I can just get a regular job without needing to go to college. I don't think college would have been a good
What
experience.
industry do you want to work in?
I didn't like well, I'm learning to become a plumber, but I didn't like whatchamacallit. High school, and I don't think I would have been very good in college either. But just a few reasons.
That's awesome. We need people in trades. That's a respectable life decision to go into to a trade school or to become an apprentice. That's respectable. There's nothing wrong with that. The college formal education and sitting down at a desk and writing papers just isn't for everybody, and that's not going to serve you if you want to go into plumbing. You writing an essay on fucking P-traps is not going to make you a better plumber. You know what I mean? Like, that
And
just-
also I was 14 at one point, and I did listen to Andrew Tate saying that college is a scam. So that's what kind of started it.
So
Please stop
yeah,
listening
so
to
that's,
him, man.
I was hoping that you didn't say that. I was like, okay, this guy's blue cut. So check it
No,
out.
no, well,
My
that's not
first
the
year-
reason. That's not the reason, but
Proving my
so-
point, dude. You've been indoctrinated
no.
by the red and black pill for years.
No, that's not the reason. But I'm
You're-
sure that's what he
You're
was
taking
hoping.
life advice
but-
for somebody who got their money exploiting women. Please don't do
check it
that.
out. So
Please
there's
don't do that.
and then I'm about to leave. 'Cause I'm gonna go look for Pokemon cards. But
Hey,
my
who's your favorite
first-
Pokemon?
Oh yeah, like I've been on a Pokemon hunt with my daughter for the past since December, so almost 6 months.
Who's your
but-
favorite Pokemon?
Oh, my favorite is Arcanine. I like dogs and I like fire types.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah.
All right,
And I'm
that's
a
cool.
I'm a
That's
Gen 1
good
guy.
choice.
So my first year at this school, I taught seniors. I don't teach sophomores now, but that was 5 years ago. Dude said he wanted to be a plumber, and in that time, in 5 years, he went to, I guess, plumbing school, whatever you call it. We have a real good C-Tech program and stuff like that, and he owns his own plumbing business. That's cool, great. I had some people that did not want to go to college because they did see it as a scam. I see it as more of an investment. You know, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But my argument is always, if you go to college, you can still, like, nothing says you go to college and you can't be a plumber. You can do both, and it just gives you more options. It's kind of like hunting or being in a situation where you would rather have a pew pew and not need it than need a pew pew and not have it. But what you said about college being a scam, I think that is a narrative that is pushed, because when you go to college, people think that college is liberal. And there's liberal indoctrinations. But the thing with college that people don't like to talk about is when you go to college, no matter where you're from, you're going to be around everybody. It's like a microcosm of the real world.
And that's not why I avoided it.
Races and ideas. I had somebody I went to college with said he didn't meet his first black person until he went to college, and he was like brought up racist, and he met black person like, oh, they're cool. And so the whole idea though, it's liberal. It's like, it's not liberal. It's just that you meet people and can ideally form your own thoughts and beliefs and ideas about people versus being told what to do and what to think. Like, I teach English, and I always say, I don't care what you believe, that's up to you, but I at least want you to be able to read on your own and formulate your own thoughts and opinions, so that when you have your own thoughts and opinions, you can defend them versus just listening to some guy. But I do also hate that you, like, somewhere along the line, what it sounds like is a teacher made education and learning suck for you. And that's just really unfortunate. I hate when teachers do that and they make kids afraid to come to school. So on behalf of good teachers everywhere, I apologize. But, I would say to not just put all your eggs in one basket, because teenagers, love y'all, are not historically known for their good decision making. So, I mean, if you want to be blue collar,
Don't listen to felons. Don't listen to felons about education. I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Okay.
Well, but anyways, man, I wish you the best when you walk across
Yeah,
that
thank you.
stage. I hope the rest of your life is just full of, I don't know, rainbows and sunshine, bro. But yeah, y'all have a good one. I'm about to go see if they have any Pokemon in here. But y'all take it easy.
Go catch them all.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Give me a Psyduck. He's ridiculous, and I love that.
But
in all seriousness, congratulations on graduating high school. That is it. That is an amazing milestone that everybody accomplishes. So good luck to you moving forward. But genuinely, I challenge you. See what it does to you. Listen to people who have just the most opposing viewpoints you can find from these men that you hold in high regard and take their word for gospel, and see what they say. And then come back here and we'll have a conversation about it. But most importantly, choose people to listen to and to idolize and to look up to whose goal is not causing harm. It'll make you a better person.
Yeah, I gotta go as well too. But one of the last points I wanted to say, especially with what that last guy was talking about, is that there's almost guaranteed there's always gonna be bad and almost anyone and everyone. And like he said, like the kids, like he sees like racist signs, and he thinks that they're probably fans of Nick Fuentes, and that's not me, you know what I mean? And I think that it's important to take the good part of everybody and use that as what you're educating yourself to, what you're learning, and instead of one focusing on the bad. But yes, there are bad characters.
Sure, but I don't know anything about Nick Fuentes that's good. He just causes harm through racist rhetoric. He causes harm towards women. I mean, if you can tell me something good about Nick Fuentes, I would love to hear it, but I just don't see that. And it may be something that I'm missing. So is there something good about Nick Fuentes as a person that you could articulate?
Are you a Christian?
I am not. I grew up Catholic.
Okay. Go ahead. That's cool.
Nothing that Jesus says aligns with Nick Fuentes.
Okay,
I
no.
can assure you that.
No, well, he's a firm believer in Christ.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he actually practices what he he's not practicing Christianity.
Is that not a good thing that he's a believer? If
Jesus was a Jew, my guy.
Yeah. We're talking about modern day
Jewish people.
Look how he talks about Jewish people. He talks about modern day Jews, not like the freaking.
But Jesus was Jewish. You can't be Christian and vilify Jewish people when Jesus was.
Okay.
Jewish.
Yes. Jeffrey Epstein was an amazing person because he was Jewish, and Jesus was a Jew. So we all love. We are Jeffrey Epstein. Exactly. The Jewish people here are talking about aren't the God's chosen people.
Them being
was Jeffrey Epstein
is irrelevant.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the part that's like a disconnect. Okay. Like if you want to sit here and observe people's behaviors, I mean, my thing is find your line in the sand, right? Because like, let's say someone offers you $1 billion tomorrow if you, I don't know, punch a cute little koala in the face or something.
Punch a baby in the face.
Right. I'm saying like, yeah, find your line in the sand, because if Nick Fuentes is saying something highly problematic one day and then he's saying something you resonate with the next day, where's your line in the sand that says, actually, that's an intolerable level of abusive language? I don't care what other thing he believes in, because he's not actually preaching about any Catholic or Christian ideal that he's living by.
Well, how about this for an example, too, before you go, Elle? I'm Noelle. That's even funnier because my name is the antithesis of your name. But needless to say, it's so funny. I'm sorry. I want to tell you a little bit about me and like a elevator pitch. I'm 41 years old. I live in New York, and I care about human rights. I want people of all races, all genders, all ethnicities, all cultures, all religions to live in harmony and have equal rights. Am I a good person?
Like, can you
just with what you know about me, wanting every human to have equal rights and to be happy and healthy and to live. Do you think that makes me a good person?
Sure.
I'm Jewish. Does that change your opinion on me?
No.
You have to think about it?
That's a problem.
No.
That's exactly, you just exemplified my point.
I want to talk to your mom.
Not because you're Jewish, but the modern Jewish activities that you may practice could be a problem. But like I said, I gotta go. And
quick question before you go.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Quick question before you go, Elle. Do you watch The Boys?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, never mind that.
All right, Elle, I hope you have a good rest of your day.
The last episode was crazy.
For the love of God, please stop listening.
We can talk later if you want.
Yeah, for sure. Let's connect and we'll talk.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
All right. Have a good day.
Amanda, you should watch The Boys. That
show.
No,
I can't watch that show. It's disgusting.
It is crazy, but it's like a parody of
MAGA
and Democrats and whatnot. So it's just crazy.
It's insane what they're doing right now. It's insane. It's so good though.
Yeah.
The irony of it's like the irony. I know enough about like kind of where it's all been headed that, you know, it's pointing out the irony that so often these people will side with the villain and they don't even realize that it's a villain.
They're
it's
getting screwed up.
Yeah.
Hi, Anomaly. Well, I think we had a good conversation with TBD. But L is somebody who we'll have to talk to a little bit more. Just if you're a graper, or even if you don't consider yourself a graper, but you hold Nick Fuentes to this high regard, I'm going to challenge you to do the same thing. Think about the things he says about certain groups, and think about the harm that it may cause. And then ask yourself, do I want to cause harm? And if the answer is no, then Nick Fuentes is not the person for you. If the answer is yes, then ew, but you're right where you belong. And that's sad.
And Andrew Tate, what?
If you want to be effective, pushy, repellent, please keep following Nick Fuentes, because that is what you want to be, an incel. If that's what you look up to, I want to be like that. I want to
The
be
problem
pushy.
is they don't get any pussy. That's why they follow him in the
What
first
I'm
place.
saying, if you keep following him, you're definitely never gonna get any. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
I don't think that they understand either. Like, they think incel is like this cuss word towards them, and it's really not. But I don't think that they understand that the word incel is short for involuntarily celibate. I don't think
Anomaly,
that
not the In Vogue reference. Hell yes. I love it. I love it.
Never gonna get it. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, shit.
Don't ruin your lives, young men. The inevitable conclusion to that road is the Nuremberg trials. Come on, just follow it to its natural conclusion. It's not worth it.
I promise y'all, if y'all start treating women better and you listen to the things that women in your life are saying and take their advice, your life is going to be so much better. You're going to have better relationships with people. You're going to have
You're gonna get
stronger
laid more too.
friendships. You're going to get laid more, for sure. But you'll have better relationships with people, more fulfilling relationships with people. It's so unfortunate, you know, that we see so many of these young men who believe these things. I can't even like pinpoint an exact word that I want to call these viewpoints that these other men have in such high regard, when they take women out of the equation and then expect women to want to be a part of the conversation. Like, if you're removing women's wants, needs, feelings, access to health care, if you're removing all of that stuff from the conversation, women don't want to have a relationship with you. Not a meaningful one, not a connected one. Even the MAGA women, right? Their relationships with their significant others are not as fulfilling as they could be because they don't listen to women.
And I'm sorry, MAGA women, I don't want to say anything bad about women, but they're not as pretty as Democrat women. Let's just be honest about that.
Well,
They also don't do as many things in the bedroom. Just saying.
Actually, MAGA men have been undercover trying to say they didn't vote so they can date liberal women. It was
I
actually
told you what
article.
happened with that guy that asked me out at work, right?
No, what happened?
He wouldn't
Spell
tell
the
me who he
T,
voted
spell the
for.
T.
He wouldn't tell me who he voted for, and when he finally told me who he voted for, which was Trump, I was like, I won't. No, I don't. Like, we had plans to go on a date, and I was like, absolutely not. Absolutely
Wow,
not.
I would have loved to be a fly on the wall and see his reaction after that.
Just not
He's like-
answering or saying you didn't vote is just as bad.
Oh, I knew. As soon as he said, like, why?
Amanda,
Why do
I
you wanna
have to
know?
send you the 17 text messages that were paragraphs long from a guy that I was going to go on a date with when he told me he voted for Trump, and me saying, I'm sorry, but I don't date Trump supporters. Him reading me for filth, trying to be like, you're limiting yourself. This is why you're single. Like the beratement that he gave me just for saying, I'm sorry, I don't date Trump supporters in these messages. It was the most epic tantrum I think I've ever seen a grown ass man throw in my life. I almost should make a video about it, but I don't want to embarrass him. But oh my God, it was hilarious.
No, make a video.
He didn't throw a tantrum. You know, he asked me, well, why? And I told him. And I told him it was even more disappointing to me that as a healthcare provider, he would side with a political party that wants to remove people's access, or has effectively removed people's access to care. And, you know, I feel like he's one of those guys that we have up here on the panel, right? When I say, like, there are certain people that you can reach, he's one of those. But I'm not going to date him to do it. Like, that's not going to happen. I in my life, have dated enough men to fix them that run is over. Like, that's not going to happen. But he did say that given the current situation and the current climate, he would not vote for him again. But, like, bruh.
I thought you
Still
had
won't date him.
I thought you were in a relationship. Are you poly? Open?
Jeff and I are legally married, but we're not together.
She's my girlfriend.
You get to have your cake and eat it too.
You missed it. Wait, you missed it yesterday when I was live. Was it yesterday? I said Jeff was in the shower and I called him and he answered. I said, I'm going to tell Jeff that we're getting divorced and I'm going to be a lesbian now. And people didn't believe me. So I called Jeff and he answered. He was in the shower. I was like, can we get divorced so I can be a full-time lesbian? And he was like, I guess. Tony was there. Tony heard that phone call. And we talked about it later too when I was offline, and he's like, "You already like pretty much are. I don't know why you would even call me and ask me that." No, but Jeff and I are very, very good friends. We just went on vacation together, and we're figuring out life. But we're good friends. We're legally married. He doesn't even live in the country. He lives in Belgium. He moved.
How was your what was it, Barbados you guys went to? How was your trip?
Dominican Republic. It was great. We had a fantastic
Hey, yo, that's
time.
my
And nobody
country.
died. Yeah,
What?
he's
That's my
Dominican
country.
too. He's Dominican too. He's from Mao.
Oh, nice. I love
Yeah,
Mao.
he's from Mao.
You said
Tiny little
unalive?
town Mao.
Nobody
Oh,
unalive?
yeah,
Is
the
that what you
last
said?
time I was in Dominican Republic in January, I had to do CPR on another hotel guest and they died.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my gosh. What a
Yeah.
fucking traumatic.
That's terrible.
So traumatic.
What did they
I
die
mean, I
from?
work in healthcare, so like, she had a heart attack. I
Well,
work in
I need a
healthcare, so it's not the
resuscitation.
first time. It's not the first time that I've done CPR. But lately, I don't know what's going on. I got a black cloud, so don't code around me, okay?
What's a black cloud?
What's a black cloud?
Like a
rain
negative.
cloud.
Yeah,
Like
like
rain cloud.
negative energy is following you. Yeah.
I gotcha.
How's your foot, by the way, Gimpy?
Do you guys, oh my god. I'm gonna show
Did you
y'all.
bedazzle it yet? Did you bedazzle?
She has a new one now.
I put
What
stickers on it.
happened?
It's
Was
so
it from your
swollen.
trip?
Oh no.
Did you see the bruising on the bottom? I need a pedicure, but
Oh
I can't
yeah.
get one.
No. You guys don't understand. She messaged me probably right after this happened. And I was like, okay, I need x-rays. I want to see photos of the bruising. I want to see what's going on. And she's like, why? I'm like, dude, this is what I do for a living. I need to study this. Like, I do wounds and makeup. So thankful for my friends that send me wound pictures. You're muted, Amanda.
I'm gonna send
Amanda,
you a
you're
picture of my
muted.
foot right now
Oh.
so you can study my
Yeah,
stage of
baby.
bruising.
Feet pics all day.
My little sausage toe.
For free, for free.
What?
For free, dude. For free. We're friends.
When you're nice.
Jossie just got her nails done for her birthday. Her birthday's tomorrow. If y'all want to send Jocelyn a birthday gift, the green app and the blue app are both Amanda informed. I'll make sure she gets it.
Yeah.
They look so good.
Let me see.
Show them your nails. This way.
Oh my goodness. Look how beautiful.
I love them.
Wait,
I wanna go to
what
her
is the
birthday.
face on that? Are those Fortnite nails? Stop it.
Noelle said, are they Fortnite nails?
It's blue and yellow.
Yeah, they're blue and yellow.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to send her a
RJ,
birthday
shut
gift,
up.
or my son a graduation gift, it is more than welcome. They would really appreciate it so they can go spend their money on shit like sneakers and gas.
And shitty Gucci bags. Oops.
Oh my gosh, it's a gift now. That's wild.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Dude, hey, everyone's getting a gas card for Christmas.
Thank you so
I
much,
had
Gray. Gray, big W to Gray in the chat. I will split it up between the children evenly and tell them that you sent them both congratulations and a happy birthday. Thank you.
I'm gray, by the way.
Well, thank you very much.
Of course.
WWW.
I will
Could
split it up
somebody
evenly
block
between the
this
children.
MAGA RJ O'Core? Oh, he's such a MAGA.
I don't see him.
RJ is the cool. No,
I'm
he's a
just
RJ
kidding.
O'Core.
I'm kidding. I know he's my friend.
But
He
I don't
likes
even
to
see
he
him.
likes
What
to
does he say?
antagonize me in the comments. He said I protested Zoran's win and called it fake news. He said he said I voted for John McCain. He said I live in Long Island.
I can't even see RJ. I know who RJ Core is, but I can't see
You
them.
can't see his comments?
No.
Maybe
No, actually, Curtis.
moderators.
Okay, I see him now. I see him now. I found him now. Noel voted for John McCain.
Curtis Lewa.
You better not.
Curtis Lewa.
Dear God.
Curtis
Can
is
we
actually kinda cool.
can we get W Mamdani in the chat? The man balanced our budget in 6 months. Like
Heck yeah.
what, $13 billion and put us at a net positive? Like, bro, socialism works and New York is showing y'all. I'm
It wasn't
sorry.
even 6 months. It was 133 days.
Yup.
That's right. Your favorite op is here, Noel.
Can we get
It's done
W's in the
done.
chat for Iceman? Album of the decade, album of the millennium, best album of all time.
Who the
Can we
fuck
get
is
W's
that?
in the chat for that?
Who is that?
Who the fuck is that?
This is a picture depicted by fucking Drake at the gold with the gold like iced out Michael Jackson glove.
The best
and then our dumbass president
ever.
actually took that photo and put a MAGA chain in it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that happened, but
What a fucking weirdo.
yeah, that's unfortunate. But when his race was being bashed by Democrats didn't say anything about that.
Who's
When they were
race was
saying
being
Drake,
bashed?
when they were
you say
talking about the color of
Democrats.
Drake's skin, when Kendrick Lamar and all the Democrats
was
were talking
talking
about
about
Drake's
that?
skin color,
Is this MAGA?
that's the same
Do we
reason
know
that
him?
they said
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It's the same reason they said it about Kamala. Was
Sure.
because they said it about Drake
Cool.
first.
Why are you
I
yelling
don't even
and
know that.
defending a Pete
All right,
video?
done.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Oh,
done.
yeah.
I'm done. I'm done with done. I forgot all about YouTube because we haven't been on YouTube in so long. Hi, YouTube. I'm so sorry. I forgot all about you guys. My
Oh
bad.
no, not YouTube getting ignored.
I did turn on the phone line for you, YouTube, if you guys want to call in and have a conversation. They see a different background. Theirs says, why do you still support Republicans? We were talking about it's all men. We are going to switch back to why do you still support Republicans? Because that was our original conversation, but we had a whole bunch of misogyny happening, and I felt like we needed to address that.
I wanted to address the old man one. That's why I
What's
came
that?
on the board. I initially I didn't understand why he said all man. So I went online and I looked up the phrase, and I do agree with it. And I came up with an analogy because if let's say 98% of people that were bitten by an animal, it was by a dog. Every time that you see a dog, you should be concerned because 98% of people who have been bitten by an animal was a dog. It's not saying that all dogs are gonna bite you, but you should be concerned.
Aware. Alert.
Noelle, I just saw your text messages.
I wanted you to see it immediately to fuck you up, but
Diabolical. Here's my toe. I just sent you a foot pic.
oh shit. So that's actually a great way to look at it. I think that's a constant conversation. I don't think people understand that it starts with other men holding other men accountable for their actions. And I feel like too often men are too ashamed or afraid or worried about being uninvited to the baseball game if they were to call a man out for his misogynistic behavior. So
I agree with that.
yeah, I think that more men need to stand up. If they really want to protect women, they start within their own communities and stopping the men from being bad men. And that's partially by not blaming women for men's actions and behaviors either. Right? You're not protecting women by forcing us to give birth to children when we were raped. You're protecting women by teaching and stopping men from raping women. Right? That's how you protect women.
100%. I have been in 4 fights since I've been in the States, and 2 of them were me protecting women who were being abused by guys in the Bronx. I pretty much grew up in the Bronx for the most part.
Hell yeah, I'm in the East Village. Let's go. Come on, New York.
I wanna address a comment that was made on YouTube that said California spent $900 million to give inmates tablets at $2,000 a pop. Do you guys think that's a bad thing or a good thing?
I think that's a good thing.
I do too.
Is it
When
for
I'm looking at
educational
this
reasons?
Yep, I'm looking
that
at this
would-
program. The devices are designed to give access to rehabilitative programming, educational courses like Khan Academy, and facilitate services like commissary orders, grievances, and medical requests. I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, they're also able to send text messages, which are about 5 cents per message, send photos, participate in video calls with loved ones at a cost. I think it's a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with that.
So
I
these are
too think it's a good
state-run
thing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I too think it's a good thing as somebody who has been incarcerated, not for a long time, but when you come out, a lot of people are so thrown off with technology, and it feels like you come out into a whole new world, like that movie Blast from the Past. Like, it's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
But
Have
I
you
think
seen
there
that
needs to be
movie
a
ever?
balance though when it comes to that, because I work for corrections and I was in there, and some of these people had whole PlayStation 5s and they were like playing video games all day, and I was like, wow. And when COVID came around, all the inmates got masks, and then the people that work for corrections most likely didn't have masks because all of them were given to the inmates. We're not even supposed to call them inmates anymore. But
Well, the mask is essentially to protect people from you. So unless you were bringing in the virus, I don't think it really made a difference. Were you being tested regularly?
you did need to get tested, yes.
Yeah, so if you were getting tested, it's a different situation versus I don't think the inmates were being tested every day like you guys probably were, right? Because I was being tested every day in film and television in order to be able to go to work. And 3 times a week I had a PCR, and then 5 days a week I had a rapid, right? And it would just to be sure that if I'm getting on a film set, I'm not spreading, anywhere within the actors or with the people on the set. But I want to ask a question, Amanda, with these tablets. Do these prisons, are they for-profit prisons owned by Core and Geo Group, or are they state-run and state-funded?
I'm sorry. I know New York City or New York State has the tablets too, and they've had them for years.
Right. But I'm just curious, Amanda, are they for-profit prisons? Because if that's the case, Core and Geo Group is trying to make money off of those text messages at 5 cents per text,
Yes,
right?
they are making money off of it.
Yep. Well, if that's Core and Geo Group, that's them. That's a for-profit prison. Also, to remind everybody, Core, it's Core something and Geo Group, are also operating the majority of our detention centers and getting over $300 a day from our government to detain people that are actually in the process of legal citizenship or any kind of legal status within our country, and they are not deporting people but making hand over foot on these detentions. So when we're talking about money and incarcerations, I want you to understand that this administration preferably likes to enrich Core and Geo Group more than anything, no matter what.
So there are 2 different paths. There's Securus Technologies and ViaPath contract. There's 2 different contracts. And the costs are different between each contract. I will say ViaPath does offer some services for free. That would be internet radio, games like Candy Crush, ebook subscription, audiobook subscription, podcast subscriptions. Those are free. So they can listen to things for free. Now, things that are paid, telephone calls, they're either 19 cents or 16 cents a minute. Video calls are 16 cents a minute or 10 cents a minute. Text messages are 5 or 3 cents. Photos are 5 or 3 cents. They do get some free video calls, and I think having connection with the outside world is definitely an integral part of the rehabilitation process. If you really believe that people should be and can be rehabilitated, having connection with the outside world is paramount in that. But yeah, they're making money. They're making money off of this.
And not only that, Amanda, but if they are state run and the state is making money off of these things, it's paying them back for these devices, right? They eventually will balance out. And if they are for profit prisons, I mean, what are y'all mad about? We live in a capitalist society and you're all for this. So unless you're against for profit prisons, I don't see anyone being upset about this. The only problem I would have is if they weren't educational, because primarily if they're for education, that's rehabilitation, is by giving someone some kind of education while they're in.
Yeah, but playing PS5 it would be counterproductive if it's got a pew-pewing in it. That's just radicalizing And also, have you guys seen the statistics of reoffenders when predators get released, or the longer a predator gets released, heightens the possibility of reoffending? Did you guys know that?
You mean the longer
Talking about recidivism?
The longer they're released, or the longer they're incarcerated?
The longer they're incarcerated,
Yeah.
the more
Yeah, I
probability
knew
they will reoffend.
That
That's
makes total
crazy.
sense. Yeah,
It's
you don't
because
want
the
to be
rehabilitation's not happening in prison. That's what I was referring to. There's
They're
not
learning
actual
the crime
rehabilitation
scene.
like we do in other countries.
I mean, how do you expect people to, one, who have already had issues functioning in society, right? They've already,
Exactly.
that's what landed them in incarceration. They've already had issues functioning in society successfully. How do you expect them to reintegrate into society and be successful when they've already failed at that if there are not programs and steps in place and you're keeping them away from society longer? How do you expect that to happen?
We actually have to have, while people are incarcerated, ways to teach them something that gives them a benefit so they don't go back into whatever got them there in the first place, right? So giving them opportunities to educate, giving them opportunities to learn the wrongs of their doings, like something to actually teach and educate and build them up so when they go to be reintroduced into society, they can be a functioning member of society. Something we have here in New York is the Women's Prison Association. And what it is essentially is like almost like a halfway house when a woman gets out of prison to give her life skills, give her a step up, a leg up so that she's not just dumped back out to have to go back into whatever lifestyle she was in. I'm sorry?
Transitional living.
Right, exactly. And actually
They
go
have
there
that
and
for
I
men too.
teach. I go there. Yeah, I work with that one here in New York. So I go there and actually teach makeup to these women for interviews so that they can have like more appropriate for the workplace makeup for interviews, to get them into like back into the workforce rather than whatever they were doing before that got them locked up. Right. So it's something I offer as a free class just to help. And a lot of women want to come because they want to learn new technique. And I'm happy to do it because if it helps them, I want to help. And if they don't want to come, they don't have to go. It's not required of them, but it's an option, right? And that's like a silly small thing, right?
And I really can't wait for there to be a rehabilitation or transitional living for survivors of SA, survivors of trafficking, because there is nothing. And there's safe houses, but there's not many and there's not a lot.
And they're not all safe.
Exactly. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but like the Boys and Girls Club, these places that were intended to help the community, P3DOs and predators just rise in the ranks, and it turns into like a functioning. I don't even know what like you would call this. Like it's a organized machine of predators.
Somebody sent me this. Somebody sent me this. It's meant as a joke, but I'm going to read it out loud. Women will say they want to be equal to men and then refuse to commit 90% of violent crimes. I found that funny. I found that funny.
Just so that I'm being appropriate, Anomaly, could I ask your pronouns just so that I don't misgender you? I apologize.
She, her.
She, her. Okay,
or
great.
Or whatever.
Or they, them? No, just because I was looking at your bio about masculinity. I thought that was really interesting. I'd love to talk to you more about that. But and also, do you crochet? Because I knit. Oh my God, are we going to be best friends?
I don't crochet.
Wait,
I think what's wrong in this is, no, I was responding to someone with the name crochet.
Oh, never mind. Oops.
Yeah. But I
My
will say
daughter
that's
crochets.
why
She'll hang out with you.
I know. I love that.
The masculinity has we've lost the plot on it. Like, I don't think we know what masculinity is anymore. And if we're correlating masculinity with the testosterone, then and femininity with estrogen, then we both have both, and we both therefore should have an equal balance of both. Doing all the way right wing, rah, and all the way the other way is gender extremism. And I think it's beating your chest and peacocking is not being masculine. It's being insecure. And I just wish we should get in the same page on that. And I think that's why there's a male loneliness epidemic, because of the masculinity crisis.
Yep.
We have I can't ever say this, Anunnaki up here, who we know is an op. Anunnaki, what would you like to
It
add to
sounds
the
like a
conversation
Japanese
today?
corn name. I don't know why, but go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Oh no,
drop you guys.
that's
Thank you so much for
some
having me.
shit.
Bye,
Be safe.
Taino. Have a good rest of your day.
See you.
Hello, Amanda. How you doing on this fine day?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, that's beautiful to hear. I'm great too.
What would you like to add to the conversation today?
Why do you still support Republicans? Why not? I mean, do I live in a
Because they're
democratic state?
trash.
Yeah, I live in a democratic city, and I mean, it's all right. Like, the food's good and all that, but there's a homeless problem. The infrastructure is pretty shitty. A lot
Do
of
you guys
useless
want to know
things being
something?
built.
Do you guys want to know
What?
something about me that you may
Yeah,
not
tell me.
already know?
Tell me.
I can make a male peacock noise. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course. I don't know what I was
They
hoping
run
to
around
hear,
my mom's
but-
house in Winter Park, Amanda, all the time.
They're just out there
Because
going,
they're known in Winter Park. Yeah. Let's go on a peacock hunt next time I'm in Florida.
No,
can I
when I
just-
was in Dominican Republic, I was chasing a peacock doing that. He was like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?"
I knew.
Yo,
I'm
what's
not
good?
gonna.
Yo,
Yeah.
what's good, man?
What city do you? I'm not a man. I'm a woman. Hi. What city do you live in?
No, that's it. Oh, my bad. I live in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. And you're saying
Yeah.
the infrastructure is bad out there?
Yeah, in a lot of places, it's not the best.
What do you consider to be the infrastructure?
What do you mean?
What is the
The
infrastructure?
buildings, the trains, the transportation, all that.
Public transportation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And who gets? Where does funding for infrastructure from cities come from?
Taxes.
But what part of our government gives that to the cities?
The federal.
Right. Department of Transportation. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And who is the head of Department of Transportation right now?
Amanda.
No, it's Sean Duffy, the real world road rules star. So I think if you have a problem with infrastructure, you probably should send him a letter. Yeah.
So when they're trying to build a high speed rail and it's like gonna cost upwards of $100 billion, that's on the whatever.
Sean Duffy, Department of
It's on.
Transportation.
It's his fault,
Yes.
and people squandering the money.
Who's squander? And they can't squander money that's been allocated by the federal government. It has to
$100
all be
billion.
accounted for.
$100
It
billion.
has to be allocated for. Yes.
That's not how it works. You think okay, the people that are responsible for actually building it are in California.
Yes, when the federal government writes a check to a state for infrastructure, there is an accountability they have to have for what they're doing, a balance report. They have to show their work and say what they're going to use it for and then prove it.
Yeah, but
That's
obviously that's not
literally,
happening, or they're bullshitting. People
well,
could
not by
bullshit.
the Republicans, no. But during Joe Biden's term, we had a whole live active map showing all the infrastructure that he was doing with his whole, God, what was it called? The plan. And now my brain is going to have a
The
moment, Amanda.
bipartisan infrastructure bill.
The bipartisan infrastructure. There
the
you
one,
go.
The one you mean that Republicans didn't want to happen, and then after it happened, they
Yes.
were like, "I did that," but they didn't actually do that.
Yeah.
That one.
Or like in your state, Amanda, where your governor decided to only take half the money and then blame the Democrats for not getting enough money.
Right.
Remember? Because he didn't
Yeah,
want
I
Joe
remember
Biden's money. Yeah, that was funny. And then built two
So
new airports with it, which
Build
was really
back
great.
better.
Thank God for Orlando and Miami having their airports redone because we needed that for tourism.
So in what world is $100 billion gonna
By the
equal?
way, Amanda, I love you as a news anchor. I think that you should. You got options,
You heard
girl.
that? You heard that? Oh man, I do a pretty interesting news anchor voice, but our friend Teacup, my daughter wants me to do it. What do you want me to say as a news anchor?
He's going to look up the Build Back Better bill is what he's going to do.
Coming up tonight at 6 p.m., we'll talk about Triceratops. I sleep with this every night.
He's so cute.
Here's today's news in 60 seconds or less. That's my little Tristan. Oh, you want me to wear
And
the
I
red
do a
hat?
flight
Okay.
attendant
Wait,
voice.
I just looked it up. So the high speed rail, there's also state elements going into it. The state also provides money to it besides from the federal government. So it's not just the federal government; it's also California too.
And how did they squander the money that you mentioned?
How does $100 billion equal that little something that's not even halfway complete?
Sir, do you not understand how money works?
Clearly not, because how the fuck are you spend $100 billion and not get shit done?
What did you study in
Inflation.
college? What did you study in college?
I didn't go to college. I made
You
an
didn't go to
OnlyFans.
college. You made an OnlyFans?
Yeah, I'm an OnlyFans. Yep, I'm an OnlyFans model.
Oh, no. Okay.
Hi,
That's
sister.
funny.
How are you?
So,
I'm Syria Rafiji. Please, 5 minutes
hi,
from Syria.
Sam. Okay. That's great. Would
Yeah.
anybody like to explain? Because I think I've been monopolizing the panel, and I don't want to do
So
that.
building an
Would they like
overpass
to?
costs $100 million.
I'm not
Wait,
talking to you.
you
You and I have been
Noelle, you're
talking.
fine.
I want to
Noelle,
give
I'll
someone
stop
else.
you. I'll stop you if I want to interject. Go ahead.
Okay. So please explain to me, how does money work when given to a city to build a project? Is there open transparency of where that money is being spent, or are people squandering it? And what are they squandering it
But
on? Can you give me any proof that the city of LA has squandered that money on something other than the cost of that high-speed rail?
so in your mind, it's feasible that $100 billion could build
Can we remember
that
Can we
minuscule of
remember the fire that just happened as well? Can we factor the LA fire in?
what's that to do with anything? That wasn't even close to there. You mean wait, which fire are you talking about?
Are you serious right now?
Which fire?
The fire in LA that destroyed like miles of houses, dude.
You mean Palisade? The Palisades one?
The hellfire. Yeah. I was gonna say
That
the
wasn't even
hell
close
fire.
to where the rail was being built, though.
But I don't understand why we're talking about a blue states rail infrastructure. You're on mute, love.
Yeah,
I know,
I'm
I was
bringing
talking
that
to my
up
daughter.
because Democratic states love squandering money, and they love
But
having
on
needles on the
what?
floor and everything. They
What
love
did they
homeless.
squander it on, dude?
I
They
think
love
it's
homeless
important to
people.
maybe understand what your definition of squander is. What is your definition
Yeah.
of squander?
Finesse the people. Take a little bit.
Finesse.
Let's say you provided $100, right, to build something, right? You'll use like 75 for the project, and then take the other part that you're not supposed to be taking, and then pocket it.
That's called embezzlement, not squander.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Embezzlement. They're embezzling
And
the
there's no proof of
state
that
and
either.
federal government.
Who is committing this embezzlement?
You, Amanda, you're committing it because you're
Well,
supporting
she
the
lives in
Democrats.
Florida, so I don't know how that
Florida's also
works.
Democratic. Damn
Florida
near.
is not. Ron DeSantis is a Republican,
Well,
bro.
all the rednecks in Florida and the north.
This is wild. This is wild. Oh
For
wow.
those of you who are asking about my hat, this is from the Don't Project. Don't Project, you can find them on Instagram and you can get their lovely merch. I have a shirt too, but I'm not changing my shirt right now. They sent it to me. It's from the Don't Project.
Oh,
so
Love it. It's very cute. Vanessa, I will say, and I will agree with whatever this guy's name is, that Florida has been blue at least twice in my lifetime. They did vote for Obama twice in 2 different elections. I was pretty proud of Florida in that moment, and I had hoped that Florida would be blue. But unfortunately, Donald Trump has won the last 3 elections in Florida with less and less every year, in my opinion. I believe so. Ballotpedia may disagree with me. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, I did hope for Florida to be more blue. But unfortunately, it is more. Did you hear me say blue like that? Because I sounded like I was talking to my dog. Blue.
Well, and unfortunately, it's only getting worse because of the gerrymandering that just took place with the mid-decade redistricting, which is actually against the Florida Constitution. We voted on that and said that we do not want that in the state, but they did it anyway. So that is up for legal challenges. Mark Elias, I believe, is one of the leading attorneys on that case where they have sued the state of Florida for violating the state constitution.
Gerrymandering is bad when they do it, but not when we do it.
California, I pulled it up, and California's recent infrastructure investments are dramatically reducing greenhouse gas emissions,
That's bullshit.
increasing electric grid reliability, and creating hundreds of thousands of union jobs.
That's bullshit, bro. If you go to LA, the city
You
yellow.
cannot sit here on a panel
yellow.
like this and be like, nah.
I live there. You don't live there. How the fuck do you know?
Bro, I'm a Cali native.
No, you're not. You don't like
Also,
shit.
if you
You
live
can
there,
tell
don't
by
like
the
you
shit.
way
say
they
I live.
talk.
Wait, no.
You
But
sound
if he
California.
lived there, Amanda, if he lived there, he wouldn't say I live there. He'd say I live here because that's how we refer to the place where
You
we
could ask
live,
me anything about
not
LA and I'll tell you.
there.
Like
That's
what?
how I know you're full of shit, dude.
So,
Where do you
I
live?
can prove to you I'm
Like
from
3
LA. Like
hours
what?
away from LA or what?
No, I was born in North Hollywood.
What is the
Sure.
name of the hill? What is the name of the hill that the Hollywood sign sits on?
Hollywood Hills? What do you mean? I don't know. No one cares about
Bruh.
that. No one cares about that. Like what?
So, can I make a small, teeny, tiny concession to you, dude? So,
What?
the one thing I will say is, I understand the frustration you feel when you see homeless people on the street, but then you hear about a $400 billion budget for a speed rail. I get that, where it's like, okay, but like, are we fully taking care of our own if there's still these issues happening? I'm sure that's where you're going with it, which is why I would like to, kind of introduce you to this concept of what's called socialism, where you elect leaders that are more likely to be progressive in nature so that they can fund the people first. And they will only invest in these projects if, the wealthy are contributing more to them.
Also,
Well, I don't agree with that.
expanding infrastructure like high-speed rail creates jobs.
Socialism is like is
True.
gay. Socialism is gay.
Bro, using gay as an insult is not socially acceptable.
Oh no.
We don't do that.
I am also
No.
gay, so I am socialism.
Well, I'm not using gay in that type of way. Gay could also mean boring or like
We
dumb.
are socialism.
Yeah, we don't use gay
We
as an insult.
we are
My
plural
fault.
as
My
in
bad.
socialism.
Well, I don't agree with socialism. I think we should go back.
Especially as someone who's from Cali and Hollywood. The fuck you.
Right.
Where North Hollywood's
What part
not
of socialism?
a uppity
What part
area.
of socialism is bad?
Because he lives in Oklahoma.
I don't live in no damn Oklahoma. I live in LA.
Oklahoma. What part of socialism is bad? That was my tism.
Yeah. Socialism is bad because you're basically begging people for money. It's like
How old are
panhandling.
you? How old are
It's
you?
not at all what socialism is.
Can you
man.
please tell
I'm
me how
old.
old you are?
Yeah, I'm
How
over
old
20.
are you?
I'm over
No,
20.
you're not. No, you're not. You're
Yes, I am.
19.
I think
Prove it.
previously
Prove
he said
I'm
he
not.
was 22. What year were you born?
DM me your
2004.
OF so I can see how old you are.
My OF. You want to subscribe to me or what?
I mean, I can probably verify your age if you have one. So there's that.
Yeah, everyone has an age.
That's the stupidest statement I've ever heard.
No, I mean, is it not true?
Everyone
has
has an age.
And
Yeah.
and air is dry and sand is
Well, air
coarse.
is not dry. though.
Everyone has an age.
Air's not dry. Air's not
Everyone
dry.
Yes, air is
Everyone
in
has
fact
a
dry.
nose.
No, it's not.
Humidity would be the
Air's not. What is air
contributing
made of?
factor
What's air made of? What's air made of?
It's moist over here.
Oh, it's moist, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's not dry. It's moist.
That's humidity, friend.
Can y'all
That's
stop? I'm gonna
humidity.
puke.
That's water particles in the air. That's not.
Well, water's not a real
air in
thing, but
of
alright.
itself.
Water is
Wait,
not a
water's
real
not
thing.
real?
Water's not a
Oh
thing.
my
Water's
God!
not
Only
done.
the
Bro.
Republicans. Only the you know. I
Republicans
heard a
are on average-
Republican.
they're
I heard a
smarter, they're more
Republican say
active.
that facts are low quality things.
Facts are
I'll
feelings,
never
bro.
forget
Facts
it.
are not
I'll
feelings. Facts are
never
not
forget.
Ugh,
Facts.
You guys need
Do
to
you
watch
think
Ben
facts are
Shapiro.
low quality things?
You guys need to watch Ben Shapiro Mind Games if y'all really want
Fuck
to learn
you,
about this
God. I
shit.
don't want to hear
I
what you
prefer
gotta
to
say.
listen to
You're
men who
trying-
have their testicles descended. That's just me.
Not the incel culture.
Aziz, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Aziz is a Syrian refugee, so it's totally up to you if you want him on panel.
Hey, no. Bye.
What?
No. All right. Well, we're not doing that today because once I let one of them up, they all come up. Let's do a quick restart. We'll probably do like another hour. Guys, when we come back, you need to tap. We're only at 62K likes, which is abysmal. We've been on for 2 hours and 27 minutes. Rude. The gifts need to go up. Like, I know that you guys love having these conversations and hearing the back and forth, but if you're not contributing, like, we're not going to go anywhere. You're just going to get a whole bunch of us yapping about shit that we all agree on. So you have to tap, you have to gift. The Go Populars are penny gifts. They help boost the live. You have to comment. Like, you got to be active participants. Otherwise, this doesn't go to the FYP, and there's just 118 of us with the same fucking viewpoints conversing with one another. And that doesn't make for interesting banter, to say the least.
Yeah.
I mean, we can find something that we disagree on, like my Gucci wallet.
Jesus Christ. There's so many things wrong with that wallet. That is the most MAGA looking bag I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and I'm gonna sell it for a markup to a MAGA person.
There you go. Do it. Get that money, girl.
See? Thank you
Also,
for the
if
money
you-
gun.
Also,
ahead.
people follow Amanda. Follow her. Follow Amanda before she restarts. Sorry.
Did you guys hear about that guy who I think he was from another country and he pretended to be MAGA down on their luck and raised like thousands of dollars?
Dude, I'm gonna start doing that.
Yes.
And then donate it to Planned Parenthood.
Yes.
Yes.
No. Even
Wait, did I
better
tell
than
you?
better than Planned Parenthood. Hold on. We're gonna donate to the National Abortion Fund Network. That's better than Planned Parenthood.
That is better.
Because they help people get out of states that they don't have access to care that they need access to. They help get them the care that they need. And then we'll cut a little off the top for Planned Parenthood, because Planned Parenthood also does different things besides abortion care. Go ahead, Noelle.
They do general health care in general. I told you what I did the other day when I was driving by the Planned Parenthood in my Uber, right?
No, what did you do?
I said to my Uber driver, I said, hold on, when you go by this street, can you just like slow down so I can look? And he goes, sure. So he's slowing down as I'm looking out the window, and I'm looking at the front entrance of the Planned Parenthood, looking for any kind of anti-protesters. And he goes, like anti-people, like anti-AB people, essentially. Yeah. And he goes, what were you doing? I'm like, I was just checking to make sure no one's out there, so I didn't have to get out of the car quick and put some boot to throat. And he goes, I would have totally pulled over for you to get out and just beat the. And I said, listen, I used to pink vest. I haven't done it in a while, but I still, whenever I get the itch and I just walk by, I do what I gotta do.
Yeehaw! Why am I getting so many cowboy hats right now? Thank you,
Because
Tony.
people want you to yeehaw while I'm talking about putting boot to throat. I mean, I don't know.
There's a snake in my boot. All right, let's do a quick restart.
My Uber
When we
driver
come
was
back-
fully an ally. We love him for it. So
I love that shit. We're gonna do a quick restart, y'all. All come back. Don't fucking squirrel. When we come back, we're gonna tap to 100 fucking K. That is the goal. We're gonna tap this shit out of this screen so we can hit 100K likes. We're gonna get a whole bunch of people in here. We're gonna do all the things. Tony, I appreciate you. Everybody, W Tony in the chat. Make sure you're following me. Here's your last chance. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about why people still support Republicans. If you are on YouTube or Twitch, go nowhere because the stream will continue. We're just restarting on TikTok. And also, if you are on YouTube or Twitch, the phone line is open. You can call in and have a discussion. So let's do a quick restart. I'll see you guys in a second.
BK do crime.
BK do crime. All right, TikTok is gone. We got YouTube and Twitch. Y'all don't go anywhere. We're gonna re-go live so you guys can hear this conversation. But you are more than welcome to join the conversation by calling in. I do have the phone line open. I see that you guys just called. I opened the phone line up for you now. It is not on Do Not Disturb. Y'all can call in. The number is 407-494-4348. I typically put it on Do Not Disturb when we have guests on the panel who have opposing viewpoints so that we're not like all yelling over each other. But when it's friendlies, I don't mind if y'all call. That doesn't matter. I actually encourage you to call at that point. So 404-494-4348 is the number that you guys can call in if you are on YouTube and Twitch and you want to participate in the discussion. And TikTok, everybody, welcome back. If you have not sent your heart me yet today, send a heart me. Join the Chaos Caucus in our shenanigans and tomfoolery. I would appreciate you guys doing so. Tap that screen. We're at 296K likes. Let's get up to 8K likes as fast as we possibly can, because that tells TikTok that you're like, yes, I fucking love it here. We're doing cool shit. I want to hang out. And then it sends it to more people, so more people come and hang out. And also, if you missed it, just in case you missed it, I can sound like a peacock. While we're waiting for all of our friends to come back, if you guys missed the live the other day, I do have a new PC where I can multi-stream, thank God. And we redid the soundboard, so we have some new stuff on the soundboard. New things on the soundboard include this. And also my favorite, when an op is just running their mouth yappity smappity. Okay, Atropos. And then of course we have our songs, but I can't play Iran, the Flock of Seagulls song. I can't play that song. You guys can't hear it? You can't hear that? Hold on. Cause everything was working. Let me check and see. Thank you so much, Tony. Tony is dropping gifts left and right. Everybody W Tony in the chat. I'm going to check and see why y'all can't hear it. So give me just a moment. I broke it. I didn't break it. What's up, Gab?
There's a little failure on your screen.
You actually can't hear it. That is terrible. All right, let me see. We got this open. Let's see what happens when I play it. Yeah, it's not picking it up at all. I'll have to ask Alex so we can fix that. That sucks. You guys can't hear the sounds. Johnny, how are you this afternoon?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Do you support the Republicans?
I do, yes.
Why is that?
Because they actually have plans that they're acting on where Democrats promise things and don't actually do anything.
Are those plans advantageous to American people?
Some are, yes.
Like, because I could have a plan to go spicy balloon a building, and I'm acting on said plan, but that doesn't make it a good plan, does it?
I mean, maybe in your eyes it might not be good, but I think for the betterment of the United States it is. So, the government's not here to, kowtow to individuals, so that's not what the job of the federal government is. Yeah.
Alex, I was just talking about you. They can't hear my soundboard, and I don't know why. As a matter of fact, the government is here to listen to the people. That's actually like the function of the government. So what are you talking about?
But the function of government is the federal government is to protect you, right? That's the most important thing, is to make sure, we have strong borders, strong military, right? That's the number one function of the federal government.
No.
The federal government is not there to, make sure you have free healthcare. Okay, that's not the job of the federal government, or free education, or any of that free shit. That's literally not the job of the federal government.
So do you think it's the president's...
No, that's okay.
According to the actual federal government, like that's what the reason why they exist was not to give you free shit.
Is it free if you're
Like,
paying
that's not-
taxes?
No, that's the thing. It is not free. You just said it right there.
Exactly. It's
There
not
is
free.
no free.
You're paying for it.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about?
Yes.
Government giving you free shit. What are you talking about?
Because when you give government money and then through all the bureaucracy, it actually ends up costing you more money. You understand how that works? You can go buy your own health insurance. You don't need the government to come and save you on everything. Free healthcare, free housing, free food, free. What else do you guys want free?
It's actually less cost effective to have private payer healthcare systems.
Sure.
It is.
No. I support on a local level. If you want to have free healthcare,
Look how much they charge. Look how much they charge your private insurance, like Aetna. Look how much they charge Aetna subscribers for, I don't know, 1,000 milliliter bag of saline, and how much Aetna pays out, and how much it costs you monthly for Aetna. Then look at Medicare, and look how much Medicare pays out, and look how much it costs you to have Medicare.
Yeah, again, those are things that we could all negotiate collectively on a local level. It's not a federal level job. Like, for example, I support Medi-Cal, right? I'm in California. Medi-Cal is good, state funded. We decided here in California that, hey, you know what? If you can't afford health insurance, you get free health insurance, right? On a local and state level. But when the federal government decides to do something like that on a federal level, that shit is going to be, it's not going to work. I just don't support that.
Did you know that, Medi-Cal gets money from the federal government?
No, that's state funded. Medi-Cal is state funded.
They do get money from the
Medicare. No, they don't. No, Medicare gets money from the government.
Does
Medi-Cal is state funded.
Get any federal funding. Yes. All right, let's see how much they get. The federal government pays California Healthcare Foundation, that's who talks about this. Total federal funds for Medi-Cal amount to well over $100 billion annually, making up roughly 2/3 of the overall program funding.
Oh, Medi-Cal or Medicare?
Medi-Cal.
Wait a second. You're saying California gets
And that
$100 billion from the federal government? From
it
Medi-Cal?
says, according to California Healthcare Foundation, it says that Medi-Cal, total federal funds for Medi-Cal amount to well over $100 billion annually, typically making up roughly 2/3 of the overall program funding.
Let me look this up. Something doesn't seem right there. One second.
Federal government pays a percentage of the state's cost through the Federal Medicaid Assistance Program called FMAP. The standard baseline match for California is 50%, meaning the federal government matches $1 for every dollar spent. And then there's even more, it's even higher percentage, up to 90% for specific populations such as those who are eligible for the ACA Medicaid expansion. And all of that can be found for those of you who are looking. It's California Healthcare Foundation.
Yeah, actually, it looks like it's about half. They do fund half of, so it's like 50-50. So yeah, California as a state, like, they fund 50% of it, the other half, the federal government, which is, honestly, I think that's wrong. That's pretty crazy. You don't think that's crazy?
No,
Like,
I
why
have
is
no
it fair that
problem
California gets federal funding from Medi-Cal and the other states don't?
All
Like,
states
how is
do.
that okay?
All states
How?
are eligible for
Not
federal.
every states have. They get Medicare. They don't have their own there's no
So
Arizona Cal, or I mean
Medi-Cal,
Meta Arizona, whatever.
Medi-Cal is Medicaid. All states have Medicaid programs.
Let me see 1 second.
And then do we want to talk about the hospitals
There are
closing in
10
red
states. There are 10 states who have chosen not to expand their programs under the Affordable Care Act, but they do in fact exist.
Okay, so I would support every state to have their own Medi-Cal version of, like, I guess, have their own state-funded healthcare system, right?
So you live
Based on the needs of their own
you live in
people.
California. So you live in California,
Yes.
where funding
Yes.
is not typically an issue, right? California has, what is it, the fifth largest GDP, like just California itself. So then
We're like
what do
third
we
or
do
fourth,
for?
yeah.
So then what do we do for states like Alabama, where they don't have that funding, where they rely heavily on other states that contribute to federal funding in order for them to provide those programs? Are you saying that people who live in Alabama shouldn't have access to health care?
Yes.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is, it's not fair that here in California I have to pay 12% state income taxes, or in Alabama they pay no income taxes. So Alabama needs to fucking figure out how they should tax their people, right? Have a state income tax where they get some kind of revenue to fund their own systems. Me as a Californian, hold on, but
So
me as a
Alabama
Californian
does
shouldn't be
pay-
subsidizing their shit.
Alabama does pay individual income tax,
At what rate?
2 to 5%.
What's their rates compared to California? Exactly, we pay 12 here. We pay 12%.
So if
What's their sales
everybody
tax?
paid 12,
So
if
what's their sales
everybody
tax?
you would like me to look up their sales tax? Sure.
Sure, yeah. Look at their sales tax compared to here. We pay
Are you
9.25%.
trying to compare Democratic states with red states or I'm
It's
so
not about
confused why
Democrat
you.
or it's not
Well,
about
the whole
blue or
prompt is
red.
why do you support the Republicans? That's the prompt. So,
No, my point is that why
just
is
to answer your
one state
question-
supporting other states?
Okay, just to answer your question, in Alabama, the rate of tax varies per locality, but the average state sales tax, or the average sales tax in the state, is about 9.46%. It does range from 4 to 11%, and that's according to the Department of Revenue, Alabama Department of Revenue. So they do pay similar sales tax to that in California.
That's close.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, my point is that, again, they need to figure out how to raise their own funding through their own taxes,
So-
through
so
their
what
own
you're
people in
saying
their own
is
states.
blue states are
Yeah.
doing it right, and they're able to tax their people, and therefore people in blue states have access to more resources, and red states are doing it bad because they're not taxing their citizens appropriately, and therefore they have less access to resources. But you're going to vote for for Republican candidates because why?
Yeah, so because you look at it as blue states and red states, I live in a deep blue area in California, right? We also pay taxes here. We also have our own funding here, right? So, like, to say that we're all blue or all red states is
Question.
ridiculous. You can't.
Answer
To
why
say that
you
California is. So hold on. If California goes
You missed the
red,
point.
does that mean
You
we're
missed
a
the
red state
point.
now? Like
You
that's not
missed
how
the
that
point.
works.
You missed
My
the
point is
point.
that we should have
If
states take care of their own selves.
so,
If a state
why
wants to
would we
go
vote
full blown communism, let them do
Republican?
it. I don't care.
Why
That's
would
their
we
own
vote
personal business.
Republican if through this example we see that
hmm
Republican states are doing it wrong? Why would we vote Republican?
It's not that they're doing it wrong. That's just what the state
Well, you just said they
wants.
were doing it
People don't
wrong.
want to pay taxes. And because, no, as long as the federal government is subsidizing them, yeah, why would they pay taxes? Why would they be like if you take them off the tit of the federal
Sir,
government, they're gonna
sir,
have to
the
tax their
topic of
people. They're gonna
conversation
have to
here
raise
is
that shit.
why do you still support Republicans, right? That's the topic of conversation here. And your viewpoint, your contention is that states like California, which is a blue state, yes, there are red areas, but they're a blue
No,
state, is doing
no.
it right because people have access to health care like Medi-Cal, and you agree with that. Then we look at Alabama, which was your
hmm
example, who is taxing their citizens at a lesser rate on their income tax, but approximately the same on their sales tax. And they're doing it wrong because they don't have access to health care in the way that California does. Why would we vote for Republicans who are mismanaging funds and not taxing appropriately when they're
Yeah.
not doing it right?
Again, you're looking at it as red states and blue states, right?
Oh my
I
God.
look at it. Okay, so
You love the sound
if you look at the no,
You don't
we
listen,
have
do you?
Republican mayors here. We have hold on, we again to say
Do you
that we're
hear
a
what
blue
you
state or
said?
red state is disingenuous.
John,
It's not
you're
disingenuous.
talking.
You don't even know what the word disingenuous means if that's what you think is an accurate representation of
Let me
being
so
disingenuous.
You
okay, so
can't
when
answer a
California was
simple
red and there
question.
when California was red, was it a red state and then turned blue and now it's red? Like we're going back and forth
When was
because
California
California
red?
has gone red.
When?
Under Arnold Schwarzenegger was red. He was a Republican governor, right?
Yes,
So
I
does that mean
agree.
we were a red state? So were we a
Yes.
red state then?
Yes.
And then,
That's
so
how
we
that
did we
works.
not have did we
That's how
not
that
have
works. When
Medi-Cal?
you're
Hold on.
governor,
Did we
when you're
not have
governor,
Medi-Cal? Did
when
we
you're
not have
governor and
Medi-Cal
your
when we were a
state
red state?
when your governor and your state legislator is overwhelmingly Republican, you are a red state. Like Florida is a red
Sure.
state by supermajority.
But
There are
did
still
we
blue
not have
voters, there are still
Medi-Cal?
Democrat.
Did we
You
not have
did. Do you want to?
Medi-Cal?
Okay, let's look and see
Okay, so
how.
that's my
Just because the
point.
program
It's not
exists
because
doesn't
it's
mean the
a
program. Jesus fucking Christ! I need you to learn how to engage in a conversation. You talk, I talk. Shut up. So
Sure,
we
go
need
ahead.
to look at how the program was doing under a Republican leadership and compare that to a Democrat leadership to understand whether or not the program was more successful under a Republican or more successful under a Democrat. Would you care to explore that further, or do you just want to yap?
No, we can look at whatever you want to look at, right? In my perspective, again, I'm in California. The money that we spend, the tax dollars that we spend, gets squandered. We spend $24 billion to end homelessness, and homelessness went up in California. Okay, this is the problem: is that you guys constantly want to tax more and more. Certain things I
Why
could
does
agree
that
with.
happen? That happens because
Bureaucracy.
no access to resources.
What? Access to
Access to
resources?
resources. Mm-hmm.
So where did the $24 billion
So
go?
let me ask you this question, okay? Just so you understand for perspective. If you live in the middle of nowhere, if you are in, I don't know, Oklahoma, let's just say, and you live on a farm in Oklahoma, do you think you are more likely to encounter an unhoused person in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma where access to healthcare, food, shelter from weather elements is less than if you were in a densely populated city where you can find food and shelters for the unhoused and social programs? Like, where do you think you're going to find more unhoused people?
Yeah, in more dense places, naturally.
Right. So when we have
Sure.
places that have resources in abundance, more access to resources, we are going to find more people who need access to those resources. The only thing you're going to be able to do in the middle of Oklahoma is tip a cow. That's not going to help you. Do you see why that is just not an equal comparison?
Yeah, but the thing is, the $25 billion that we got, we have about 187,000 homeless in California. We could give every single homeless close to 150 grand cash. We just gave them $150,000 cash, every single homeless in California. But guess what? Homelessness went up. We could have bought a prefabricated home for $35,000, put it on federal lands, and literally took every single homeless off the streets, gave them housing and healthcare and food with the $25 billion that we spent. But guess what? We did none of that. All that money went to the pockets of these politicians that you so love, right? That's my problem. Is we don't have a taxing problem. We have a spending problems. Okay.
How did it go into
they
their
give
pockets?
It to contractors. They give it to all these contractors and charge you like $1 million for a toilet. Okay, that's how it goes in their pockets.
So you agree with us having competition for contracts for whatever it is, versus just selecting someone because we feel like it? Because that's not what happened under Trump. He did no big contracts.
Under what?
He did no big contract on that.
I'm not defending Trump on that either.
Does.
Yeah, they do. That's why I don't want to give more money to the federal government. You guys are saying we should be taxed more, tax the rich, more taxes.
Yes,
we have a spending problem, not a tax problem.
More taxes. I agree. We should
How
cut
much
defense
more should
funding.
they pay?
Defense is a large portion of our budget, and we should cut defense funding.
No, I think we should cut Social Security, actually, because that's a scam as well.
So who's going to take care of the old people? Go ahead, Anomaly.
Yeah, the money. So the money that you're getting,
you're not Anomaly.
Taking out of no.
John, it's just so rich. Are you an accountant or something? You're so caught up in this like talking about California's economics when California is doing pretty well economically despite the recession that we are as a country being inflicted on us because of this buffoon with this big beautiful bill stripping healthcare from millions, food stamps from millions, and you're trying to blame the Democrats, the local Democrat. Like, why do you support the GOP is the question that you can't seem to answer. You just want to do this whataboutism on tax and Medicare when this fool has stripped healthcare, shut down hospitals in the red states, actually.
Yeah. You think California is doing well or being crushed by housing costs and everything's like
that's
insane.
Everywhere, my guy. That's everywhere because of this.
No, not how Are you saying it's because of Trump? Because of housing? Is Trump's fault?
It's because of Republicans.
Housing prices have gone up because hold on. Because of Republicans. Yes,
it is a direct.
Just keep pointing fingers. We're in a deep. Hold on. As you called California a blue state, right? What does Trump or the federal government have to do with housing costs in California?
I'm so glad you asked.
Ridiculous.
So because of Trump and his administration, they deregulated the industry. And when they deregulated the industry, they allowed private corporations. Shut up. They allowed private corporations to buy homes en masse, like in Florida, which is a red state, right? And so when they did that, they removed supply from the market. Demand remained the same, but they removed supply from the market. And when they removed supply from the market, they took the possibility of home ownership away from other people. And then they further inflated the market by raising the cost of rent on these properties that they owned, making it unaffordable for people. So yes, this is a direct result of Trump administration and policies. Deregulation.
To say that's what caused this crazy raise in cost of living here is ridiculous.
It's amazing how loud you are with how little you know. But we haven't even touched on the tariffs. We haven't even touched on it.
Touch on it. I mean, we could talk about tariffs if you want. What does that have to do with this? With housing costs? What are we talking about?
Cost of goods, the building of the materials needed to build more houses. What are you talking about?
What? Okay, what?
What are you talking about?
What has gone more expensive?
GOP? Please tell me.
Was it under Biden or Trump where lumber went to like like 10 times the price. What are you talking about?
Actually,
Why
oh
did
my
that
God,
happen?
dude.
Was that a direct result
Exactly.
of policy? Shush.
Hold on.
Was that a direct result
That's
of
not about the policy.
or was
I'm just
that...
saying that's why things got expensive.
Can I
It's not
ask a
because of
question? Can I ask one
No!
question?
Shut the fuck up. Stop talking over me or you're going to
Look, I
get
just gotta
kicked,
ask one
Johnny.
question.
No, and I will
How
kick you
did
if you
Trump
open your
raise
fucking
the
mouth
minimum
again.
wage
Okay.
on how?
I told you if you opened your fucking mouth, I was kicking you. Johnny, is the cost of lumber a direct result of policy or was it the direct result of the pandemic under the Biden administration? You can come back up, bro, when you learn to control yourself. I said no, and no means no. So, Johnny, tell me, was the rising cost of lumber during the Biden administration a direct result
Yeah, it was a shortage
of policy?
of supply. Absolutely.
Which was
It was a
caused
shortage of
by
supply.
what?
But yes, because of the pandemic, right? And then I'm not.
So
That's the
that is
thing.
not
You're
attributed
saying
to,
it's
that is not
Trump's
attributed.
fault why it's expensive to build housing and all these material costs.
Yes.
It's not because of
As a result
tariffs.
of policy.
No, it's
a
not.
result of
No, it's
policy.
not.
Yes, it is.
Show me where. Show me how it's more expensive to buy
Where do we
lumber
get most
because
of
of
our lumber
tariffs.
from? Where do we get most of our lumber from?
Canada.
Okay.
Sure.
And so what
And
happens
here
when we import
well, we actually get
something?
it here too. We get it here and Canada.
That's the majority of our lumber comes from Canada. Would you like to look up the cost of what the tariffs have been since Donald Trump took office on lumber coming from Canada? And then we can talk about how it impacted the cost of lumber. But let's start at the basics first. Who pays the tariffs?
The importer does. Sure.
And what happens with that cost that the importer pays for the tariff? Do they eat it on their profit margins or do they pass that cost on to the consumer?
Some they have to eat, some they pass on to the consumer.
Name me a corporation that has ate the cost of tariffs.
Yeah, again, if you look at how competition works,
It's like direct.
actually, you know what? My
direct
corporation
question.
does. My company actually ate the tariffs. We could
Okay,
not
but what's
pass
your
it down.
company?
Yeah,
What's your company?
I'm a textile industry. I'm a small
You're
business.
in the textile industry. Okay.
Yeah.
Cost.
So yeah. So whenever thread went up, whenever
the
thread
direct
cost me like double the
impact-
cost, right?
excuse me,
I
John,
didn't pass
John,
down the cost of thread to my
John.
customers.
John, tariff costs, the economists estimate that Trump's tariffs amounted to an average of tax increase of approximately $1,000 per U.S. household in 2025.
Right.
Approximately 55% of these tariff charges were passed directly to consumers, contributing in higher prices.
Oh.
Inflation levels. Contrary to administration claims, the prices are falling. Federal data indicates average prices are nearly 2% higher than when he took office in January. Grocery prices rose 2.7% over the past year, while household energy and education costs have also seen substantial decreases. Real wage stagnation. While nominal wages have grown, real inflation-adjusted wage growth is roughly 1.1%, leading to many families feeling that life has become less affordable.
Bro, I haven't invited you to the conversation yet. You're going to sit there on mute with your camera off until I talk to you.
They're just proving that the cost of a house gone down. That's all.
Small business losses. Typical small business reported an average revenue loss of 13% in 2025 due to trade turbulence and tariff-related supply costs.
Yeah, and in regards to Canada, I think there's a 10%
Job
tariff
market
on
instability.
soft lumber.
Job market instability. The labor market has shown recent volatility, with February 2026 figures revised downward to show a loss of 133,000 jobs. Good job. And it's funny because in Biden's administration, there was increased jobs every fucking month. And it seems like with this fucker, it's the opposite way. So,
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely still on the coattails of the Biden administration.
John, I'm talking still. Keep in mind, 60% of our workforce is homeless. Did you know that?
What?
People who are working, 60% of our workforce is homeless because of the high cost of living. It is true. Look it up.
60% of our work.
You can't come up here and say, no.
I'm sorry, did you say 60% of our workforce is homeless?
Yes.
What percent of our workforce is homeless?
I don't think it's
What are you
homeless.
talking
I think it's
about?
experiencing housing instability. which is different.
That's
Housing
different.
is-
Yeah.
Okay, that's different. That's
Yeah,
much
we have like about 1 million homeless in the United States. That's to
The
say that
U.S.
60%.
Interagency Council on Homelessness estimate that 40% to 60% of people experiencing homelessness nationwide are employed either full-time or part-time. So instead of saying, "Nuh-uh," show me a fact that disputes my claim.
Yeah, the fact is that we have about 1
Nuh-uh.
billion homeless in the whole United States.
You
What are you
didn't
talking
say,
about?
you didn't hear anything I just said. You just want to talk.
Sure. Yeah, and again, we're still on the coattails of the Biden administration, so usually
You're
that's
still
how it works,
blaming
right?
Biden. It's so
No,
sad.
you
Yeah,
can't,
2
my guy,
years.
because we've been
2
living under
years.
tax. We have been living under
2
Trump's tax
years.
program since his last administration.
This
You
has nothing to
cannot
do with
blame that on
taxes.
Biden.
Taxing.
You cannot
Actually,
blame that on Biden.
the corporate taxes are
When
working.
under
Actually,
Joe Biden, we had the
taxes are great.
fastest economic recovery in the developed world under Joe Biden.
We were supposed to have the fastest economy. Hold on, because we're the United States. If Joe Biden did nothing, we still would have recovered just as fast.
we
If he
wouldn't
did
have.
nothing, if
No,
he
we
didn't pass
wouldn't
the
have.
American Rescue Plan, okay, nothing would have been different. We would have just, and as a matter of fact, we would have been less inflation. Okay, Biden is the one that like gaslit the inflation to 9.3%. Yeah, the American Rescue Plan was a complete waste. Okay, and then the Inflation Reduction Act gave billions of dollars to fucking banks. So when you guys are all like, "Oh, let's screw the banks and all these billionaires," but
You like to
Democrats
consider
literally came
yourself
in
okay,
and
'cause
gave
you
billions
don't
and
have
billions
any
to
points.
multi-billion-dollar companies.
The sheltered population, approximately 53% of adults staying in a homeless shelter are employed. Unsheltered population, at least 40% of unsheltered individuals, those sleeping in tents, cars, and on the street, participate in the workforce. So what did I say that was Seems like
You
I
said
was
60% of the workforce is homeless. That is
yes, and
wrong.
it is wrong. It is
Yes,
wrong.
it
It
is
shouldn't
wrong. Thank
be.
you.
It shouldn't be.
No,
It shouldn't
I'm saying
be.
your statement is wrong. 60%
You
of
can't say
the
I'm
workforce
wrong when
is
I
not.
you're
Even
getting
the
loud
host says
when
you're
you're
wrong.
No,
when you're wrong.
you just worded it
The
wrong though.
host
60%
40
are
to 6
experiencing
Okay,
like
you guys
difficult
are
times
having
at
a
home.
hard time listening and processing. So I'm gonna say it again.
You're saying it wrong. Even your people
You're
on your side are
talking
saying
over
it.
me because you're just trying to respond without listening.
Anomaly,
And
just
it's really
for 1
fucking
second.
frustrating.
Anomaly,
Mhm.
just 1 second. Johnny, if you interrupt again, you're gone. Go ahead, Anomaly.
I'll say it one more time. The U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, I think we can agree that's a respectable source, estimates that 40 to 60% of people experiencing homelessness nationwide are employed, either full-time or part-time. Now, there's a sheltered population and there's an unsheltered population. The sheltered population, approximately 53% of adults staying in homeless shelters are employed and
So
experiencing homelessness.
just to be fair, you did word it incorrectly to begin with. You said workforce. 60% of the workforce is unhoused, whereas it's 60% of people who are unhoused are employed. So you did like goof on the wording, but I understand what you mean. So that's just a
My
point of
mistake.
clarification.
Yes,
My mistake.
and that's all
My
I was trying to
mistake.
clarify.
I could
Can I
admit when I
say
was
something?
wrong.
Okay.
Yes, you may say something. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that the Democrats did not give their front runner a very fair chance because, in my opinion, Biden was not in the best mental state when he went up for those debates, and then they transferred it to Miss Harris, and she only had like 2 months, and I just feel like it was a
107 days.
it was a very 107 days. That's like
Can I
not
ask
very
you
fair at
something,
all.
Andy? Can I ask
Yeah.
you something, Andy? Do you think that Trump is in a good state of mind?
No.
Do you think he's cognitive?
Yes.
You think he's
I think
cognitive?
he's experiencing cognitive.
I think he's
decline, for
cognitive,
sure.
but I think he's like power hungry or like he has some type of symptom where it
think he
seems like
has
every 2 months
dementia?
No, I don't think he has dementia. No, because I've
You don't think
experienced
he's?
dementia. Like
Do you
I
know the
think he.
symptoms of dementia?
Yes,
No.
I do.
Let me pull it up.
He doesn't have dementia. He's still with it much better than Biden ever was.
He is not
He's
alert and oriented, my guy. He is like A&O times 2.
Projection.
I am oriented to time, place, my name. Like, I'm A&O times 4.
No, it's because you want him to have dementia because Joe Biden did.
I don't want
It's the only
anybody
reason.
to have dementia. I don't
It's
want
the
anybody
only
to have
reason you
dementia.
say it.
It's an
It's the only reason you say it because you're a sheep. You're a puppet.
But do you guys
Right?
remember whenever we were watching Biden on
Everybody
TV
else
and
says
could
it, so
barely
you
get-
must.
Talking now? I'm talking.
Talking.
Now. Shut up. I do not want Donald Trump.
Hey,
to
I'll
have
slap you in the
dementia
face if you say that again.
Shut up and suck my dick while you're at it, you little fucking bitch.
You don't have.
Oh, look at that. Bye.
Beta. Yeah, it's
Make
just
sure you
real
breathe through
funny
your
because
nose.
he
Hold on,
just
Anomaly.
said.
Hold on, Anomaly. Hold on. I do not, just a point of clarification. I want everyone to hear this. I do not want Donald Trump to have dementia. I don't want him to have congestive heart failure. I don't want him to have any of those things that people speculate that he has. Why? Is it because I like him as a person? Absolutely the fuck not. I care, and I do not want him to have those things because he is the leader of this country. He is the highest office of the land. He holds the highest office in the land. And if you think that I want somebody to be cognitively impaired and have access to the nuclear codes, you have as much fucking intelligence as I do in my fucking elbow. So no, I don't want the man to have dementia. It's a horrible disease. Horrible disease. Yeah, Mario, I talk bad about him because he's bad for the American people. He's racist. He's a rapist. He has no fucking foundational policies that are advantageous to everybody. But talking about his health, I don't want bad things to happen to him because if something bad happens to him, we are going to feel the effects of it. Now, if he was just Joe Schmo on the street being racist, I'd be like, man, fuck that guy.
I want something to happen to him.
I mean, I want him to be removed from office by whatever means the universe deems necessary.
I think he should be arrested. But I can't stand when they compare Biden
See, there you go.
to
There you
Trump
go.
because there was so much record-breaking accomplishments in the Biden-Harris administration, and there is you know the only thing that Trump did.
You should put you violent maniacs in charge of everything.
He made the.
You just said you want something to happen to Trump is ridiculous. You're disgusting human.
Yeah, I do. Just
I know,
like
you're a disgusting
he
human.
wanted 6 senators. Oh, so how do you feel about the 6 senators that he threatened to unalive?
That was also
for
disgusting.
treason?
So you're just as disgusting as Trump. How about that?
Okay,
You're
you can
literally
call me
just
disgusting.
as disgusting as
I
Trump.
bully
That's fine.
bullies and
I'm
I
not like
prey
that.
on. Excuse
You
me,
bully
John.
bullies.
I'm talking. I'm talking. Yeah, I bully bullies. Yeah,
All right, bully.
you like to make friends with bullies and support bullies and rapists
Sure.
and P3DOs.
Yeah, he's not a
and
rapist. He's not a P3DO either.
he actually is a convicted rapist. Actually, a
No,
jury
he's
of
not
his
actually.
peers found. Yes,
not a
he is. You
convicted
can't
rapist. No, he's
again. You're up here saying nah with no substantial argument.
Yeah, no.
You're a fucking child.
Being
John.
a rapist is the same thing as
John, you're a child
SA.
that has failed to tell us why you vote
He's
for
gone.
him.
I'm tired of.
Johnny, you're wrong at that one. He was definitely convicted of that. Just paid him off.
Eric, are you going to control yourself now and act like an adult?
Yes. Can we have an actual discussion about the 19th Amendment?
Sure. Why do you want to talk about the 19th Amendment?
Because I think it should be abolished.
Why?
Well, because you guys don't go to war like we do.
Actually, I'm a United States Army veteran.
That doesn't mean you could get drafted, does it?
That's so hot.
Have you served in the military?
I'm a retired E8.
Yeah. What you were in the Army?
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? No, I was in the Navy.
What was your MOS?
I was a MK. I was an engineer. I was an EO. I was a boarding officer. I was all those things. But does that even matter, though?
Well,
I can be drafted when I turn 18. Can you?
And who?
I can be drafted. Can you?
And who designed? And who designed how the draft?
Natural law. Natural law did.
Law? No, it did
Yeah.
not. We
Why?
actually have legislation.
Why is that?
We actually have legislation on this.
Yeah, but those are
So
just
it's
man-made,
not
right?
Natural law.
Those are just man-made, right?
Who made it? Say again.
Natural law is
Anomaly.
not.
Stop interrupting. Who
Yeah,
made
I
the
think
law?
we could have a decent
You said
conversation
they're what?
about this.
They're
like,
what made
honestly.
laws? They're what made
Natural
laws?
law.
No,
Natural.
no. Legislation is
Like
what?
there are laws of the universe. You
Legislation is
agree, right?
what?
Like gravity and all that stuff, huh?
Legislation is what?
That's legislation is what? It's a lot of things. What do you mean what? Man-made, yeah.
Man-made law.
Yeah.
So
So
who
what
at
would you
the
call
time?
those? What would you call
Who at
those?
the time?
Gender
I need you to have
social
impulse
constructs,
control.
right?
Impulse control.
You don't
Impulse
have it
control.
either.
Okay.
You don't have.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So men are the ones who decided that only men would be drafted because men did not want to stay home and take care of children. They did not want that responsibility. They said that's a woman's job. She's going to stay home and take care of that. Men have been the ones who have historically obstructed women serving in combat-related MOSs. Men are the ones who are responsible for that. So if you don't like it, stop voting for men. Because women, typically, those who support our military and all that shit, would say women should be drafted too. That the draft should be equal across the board. People who believe and support the draft, I am not one of those people. I don't think that we should have a draft or conscription in any way, shape, or form, that the military should be completely voluntary. But men are the ones who come up with that shit. So if you don't like it, look at the men. Look at the men. It's not women.
Thanks for your service. I appreciate it.
Because women sign up voluntarily.
I was a 12 Bravo combat engineer for 8 years in the Army.
Nice.
I just want to point out that the leader of our military actually is getting rid of all the women, especially BLK women. So I'm actually excited for y'all to get drafted and go fight for what you voted for and go unalive for some P3DOs in the name of Israel. So I'm excited for that.
You seem a little dark. You want bad things to happen to people.
Do you know?
I mean, is it?
No. Did you?
I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, even if he is the president.
Andy, did you hear about the Grape Academy on top of the Epstein cover-up? Those two things alone make me infuriated. And yes, if it means I'm dark, and then so be it. The fact that y'all are defending this shit just shows us and reinforces the anger and the rage. People aren't mad enough.
Okay, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. What I'm saying is you shouldn't you shouldn't allow the fact that there's sickos in the world to affect you and your life.
I don't care what you think I should or shouldn't do.
But
the president
you're carrying it around.
Life.
You're carrying this around, though.
I want to address a comment. Adrian said, record recruiting under Hegseth, bitch. We have a real Secretary of War. I just want to point something out to you, Adrian. When we have high numbers of military recruitment, it's because we are in a poor economic situation. Go look throughout history. When we have high records of military recruitment, it's because we have poor economic situations. Majority of people who choose to go to the military because they are stuck in a situation where they don't see a way out, where they're poor. So if you think that having a high number of military recruitment is a positive thing, you are fucking wrong. Just wanted to point that out.
And the fact that a weekend fucking news anchor that wasn't even doing a good job at that job is running our military is very alarming. Not to mention the great culture that's already in the military, and putting a abuser in charge of it is just, of course, women aren't safe in our military.
Well, you might as well throw in fellow addict too.
He does have a drug issue.
Yes, that too. Like, this whole GOP is a freaking joke. No MAGA has any leg to stand on. Not economically, not policy, not morals, not anything. Like, everything he promised, he didn't deliver, and he did the opposite, in fact. He said he was going to bring down prices. He skyrocketed them up. He said no new wars. We are in multiple wars, including a tariff war. Information war, a war on our First Amendment, a war on women, international, brewing a civil war, a culture war, a race war. Like, we're in so many wars in the same fucking breath.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think you need to consider the fact that all politicians are in it for money and profit, and doesn't really matter who's elected. There's going to be some type of war.
I don't believe that, because Mondani is an example of what's possible. Despite if you can get past your racist lens and see the accomplishments that, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying for the MAGA, because generally MAGA is voted for this for racism. The reason they love this Gestapo fucking in our streets, attacking our own citizens with our own military.
I wouldn't disagree that all politicians are in it for some self-serving reason, right? But
not all, but it's a lot.
But those self-serving reasons may also be advantageous to their communities. Now, if you're like, I want to become a politician because I hate the level of taxes that I have to pay. All right, cool. You hate your taxes. But if you as a middle income American are paying a higher rate of taxes as the rich, and you go and you change that policy so that the rich is now paying their fair share, not only do you experience the advantageous portion of that policy, but the people do as well. So I think we have to look at it on who they're taking money from, why they're taking money, and then what policies they're voting yay or nay on. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just my viewpoint on why people are politicians. I think that you have to have some type of self-serving trait in order to be a politician. You have to. But when those self-serving traits also positively impact your community, I'm cool. If you're taking money and your policies are to get as much money as you can and then help fucking Israel, fuck you, because you're not helping your citizens. You're not helping your constituents.
He actually just said on TV, out of his own fucking disgusting mouth, that he does not think about the American economics when thinking about this war with Iran. He said that's the last thing he factors in. And you guys are supporting this, and he's called you guys stupid. He said I love the uneducated. He's like he's taking your guys' money. How many Trump things did you guys buy? The Trump Bitcoin, like, I don't understand why you guys are so pro con artist. It's really wild.
So we don't have an updated number on the war with Iran, but according to Reuters, as of April 30th, so almost 15 days ago, it's been 15 days, has cost $25 billion so far. We went and we looked back and we saw how much it would cost for education if we had invested that money into education, and we could educate children in grades K through 12, over 1 million students for an entire year. That was just education.
And for all you Christians, if we tax the churches, there'd be no homeless.
Or if we'd stop sending money to Ukraine, I mean, $350 billion could do a lot.
What about the $40 billion to Argentina?
But the money to Ukraine is not cash dollars. The money to Ukraine, the majority of it is in weaponry that was decommissioned and set for destruction. So
have you guys heard
you're
anything?
In the military, you know that.
Yeah, I've heard recently that the U.S. has depleted down to like 50% of their arsenal. Have you heard that?
I have not. Where did you hear that from?
A news, like I can't remember exactly the source, but they're saying that it's like the media is trying to portray this, and then they talk to the generals and they say that's not the case. But I'm just curious because
according for the Center
$1 billion a day.
According for the CSIS, which stands for, I don't fucking know, Center for Strategic and International something or other. It says the U.S. has significantly depleted critical high-end munitions following the intense air and missile campaigns and recent conflicts with Ukraine, Israel, and the war with Iran. While the military still has basic ammunition, stockpiles of advanced long-range missiles are dangerously low, sparking concerns over U.S. readiness for potential conflict in the Pacific. So that's from the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious if you think that that's reality, because we're...
I mean, there's multiple reportings on it. There's the CSIS who has reported on it. New York Times has reported on it. Time Magazine. So I would say, yeah. I would say, yeah, that would be true. Adrian, shut the fuck up. Fucking idiot.
See, that just concerns me because we spent a lot of money with helping Ukraine. We're in this conflict now, but China
Well, we haven't
has
given cash to
stated
Ukraine.
over and over.
I can
Yeah,
look
but
up
China
exactly
wants
the
to take
amount of
over
cash,
Taiwan.
but the amount of money that we've sent to Ukraine is in mass.
I think it's at
vastly.
least 350 billion.
But that's in decommissioned weaponry. It's not cash. It was weaponry that we had set to destroy, and it was actually cheaper for us to give it to Ukraine than to destroy it.
I thought we were like sending over a bunch of drones and stuff that was relatively
No,
new.
most of it is stuff that's decommissioned. Do you want me to see if I can find the breakdown?
No, that's okay. You don't have to.
Okay. Okie dokie.
I'm curious.
Well, thank you for being good faith, Mr. Andy.
Yeah.
Got Joe Schmo.
You know, I honestly, I
Warsaw.
tend to believe that there's like a shadow government, a group of men that are the top level executives of all these energy companies, and that they have influence on how they want the world and the markets to go. So I believe that Trump is not the main decider. I think that he's just following orders. But that's me.
So you think he's a victim?
I think he's a puppet. I think he completely knows.
What do you feel about him being mentioned in the Epstein files over more times than Jesus was mentioned in the Bible?
Yeah, I think he's just like more than half of them, and that he doesn't want the real truth to come out. That's why when they asked him a couple months ago, what do you think about the Epstein files? And he says, we're still talking about this creep? Is it this? We have all this going on. He wants to deflect.
So
And guess
you didn't
what?
vote for Trump, or you did?
No, I didn't vote, but I wasn't allowed to vote because I grew some plants in Pennsylvania, and they gave me a felony for. Yeah.
So I thought you were opposition.
No, I'm like down the middle. I think that a lot of the left wing and right wing stuff is all part of the same bird with the same.
Whenever I hear somebody say the Democrats, I instantly like just assume you're MAGA.
No. But what I was saying is that I feel the Democrats didn't give Harris a fair chance. She didn't get a fair chance. I mean, having her come in on the back end after we watched the debacle, which was the debate with Biden, like it almost seemed like he didn't know what he was saying. And then
Yeah, but I don't think you.
Up,
why don't you mention the fact that he said they're eating the cats and in that debate? Why don't you bring that up?
They're I couldn't even understand.
Dogs, they're eating the geese.
Andy,
I did hear reports. I didn't vote. Period. I wasn't allowed.
Oh, you're a felon.
Yeah, it was
Are you a
because I
felon?
grew 9 plants. Yeah, 9 plants. I grew 9 plants that are illegal in Pennsylvania, but I moved to New York, so now I'm just a regular citizen.
Are you
But yeah,
able
they
to
gave
vote
me
now? Because
because
I know New York has different laws.
No, because I planted a seed. I am no longer allowed to vote.
So you had to.
I hope. What anomaly?
No.
Well, I know that New York has strict pew pew laws. So are you a Second Amendment?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Then you would
care. I
trade your
don't need
plant for the pew pew.
Yeah, I don't have.
Not
I
all
don't own a
felons
pew
can
pew.
vote, Jay.
Yeah, I can't for some reason.
Well, I just want to let you
but-
know that I do not support that. I think
Oh,
that
good.
MJ should be legal federally, and
Yeah,
that we should anybody who has felony convictions and related to MJ specifically should have their voting rights restored. That's
What I mean. Like, I could literally drive down to the state border, and if I'm in New York side, I'm okay, and then I take a 2-foot jump over, and now all of a sudden I'm a criminal. Then I jump back, and I'm an okay citizen. It's like total bullshit. But this has been my life, my experience.
Let's see what Joe has to say. Joe, what would you like to add to the conversation?
I might be closer to him. I don't necessarily support the Democrats, but where I live in Cali, they've done an abysmal job, and I can't vote for them. They have zombies with needles in their arms. My kids can't walk to school, and I can't blame a Republican where I live. And then on top of that, like, I make about $150,000 a year, and maybe that sounds good to people, but geez, like, I'm trying to buy a home. It's impossible. I have 100,000 down, and I still don't qualify. And
So would you
I could in other red states. Mainly, it's the fact that my kids can't walk to school without need. And the schools are horrendous. You know, this restorative justice thing is really bad for kids.
Why?
And I think Trump's terrible. I live in Cali and I have nothing but Democrats and they choke.
What part of California are you in?
I'm near the border.
Yeah, you got to be careful too. Don't use the names of substances because you'll get kicked. So you're near the border.
Yeah, and there's zombies. My kids can't walk to school. My son had a scooter stolen a few times and I air tagged it, took it out of the crumb bum's hand, called the cops. The cop showed up. I said, there he is right there. I had video proof because I have a porch cam. Cops didn't do nothing. He had a scooter stolen 2 times after that.
Well, cops.
And I cannot blame Trump or any Republicans. I can't. I live here and I have for a long time.
Why don't you just move to a better neighborhood?
Because I make 100. What do you mean? I make 150,000. It doesn't matter where you go. There's $5 million houses where you go 2 blocks away, and it's the same thing. Maybe if I made $1 million a year, but I only make 150K, and that's not enough to get away from it.
So what do you? In what way do you think that the Democrats are failing, and how can we improve what's going on?
Restorative justice is the worst. They used to have anti-bully campaigns, but they don't punish kids no more. So there's a few bad kids that ruin it for all of them.
Restorative justice. Well,
yeah, it is. I had a fight with the principal yesterday because my son is timid during COVID, and he's getting bullied, and and they won't do nothing. The kids, they don't. When I was young, those bad kids, the kids that were violent.
Yeah, historically, schools don't do anything. My children have been the victims of ridiculous amounts of racism and bullying and harassment, and they didn't do anything. And then when my children retaliated,
well, they did it when I was in school. They did something when I was in school. I don't know how old you are.
But they don't. I'm 40.
Me too. Well, they did it in my school then.
So
my school was better or safer for men. Maybe it's different because I'm a man.
What is stopping you from pressing charges against these children and their parents?
It's difficult. I said, what's this child's name? It's against school policy. They won't allow me to get names. I could go to the police and ask them to handle it, and then it's kind of in school, and they're minors.
So has your child ever been physically assaulted?
Yes, he got choked out the other day. He got physically choked out from behind yesterday, snuck up behind by. And you know what I'm sorry, let me finish. You know what the excuse the teachers give me and the principals when I'm angry and I'm pushing it is they say these kids came from areas where they had machine guns in their hands 2 weeks ago. Basically, there's incompatible, violent. They should help these kids assimilate before they subject other people's kids to. It's just not fair to my kids.
I heard about this.
Assimilation is not.
My kids are suffering because these other kids come from difficult areas.
So your kids don't know their names?
Huh? Well, yeah, they get in trouble, but restorative justice means they go back to the same class. Nothing. They go home. They get suspended for a week. Have cookies with their mommy, and they go back.
Stop. If your
children let me
finish. I don't need you to finish. If your children are experiencing,
you don't need. Well, then learn how to listen, girl.
I heard you, and I'm not.
You're on a podcast. Listen. You listen as if your ears are open 50% of the time. Now it's my turn.
You're not going to insult me. Number one. Number two. I'm trying to help you. If your children are experiencing bullying and harassment that has entered a physical level, your children should be providing you with the names of the children who are doing this. And in that, you need to press charges. Go around the school. You can even sue the school if you'd like, or press charges against the school. But find out the names of the children who are doing this and press charges against them. That is all I need you to say. I don't need you to explain everything that's happening to your kids. You have to be the advocate for your children. And in doing so, you can press charges.
Do you have kids in school? We're about the same age.
I have 3 children. My
How
one
old?
just graduated high school yesterday. My other one will be 17 tomorrow. And then I have a 7-year-old.
Okay, so your 7-year-old. Perfect. Now, my 7-year-old, she's in 2nd grade, has been having 4th and 5th grade boys from a different culture spitting on her and treating her bad. Now, those kids have been suspended. You're right. Mm-hmm. But they get brought back right back to the same class. Now, she's a 7-year-old. You cannot press charges on a 7-year-old. Now, my 11-year-old.
You absolutely can.
You can't. You can't. I don't know what state you live in, but you can't. Now, maybe you could sue. Well, here you can't. If they're under 11, they could stab somebody in the face and not get in trouble. California law. Now,
Actually, that's not true because
yes, it is.
I went to juvie at 11, so that's not true.
If they're under 11, at 11 is the age. My daughter's 7.
Are you
so
white?
You can't. Huh?
Are you white? Are you a white?
I am, and my kids are not.
Okay, so what do you feel about the that group of children that were the white children trying to put that black boy in a wood chipper? What do you feel about the?
They should be put in juvenile hall.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I just feel like you came up here to vent.
No,
and I don't understand
mostly about
what
the
this has to
schools.
do with why you support the GOP.
I can't. No, I just don't support the Democrats. I don't have here where I live. I don't have an option. I want the Democrat from the 90s. I want Clinton.
Okay, well, I want. Okay.
Well, come on now. I'm on here talking to a panel. You're asking questions. But come on.
I know, but we all want good policy. We all want better living conditions. So you saying just not Democrat because you had a bad experience, and then now you might understand why women are like, I don't want to date a man because this is terrible. I've had terrible experiences.
So now the answer is to lower everybody's standards? So the answer is to make it suck for everybody?
I just want to clarify for you what California law is. Anyone under the age of 18 can, in fact, be charged with assault. Now, the caveat lies in age for one specific reason. You cannot be tried as an adult in California if you are under the age of 14. But you can still, in fact, face the justice system as a juvenile for assault. So you do have
Okay, then it's just pulling teeth to get the police to do it. That makes sense.
Cool. You know what? If you press, I promise this to you right now. If you press charges against the kids who are doing this to you, to your family, to your children, and nothing happens, come to me, send me a DM, we'll have a conversation about it, and I will make videos calling out the police and calling out your school board. And we will make it a national conversation.
Fair enough.
I promise you.
Curious. Why do I have to go to the police for that?
Because
why can't the school do it? The school's quoting restorative justice. Why won't the school do it?
But sometimes, okay, so it's not up to the school. To be
Yes,
quite
it is.
honest with you, it's
Yes,
not
it
up to the
is.
school. The school
Yes, it is.
is going to act, stop. The school board is also a government entity. They're going to act in their best interest. So what you need to do is you need to put pressure and make it in their best interest to follow through. Because right now you're quiet and the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And I am more than willing, as a matter of fact, my friend Joe, who's on this app, went through the same thing with his school board. And
Look,
he took
I'm
that
not
shit
quiet.
to the media.
I had a yelling match with the principal. I've gone to the district, I've talked to the superintendent, and I've gone to the principal. I am not quiet. And this has happened over years. I think you're underestimating it. You live in Florida. Come to California. See how it happens.
I told you that I've experienced this with my own children.
In Florida or in California?
Yeah, in Florida.
Yeah, very different. Very different. Florida wants to take out people that hurt children. California lets them out earlier.
No. I am telling you that I will help you and I will use my platform, but you have to take the steps on your side to make.
I already done the steps.
So
I already
if
did
the
it.
school board is not doing anything, you need to go to the police and file charges.
The police, believe me, the police don't do nothing here. Just like, all right,
Okay,
do you have the $900 theft law there? Do you have the
Here's what we'll do.
$900? We have different laws, different police with different priorities.
We do not.
If you can't compare Florida police to here's police, it's just not. I've been to Florida. It's very different. My family's from Georgia. Very different.
Sir, file the police report. If the police officers do nothing, then you can send me a copy of the report, redact your private information if that makes you feel more comfortable, and then we'll go from there. But I'm more than happy to make this a national story.
You know what? I'll save it. I'm skeptical because I live in Cali. All they do is make excuses and restorative justice. That's what I've heard said to me numerous times.
Right now, you're just making excuses. I'm telling you I'm going to help you.
No, I'm not making excuses. I've gone to the police. I've gone to the school boards. I'm doing stuff. It's just taking time.
Send me a copy.
It's taking time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it should be like when we were 40, you're 40. Were those bad kids? Weren't they just put in another classroom? Or were you subjected to those children every day?
I still had to deal with them.
What school did you go to?
in what grade?
Must have been a lot worse than mine. Or maybe my school had more bad kids, so they were able to section them off. Maybe that's it. But learning environment in my school was different than now, and I'm not that old. 25 years ago. Anyway, thank you for listening, and you know what? I'm reporting this, and I'm gonna save you, and I would like it.
Sure.
I'm skeptical.
I'll definitely help you.
I've had experiences, but I gotta go. Thank you.
All right, have a good rest of your day.
People in the comments were asking a good question about his understanding of restorative justice. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, having been like a therapist and a teacher in that role, that it can go south really quick. So you really have to be, skilled in the art of like group dynamics and helping people hear each other. But I guess the reality is it's like the consequences that once existed are ineffective. So it's like, I don't know. I just wanted to know what he thought restorative justice was,
Well, according to him, restorative justice would have been the children who were being the bullies being removed from the classroom that his child was in. That was his understanding of restorative justice.
Right. Meanwhile, it's like having the kids talk to each other, develop empathy and learning communication skills and finding resolution, and like that's the idea. I mean, he just wants consequences. And I mean, that doesn't make kids bully people less.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But if these boys are physically assaulting his daughter, and they're not doing anything about it, then he needs to take the matters into his own hands and file the police report. If the police choose to do nothing, I have contacts in national news media.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We will go to the national news media and we will make this a story, especially if they're doing things that are considered sexually harassing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. We will make this a news story. I mean, shit. I've had news articles written about me. I have contacts in national media, and I will make content about it, and we will talk about how the shortcomings are failing our children.
100%.
I love a good moment where we help out some kids, especially if it forces a school board to turn the mirror on themselves and take a good look at what they're doing. Because I have a big bone to pick with school boards and their behavior with their zero tolerance policies for bullying, that they just let shit happen.
100%.
Like,
I would be
had a
slapping
kid
them with a
bite my
lawsuit.
daughter, bite my fucking daughter, and they did nothing.
Jeez.
They did nothing. I'm so glad my dog didn't hear that, because she would have went apeshit. I've had kids call my children monkeys and, throw things at them and do terrible shit, and the school boards do nothing. I took matters into my own hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's part of why kids' behavior at school has become so out of control, is like, I'm not saying that teachers should get the rulers out again, but I do think that teachers are disempowered in their roles as authority figures, and they don't get to set boundaries the same way without parents getting upset with them. But then they do absolutely nothing. Yeah, but then they do nothing and they just don't address it. And it's like, well, you have to address it. Like, this is a problem. I mean, if it were me, I would be calling the school saying, do you want a lawsuit? Because as of right now, you seem like you are incapable of taking care of my child 8 hours a day. Seems like you're a liability.
Right, and that's why I said to him, they're going to act in what they perceive as their best interest. And if you're quiet and you're not doing anything and you're not pushing the issue other than going to them to complain, they're just going to continue to their behavior. You got to make noise. And also elect better people to your school board. I know school boards for the majority of districts are nonpartisan, but do a little research on your school board members, man. Go look at their Facebook pages. Go look at their social media, their personal social media. See how they interact. Look what they did.
Right.
What's
what's their motive?
Right. Look, because technically they are nonpartisan seats. Look up their voter registration. See what party they're registered with. See the things that they've posted on social media. Get involved in town halls. Message these candidates on their social media and ask them questions. You'd be surprised what they're going to say without actually saying it. You gotta listen for the quiet parts.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Anima, run for fucking school board. If somebody's running unchallenged, run for school board. Do it. Do it.
I'm thinking about it. I would love to do that at this point.
We just had a vacancy in the mayor, and I'm wondering if they're doing a special election or they're just going to leave that seat open until midterms. I'm going to find out, but I might run for mayor. I'm going to do it.
That would be so epic.
Matter of fact,
I would rally so hard.
I'm going to ask him. I'll ask him on Monday. I'm not going to bother him in his hometown.
Yeah. Yeah. And rise against, exactly. Libs of TikTok, Moms for Liberty. No.
They're terrible. You would move to my city just to vote for me, Rena. I love that. I'm going to find out what it is. I actually mentioned it to my mom. I was like, maybe I'll run for mayor.
I think it would be amazing.
Maybe the next Mom Donnie.
Yeah.
I live in a very
100%.
red area. I live just outside of Orlando in a very red area. Should I run as on a conservative platform and then just pull the rug out from under them, like pull a Fetterman?
Honestly, yeah. Listen,
Amanda,
all right. So,
yeah, you can ask me a question. What's up?
Yeah.
I don't want to offend anybody, but I think one of the dividing lines with Republican and Democrat is the fact that Republicans are very clear on how they feel about the issue of can men get pregnant or what is a woman. And it seems like Democrats just create a way for them to say that it's yes, but all the Republicans are just calling bullshit on the definition. And it's years ago, the people used to be in mental institutions and getting help from counselors with dealing with gender dysphoria and things like that. But if someone was to ask me, do I think a man can get pregnant? 100%, I'm always going to say no, because I believe a man. I understand, but I'm trying to say it's for me. It's not based on concrete foundation.
Who think that way think that sex and gender are the same thing, and sex and gender aren't the same thing.
Yeah, but guess what? That switched sometime in the last 10 years. It took a hard turn.
It hasn't. It hasn't. Trans people have existed since the beginning of time.
But so you're saying male or female? Because every application when I was 16, going out and looking for jobs and stuff, it always had M or F.
Right, but since we adopted that, right, male or female, science has advanced, and we also now understand that intersex people exist, where they may exhibit female characteristics but have male reproductive organs, or vice versa.
Yeah, but I think that
we didn't know that then.
A lot of it can be that that person is a product of their environment. It depends on what they were encouraged to do at a young age. Because I raised 3 boys. You couldn't convince me to be straight.
You couldn't convince me.
I raised 3 boys, and the way I taught my boys was the way that Mr. Rogers taught me. If you're a boy, you grow up to be a daddy. If you're a girl, you grow up to be a mommy, and you have a family. And it was life was simple. It was a done deal. If you have the male parts, you're a male. If you have the female parts, you're a female.
The thing is that it's as time has gone on, society has found different people to make and I hate this fucking word, so if somebody knows a different word, please, but to make a group of people legally male, right? When we were going through desegregation, and slavery and everything up through that point, even to today, black people are the enemy for this reason. And then more recently, we've seen come to light that the queer community, that the LGBTQIA community is the scapegoat for this thing. When we know, when they talk about that they're indoctrinating kids or they're grooming kids and drag shows are bad because XYZ, but then we look at who is actually committing those crimes against children, they're straight white men. Right? They need to scapegoat somebody, a certain population, and it's often a marginalized group. Nobody ever scapegoats white dudes, ever.
Right, but
because white dudes are the ones who are the most beneficial of the patriarchy.
at what point do you stop feeding into what people believe is delusion? Because I'll be honest with you, yesterday there was 2 different panels as I'm scanning through TikTok, and the title was, should trans women go to the OBGYN? And it's like,
The answer
we're
to that
talking about a
is
male with male parts. Is what? I'm saying absolutely no.
So
What's the point? They don't have the parts that the
should
OBGYN
trans
is.
women go to the OBGYN? Absolutely. They can if their primary care doesn't provide the services necessary. OBGYNs don't just deal with uteruses and ovaries, they also help people learn how to do breast exams. And when you're a trans woman, you may in fact have breasts, and breast exams and mammograms are the best form of early detection for breast cancer. You can develop breast cancer if you have breast tissue. Men can develop breast cancer too, so there's no reason why they shouldn't go to OBGYN. They can. Why not?
Yeah, but men are only going to develop breasts if they take certain drugs and hormones to make it.
That's
that
not
way.
true.
It's not going to happen in a natural process.
That's not true. Gynecomastia is a medical condition.
So do you know of a case where a male has breastfed a child?
Men can lactate. Did you know that men can lactate? If you have a pituitary disorder or pituitary tumor, you can in fact lactate as a man, as a male.
Yeah, that's like probably less than 1% though. If you have a medical
lactation.
issue.
You can induce lactation. If you have the ability to grow breast
Yeah,
tissue,
but what
which men can grow breast tissue, then yeah, you can lactate.
But what I'm saying, if you have 2 biological males and one of them says that they're a woman, there's no way that in a natural way that they're going to be able to ever have a child.
Sure, there are plenty of
so it
women
seems like
who
the
are
Democrats-
born female who can't have children either.
Yeah, I know. That's a small percentage too. But what I'm
That
saying is,
doesn't matter,
like,
they still
what
exist.
I feel like what's next? What's around the corner? Like if a person that's completely white in their skin now says that they are black. Now all of a sudden there's a clear line. Well, you're obviously not black because of the color of your skin. Well, for a lot of Republicans say, well, you're obviously not a woman. So what's the difference?
So a big difference is going to be the historical, anthropological, and sociological evidence of this. So like over time, let's say, if you were, buried, you were buried with your things. If your things were representative. Yeah, go for it. If your belongings were that of a female and or a woman's of that time, no one would think any differently. You would never know the difference because all you would be going off of are the cultural objects that they associate themselves with. So that's happened throughout time. When you start talking about people feeling like they are a different race, that is not something we've observed throughout history, the way that we've observed trans people.
I think I'm just saying a majority of Republicans believe that it's no different in saying that if you were white, that you're actually black trapped inside of a white body. Just like a man would be saying, I'm actually a woman. Like just because you put on a dress and you put on a wig and some high heels doesn't make you a woman. And you have no characteristics of a woman. You have nothing to do with the reproductive system like a woman. You can't menstruate. Like there's a lot of issues which makes me think that these people need some mental help or that they're delusional.
Would you be up for me? Oh, sorry. Would you be up for me explaining my position on this? So I view it as a cluster concept, meaning that all 3 of these categorizations are necessary to understand what gender is. So there's a biological aspect, there's a psychological aspect, and then there's a sociological society aspect. All of these things are present in that experience. So when you say, well, this trans woman doesn't menstruate. Okay, that's just the biological though. There are still other experiences that she's going to resonate with that align her more with women than with men.
No, I can understand if you have like a feminine based like personality and you're very compassionate and very sensitive and you like to be flamboyant and everything. But I think the hard line is the fact that this kind of came up in the last 10 to 20 years as an actual thing. Like I grew up in the 80s. I was born in 81. Life was so simple back then. Like if something like this, if there was an issue like this with someone, it was behind closed doors. and really nobody wanted to talk about it. But now it almost seems like it's just kind of pushed in your face, and we're just kind of like forced to accept this. Like a lot of my friends, nobody wants to address somebody with pronouns. Like
But
it's
we
just
do.
a
It's a
thing that
natural
they are
part of
like kind of
speech.
forcing on us.
Right.
No, it's this
And to it-
crazy thing that Republicans made to be mad about. We use pronouns as natural part of speech.
Yeah, I know, but you guys are like making it like a he, him, they, them. Like
The
you know, the only time ever in history where there was an individual that referred to themselves as they, them was when they had a demon possession. There was multiple demons. That's the truth.
So the problem comes in when you have to ask preemptively what people's pronouns are, right?
Why
Right?
is that a problem?
No, I don't ask that ever. I don't.
No.
Ever, anytime I meet someone, hey, how you doing? What's your name?
That's my
it.
point. But the problem is that now you have to, well, not now anymore because now Trump's president, thank God. But before, during Biden's presidency, it was like, oh, hey, how are you, sir? And then even if they don't appear to be a woman and they look like a man, but they want to say they're a trans woman, you're considered a bigot because you called them by a sir versus a she.
Right.
Or her.
Right.
So
So-
okay. Let me.
And what they
really
want, and let me just add that what they want is most radical left transgender activists want that to be considered a hate crime.
Right.
Who? What
I know.
activist?
And there's like other
Sure,
facts
true.
too.
Don't
Like
listen to him. That's not true. Tell me.
That's
tell
totally
me.
there's like a majority. There's a fact that a majority of
There's
school
plenty of debates.
shootings.
Yeah, there's plenty of debates that you can look and search for yourself
Tell
online.
me the
Louder
name
with
of an
Crowder.
activist. Tell me the name of an
Well,
activist who wants it to be.
she's the
I don't do
president of the
trust me, bro.
LGBTQ.
I
No.
don't do
Okay, I'll
trust
give
me,
it to you. Give me 1 second. All right, give me a second. Hold on.
The president of
I
the
know one.
LGBTQ.
We got a
I
president.
know one, Charlie Kirk.
She's the president of the LGBTQ community. Yeah, she is of
Don't get
organization
distracted.
in university. Give me a second.
Yeah. Don't get
He's
distracted.
fragile, man.
Andy, this guy is just gonna
Vanessa.
placate you and not help you further your understanding. I would not listen to him. I'm just gonna be 100% honest with
Noted.
you. He's
Yeah.
a bigot and he's not gonna help you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that
listen, I
taco
feel
dude.
like if you were born and raised into an environment that like felt a certain way, you're going to be a product of that environment. Like my environment was that. Well, I know it's in some cases.
100%. Okay, 100% of gay children who grow up to be gay adults have parents. How many of those how many of those households do you think they come from are straight households with a mom and a dad? Two heterosexuals,
Majority.
just heterosexually. So,
Majority.
do you think that it's a product of environment, or do you think it's just who you are? Because my parents,
think
just
that
so
it-
you know, I want to give you this information. I am not straight. I am pansexual. Okay, my parents.
I don't. What does
are
that mean
both
exactly?
Straight. I am an equal opportunity fucker.
Okay,
So-
layman's terms. I like that.
My parents are both heterosexual and Republican. So using that
Oh,
thought
no.
train to say, right, and using that thought train to say, I would be straight. They could teach me to be straight. They've never been able to do it in my 40 years of
Okay, I
life.
got it. I got the information
go
you
ahead.
need. So louder with Crowder.
We can't hear you if you're teacupped, babe. Just give me the person's name.
The name is Madison. She's the president of the Spectrum organization in the university that they're at. And you can watch that entire video where she states that they want to consider that a hate crime. So this is not new. This is not a new thing. And I think that's very dangerous. And actually in Canada, they do consider that a hate crime. Did you know that?
No, I don't give a fuck about
Yeah, you should look that up. Yeah, you should look that up.
By the way, side note, Amanda, my friend Cease to Know is in the request. They're really, really big on these topics. They do it from like a debates philosophical lens as well. And,
Sure, I let 'em
you know, if yeah.
Thank you so much for the
Whee!
mute.
As a side
Thank you for bringing me.
words per minute for me.
Is it okay if I respond to a couple of the things I've been hearing?
Yeah, hold on on just one second, though.
Of course.
I'm not able to find any evidence of Madison, president of Spectrum Organization, stating that improper use of pronouns is a hate.
You need to watch the video, my dear.
Okay,
you should
what
watch
is
the
their
video.
last name? Where am I finding the video? This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Just go on YouTube and watch the video.
Okay,
Louder with
whose
Crowder.
channel
There's
is it on?
louder with Stephen Crowder. Louder with Crowder. There are only two genders. That's the name of the segment.
Okay, go
Crowder's
ahead.
another propagandist, by the way. Yeah, a few things. Number one, Crowder is a known propagandist anyway. Now, even if it was the case, he is. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like
The
most
words
of
are
the
not coming
people
out of his
just-
mouth. Oh, I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
So,
So,
if you were to intentionally
here's the
use
thing.
gender It doesn't matter,
Here's
Shirley.
here's the thing.
You understand that? Because
First of all, look, I would be against
to ruin your
laws
life
that are
discourse.
prohibiting speech as long as you're not harassing somebody, but that has no bearing on the reality of gender identity, something which 99.9% of people on this app who call themselves gender critical have no idea what it's all about. I mean, all I hear is whining from people that have never opened a page of gender theory, who can't tell me what the definition of gender in a psychological or philosophical framework is. Right? Like there's one guy here, down here, was talking about, biological functions as though that is the only measure that we use to know somebody's a woman. Meanwhile, most of the time, when we go out into the world, we don't have access to anybody's biology. We don't have access to their genitals, their chromosomes, their gametes. That's not what we're using to categorize them as men or women. Right? Already, this isn't the woke crowd, like hijacking language and coming in and changing everything. Trans people have always existed throughout all of history. We have examples and documentation of trans identities beyond two genders existing. And two, already we use the word woman and man to mean something that extends beyond just biology. We're not just describing biology, we're also describing culture. We're describing time period, we're describing psychology. I think man and woman, like Atropos was saying, to be a cluster concept of different traits. If I ask you, is the experience of a woman in China identical to a woman in America? What would you say?
So you saying that you
And what
don't
if I
believe
don't?
me,
What if I don't?
If you don't, I would consider that disrespectful, and that's
to
actually
the
an act of
guest,
violence to
Andy or
misgender and
Chin.
It's an act of
transgender.
Either one
That
of
is
you.
an act
If
of
I
violence.
ask you that question, is the experience of a woman in China the same as that of a woman in America? What would you say?
Yes, absolutely.
Depending on what experience you're talking about.
I'm just in general. I'm saying in general. Is the
No,
experience?
you can't generalize that. You can't
So
generalize that.
I need to.
don't
I
know.
need to
can.
just
Have the
jump
freedom
in
to
real
express
quick.
themselves.
I gotta jump in real quick. So Taco, that's not what was said at all. And if you listen
exactly
to the
what she said.
video,
Exactly what you said.
if you listen to the video, misgendering someone can be considered an act of violence. And do you know why that is?
Did you watch that video?
I'm watching it and I'm reading the transcript right here. I'm reading the transcript right here.
She
They
said it's a hate
misgendering is
crime.
an act of violence.
No, she said
I
hate
identify as
crime.
Bro, 13 minutes and 39 seconds. I
You need to
identify as
watch the
a
video, my dear. I've seen that video like 10 times. She says it is a
I watched
hate
it. What the fuck
crime.
do you think I was doing?
How can the freedom of speech
Crime.
be a hate or be a
She
crime,
said-
an act of
Yeah,
violence?
she said hate crime.
Hey,
He
Andy,
says-
can I ask?
How
He
can
says
freedom of
it's
speech be an act of violence?
Hold on. He replies with a hate crime is considered an act of violence against somebody and is illegal. She said the word hate crime. So you need to speak, watch something and learn and understand it, and then speak before you try to correct me.
Cheesy, can you answer me a question, please?
No, dude, I'm done answering questions for very long,
I've
bro.
been sitting.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so then
Why
he can get
is-
the fuck out. He can get out.
Keep in mind how he ran away from the
Why are
question.
the Republicans the only ones obsessed with genitalia? No one is obsessed with genitalia and genitals as much as the Republican Party. And it's really, really disturbing.
It's not that they're obsessed. It's that they
is.
I'm actually a
contribute.
centrist.
It is.
There's some
People-
value. There's value in what part you have on your body. That's all. There's a
So
certain
do you-
value.
Okay, do you think that men inherently have more value because they have a appendage?
Not at all. No. But I'm saying, but that gives them the characteristics of a male. So
Of a male.
99.9.
Concerned about other people is my point. Other people, how they identify, how they express themselves, what kind of
Because the
genitals
other people
they have.
are because the
Who's
other
the
people
other
are
people?
affecting.
We're all people.
No,
We're all
okay, that
people.
community. I
Do you
understand,
know
but that
what population of trans
Anomaly,
we're all the
community we
human
have?
race.
please. Anomaly, please let him respond. Ask your question again and then give them the opportunity to respond, please. Anomaly. Because I can't hear when y'all are both talking. Please ask your question again and then give them an opportunity to respond because I can't understand what both of y'all are saying when you're both talking.
Yeah, no problem. My question was, why is it that Republicans seem to be the only group of people hyper focusing on genitalia? And with the Epstein cover up and with this Grape Academy and with all this disgusting things that are coming out, why are we still hyper focusing on genitalia? It's not a good look for the Republican Party.
I didn't bring this
Can I
up as a
answer?
topic of discussion, by the way.
Can I answer, or do you want me to wait?
It wasn't technically a question, it was a statement, but please respond.
Okay,
I'm a
think
centrist.
that if you have a coin, on the one side of the coin are the people that aren't worried about genitalias and people that don't think that other people should be in their business. But on the flip side of that coin, there's a large number of people that believe that when you're born with those certain parts, that makes you that. And if you're going to deny it, that's a you problem. That's something you need to work out. And that the fact that you're saying that you want to go to the OBGYN when you have all male parts, and the fact that you're saying that you could get pregnant, it's just, to me, it's
no,
just,
but
it's
honey, nobody's
unbelievably
saying
like,
nobody is saying if someone born with testicles and a penis can get pregnant. Nobody's saying that. We know that that's not biologically possible. Okay, but again, we also
what you're saying is
understand.
that person
No,
that
what
can
they're
get
saying
pregnant,
is no.
Taco,
Please
nobody's
let
that
the
person that
fucking
can get
telling
pregnant
you. Shut
can
up.
still call it. I'm just saying that person that got pregnant could still call themselves a male or a man,
Yes,
identical
a man,
to the,
not a male. Though they're different. Sex is based on your chromosomal makeup, and I mean the sex you're assigned at birth is based solely on the visual inspection of external genitalia. That's how you're assigned sex at birth. Unless you've been karyotyped, there's no way to know that sex at birth that you were assigned is exactly what you are. There's no way to know that.
Actually,
but sex,
you're not
which
assigned
is
sex
male
at
and
birth.
Yes,
male,
Lord.
female, and intersex is not the same as man, woman, and non-binary. They're not the same. Do they sometimes coincide? Sure. But do they have to? No, because gender is something that we express outwardly as a societal construct. Like men used to wear wigs and makeup and high heels and paint their nails, and now they don't typically anymore under the typical definition of what a man is. Right? It's just
society.
a societal construct.
Society as a whole.
Cheesy Taco, if you don't shut the fuck up and you interrupt again, I will just remove you and you will not come back. Shut up. So the two things are not the same.
Okay, but I feel like in the last 20 years, the second part, the part that you believe, has been something that they
Just
want the
Republicans.
masses they want the Republicans to accept. And that's kind of like where they draw the hard line.
Can I say something here? Can I respond to something that was just said?
Yeah.
So, Andy, you fundamentally are not engaging in reality because what's being said to you is that the word man and male don't always have to mean the same thing. By the way, there are aspects of biological sex that can be changed. You can't
That's
change
the
your
story. But that's what I'm saying. That's
it's the
the thing that's
scientific
changed.
reality. It's the
That's
reality.
what's changed, though. It was never around 20 years ago.
It's
or
been
when I was a
around.
child.
It's been around for thousands of years.
Okay, it was never talked
distinction-
about.
That's not true either. That's not true either. What is your source for that? Because that is not the case.
Just
I can give
Just
you.
life.
It's not life. Your perception. You making up your own story and calling that life is a you problem. The
That's my
actual
perspective.
reality.
That's all.
Well,
What I
but
mean is perspective.
But your perspective.
I would like to piggyback off of something that you just said. So, for example, in the Jewish religion, there's something called the Talmud, right? That was written between the 3rd and 6th century CE. So, a long motherfucking time ago. Do you know how many genders are mentioned in there? I'll give you a spoiler.
No.
7. That I know of. There may even be more. So this has existed for a long fucking time. But the Republican Party wanted to give you something to be outraged about. And the only way that they can do that is to give you something to punch down on. a marginalized
Yes.
community to punch down on.
And how much money did they spend? $200 million on anti-trans propaganda so that you would think this exact thing. Where did they all come from? It's a contagion. Everyone's, no, they paid a good money for you to believe that this is a new thing, that this is a problem, that this is somehow strange, that it's something to be eradicated, whatever the case. Even Elon Musk himself has spent over $100 million against his own daughter, mind you, because he's trying to get people to desensitize themselves to the community, not care about the strife they're going through as a minority, and to assume all these talking points are correct, and they're just not.
It's amazing to me how these people can have these perspectives without ever having actually taken the time to study anything. Because you're saying it's your perspective. Well, the reality of the matter is that historically speaking, we have evidence of gender identities existing for thousands of years, not in the last 20 years, for thousands of years. Something you just ignore because you've not been exposed to it. And rather than, before coming into these kinds of conversations, educating yourself on what the facts are, you're just spewing things as though they're true.
No, it's not that. It's that, like, it seems like over the last 20 years, that became the issue to talk about, whereas before, it was always never really talked about.
The only reason it's talked about in this context, where it's become a political problem, is exactly because of what Atropos just said, which is that the people in power are using the trans community as a scapegoat to distract you from what actually matters. That's why you're hearing more about it in this context.
Just like Hitler did.
Right.
You're muted, love. You're muted.
We're going to give Cheesy Taco a chance to contribute something to this conversation because they have been waiting patiently. Cheesy Taco, is there something that you would like to contribute of substance to this conversation?
Yeah, so you mentioned gender construct, right?
Yeah.
Social
construct. Social
Yeah,
construct.
social construct, right?
Uh-huh.
Society doesn't accept it. So what is it now?
Society does accept gender as a social construct for the reasons that I know. Don't start interrupting. For the reasons that I already mentioned, right? Gender and the things that we attribute to a specific gender have changed over time. Why is it changed over time? Because it's a societal construct. Men used to wear wigs. Nail polish was made for men. Now, predominantly, we see women wearing wigs and women utilizing nail polish because it changed over time. Go ahead, Cease.
The popular vote says
just to clarify, a social construct doesn't require the agreement of every member of the society. That's not what a social construct means.
No, of course, not necessarily. Correct. That's correct. But society as a whole, obviously by the result of the popular vote, voted against it.
Has nothing to do with popular.
Yes.
No, that's not what you don't know. You don't know what a social construct is. That's not what a social construct is.
I do. You don't know what a woman is.
I know exactly what a woman is. I know exactly what a woman is.
No, you don't.
Again, you just triggered by the facts is not my problem. A social construct is not decided upon by a vote or a committee. That's not what that is. A social construct are things that emerge just from living in the world, coming into contact with other people, and these norms emerging naturally. It's nothing to do with voting. This is laughable. You have no idea what you're talking about. By the way, I'll disagree slightly. I don't think gender is just a social construct. I think gender expression, gender roles are social constructs. I think gender identity is also partially psychological in relation to the biological. But that part is not a social construct. Everything else is. Regardless, none of it is dependent on some vote. Like you live in your own world. One last thing I wanted to say, and I'll mute because I'm probably talking too much. To answer the one question, I think Republicans and conservatives are engaged in a constant state of projection. Right? They're acting like they care about women's rights when they're the ones that are constantly trying to remove women's rights from the conversation. They claim to care about protecting children when they're the ones that are constantly harming children and not caring about their well-being. Harming children in every other context. Somebody has a crazy echo. So it's ridiculous.
To Chizzy, if I may. May I ask a question to Chizzy and Andy? What poses a more significant threat to children, trans or school pupils? What do you think we should be focusing on?
Well,
What do you think we should?
I would say both because there are some trans that have done that, right? Even though it's a low percentage. To be fair.
To be fair, it's a majority.
Can you prove it? Give me a name.
Host, can you look that up?
What's that? What do you want me to look up? I was just
Yeah, she
looking
can
up
look it
at about his voter turnout, popular vote. Just so you know, more people abstained from voting, more eligible voters abstained for voting than who voted for Donald Trump. Just so you know. 77.3 million, which equates to 49.8%, which is not the majority of the popular vote, voted for Trump. 75 million people voted for Kamala Harris, which equates to 48.3% of the vote. 89 million people did not vote.
So what does that tell
Did
you?
not win the popular vote.
Out of those, the popular vote only counts the votes. Hold on.
Out of those
The
votes,
popular vote-
how many were
What did you
illegal
want me to look up?
aliens?
None.
Popular
What
vote.
do you want me to look up? Cheesy taco,
Can
shut
you
the fuck
look
up.
up
What do you want me to
this?
look up?
Can you look up the statistics on school pupils, the population of school pupils versus the population of trans?
Over what, the last 10 years?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to put documented trans people because there are people who are not. It's going to take a minute to look to find this information, and then I'm going to cross-reference it. So y'all could continue if you want.
I'm just curious, one thing real quick.
I really wanted to hear him respond to my question because he just both sides did, and I said, "What's more pressing? What do you think is more dangerous?" And his response was false. That it's the majority of school computers that are.
That's like asking what was worse, the Holocaust or slavery.
That's not what.
Yeah, he wants to. How many people were trans out of
Come
the
on.
school shootings? How many were trans out of school shootings or assassination attempts?
You're literally comparing people just living out their life and not harming people to slavery in the Holocaust.
That's not
What is
true.
wrong
Though.
with you?
Cease.
What is wrong with you?
Cease, that's not true. Trans women. I'm gonna call them trans women because to me they're men, but trans women have applied for women's only scholarships. Not sports.
They're women. They're women. They're not taking anything away from everybody. From anybody. They're
women do.
Biological male winning the swimming.
We get back to the.
How did you feel about the biological male winning the female sports?
Who was that?
With swimming.
Who won? What was their name?
A transgender female.
No. What was their name?
Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas. Okay, what do we want to know about Leah Thomas?
Nothing. We already know what we have.
Did she have an advantage? Was she a biological male that had a physical different structure than the females?
Of course.
Women that
of course.
When you undergo, no, not of course. You're listening to this fucking moron right here.
A 6'1" man.
Okay, so
5'7" woman.
When you undergo HRT, your body makeup changes, your ability to grow muscle changes, your bone density changes. It does not. You're not. I don't know why you guys think this, that you live in this body and when you transition your body stays the same. It does not. Your body does not.
So let me just say,
the same.
if you had like a 7 foot tall man that grew up as a man and then all of a sudden he got to his 30s and he decided he wanted to be.
I've never even met a 7 foot man. Are you serious right now?
Let's say 6'6".
No,
Now all of a sudden,
you're being bad faith.
well,
and you know.
you're interrupted. You didn't even let me finish.
Well,
If that
to
6'6"
be fair-
man now wants to join the WNBA, and he's dunking on all the girls, he has the most points out of every game. He's like the #1 MVP.
Now that
Don't you think?
So funny.
Don't you think that there's a
cis men pretending to care about women's sports? You guys have never cared about women's sports.
I didn't. Actually, I like watching the volleyball. To be honest with you, the most.
So we have Lythian, who is here. Lythian, I see that you have the trans flag in your username. Are you somebody who identifies as trans?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like for you to be able to have the majority of the reins in this conversation, as this is something that impacts you directly. So if there's something you'd like to add, please feel free.
Yeah, I do want to say the 6 foot. I'm so tired of the 6 foot man, not 6 foot, like the 7 foot man joining women's sports like immediately. That's not how any of that works. They would need every sport, at least until recently, at least in the Olympics. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. So every sport has a hormone requirement specifically for trans women and trans men. You need to be on HRT for 2 years before you can participate in the sport. So
Right,
like
and when you
LeBron,
go on HRT,
yeah.
which is hormone replacement therapy, there are changes that you experience to your
Mhm.
body, correct?
Yes, there are changes that you experience within your body. You become functionally similar to a cisgender woman. The only thing that I have ever seen that you retain is your hand grip strength, which I don't know what that might have to do with any
We out here
sport
arm
necessarily.
wrestling motherfuckers. Yes.
So LeBron James joining the WNBA isn't possible until he's taken 2 years of HRT. And in that case, he'd be equivalent to a, however tall he is, a cisgender woman. Also, on top of that, the trans people have been allowed in the Olympics for 20 years. We have not gotten into the Olympics. There was someone who, there was a trans man who didn't qualify, and that is as far as we've made it.
Okay, but was it Caitlyn Jenner that won the gold medal, or was it Bruce Jenner? Was he a male or a female?
Okay, that was way before my time, but at the
Oh shit,
Bruce
I'm
Jenner
old.
competed as a man.
he competed as a guy.
But she is
And that's
Caitlyn
Sorry.
Jenner. But she is
And that's the
Caitlyn Jenner,
same
so
thing
we will
with the
address her as
swimmer.
Caitlyn.
And that's the same thing with the swimmer. If I recall, he was rated as a she. Okay, well, I'm gonna say him first, and then I'll go back to she. The reason why I'm saying this is because he was rated like 240th as a male swimmer, and he was not successfully. Then he went through the process, and now he became the number 1 swimmer.
False. That's misinformation.
True.
That's not true at all. That's not even remotely true. They were ranked way higher.
No, he was not. He was like 200th in the male category.
No.
Then he
ended up.
transitioned over.
No. This is false. He was ranked fairly high, and then once they started to transition, they started to go lower and lower in the rankings. By the time they were in the 200, they had already been transitioning for quite a while. And then when they transitioned into the opposite category, it wasn't like they went there and dominated and became number 1. They won some races and lost other races and competed pretty averagely. This is just misinformation you're spewing here.
No notes. That's exactly right.
Also, to Anomaly's point earlier, that question you had asked, it's amazing how quickly we can focus on trans women in sports, yet we are not going to focus on, pew-pew violence against children. It's just amazing to me how quickly we pivot,
Right.
Yeah, the
right,
number one unaliver of children is gun violence. It's not trans people.
Right, and the amount of trans that commits these is so low. It's
less than
0.09%. Yeah.
It's less than the half of a percentage.
And yet they're trying to spin it. They're trying to spin it like it's an epidemic of trans violence committing this.
Why do they get like a whole day where they can have what did they say comes before the fall? Pride.
You know
Have a
what's
pride
crazy is
march.
that white men
Hold on,
actually account for roughly 51 to 55%. That's the majority of mass pew-pewings are committed by who? White men. So should we legislate?
We should.
Well, I think what we need to legislate for is if the individual is under the age should not have a weapon, those parents should be convicted.
98% of mass pew-pewers are male. 98.
Oh, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. I just think that I can't throw a number on it, but I guarantee if you held parents accountable for what happens with their children,
I'm so
and
glad
by
you mentioned that
and
accountability.
the reason,
Anomaly, please stop interrupting.
you know, parents are held accountable because they left their weapons unsecured. You know, I think the parents need to be charged before the freaking kid does. That's just my opinion.
I think if they're a minor, absolutely, that they should be charged. That the parents should be charged.
Oh yeah, 100%.
As an accessory
100%.
after the fact, as neglectful, like I think that they should throw the book at the parents. Absolutely. Now to address what you said about pride. Pride is not just for people who identify as LGBTQIA+. It's not. Pride is for everybody. Pride is a celebration, which started as a riot, just so we're clear, is a celebration of embracing who you are. Pride is about love. It is about acceptance. It is about forward movement. It is about all of the good things that we want to see in the world, about humanity, about human rights. Pride is something that should be celebrated by everyone. Pride is not some kind of exclusionary event. It's not about forcing your ideals on anyone. It's about celebrating you. What makes you who you are and what makes you the wonderful person that you are? Is it because you like to wear the color fucking green every day and everybody knows you as the green girl? Sure, why not? Is it because you're a woman who loves other women? Sure, why not? Pride is a celebration of you. Does that answer your question?
There's so many times that I've seen like people with like megaphones and they're just like screaming at each other in their faces. And it's like people holding signs
That's
for
because
one
people
side.
show up and protest pride. Like, who the fuck wants to protest you being authentic and being yourself? Like, what kind of weirdo does that?
Well, so can I ask this then? So you talk about pride. You talk about pride.
Say something.
So you talk about pride.
I was.
I'm sorry.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to ask him a
hey,
question.
ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to. Oh, damn! I fucking lost it. Never mind. Go ahead. I lost it.
Okay. So we're talking. So we're talking about pride.
I remember now. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead. Go
That
ahead.
always happens.
I loved that you pointed out accountability. Sorry, I smoke a lot of herb. You pointed out accountability. So you must be like pro women in the sense that like where's the outrage to the 98% of perpetrators that never get convicted? Perpetrators of SA in our country. Wouldn't that be?
I wish they would all get convicted.
Of women, because you're advocating for the safety of women, and 97 to 98%, I think it's 98 now, of predators never ever get convicted.
So you're like saying that I support raping? Like you think I'm like that?
No, I'm saying that there's a higher percentage of predators that we need to worry about than the 0.09% of trans that exist. Just exist. They don't even. I mean,
no, it wasn't. Okay, I'm not saying that there's not a threat to the fact that like they're gonna harm me, but there's a threat to what some would say is the fabric of society, of what we're taught when we're little, and now we're at this big shift that pretty much, like I heard the other day that these young kids, like 7 years old, are getting hormone therapy, and you know, transgender.
Hormone therapy is not the same as puberty blockers, just so you know.
But I'm saying you're starting to mess with people's natural way of living. Like I think that this should be something that's
puberty blockers in children
decided
for various reasons for decades, for longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, but the reason Elon Musk was so upset is because when his child went through that, they now lost all reproductive possibilities.
No, that's
Okay,
not.
so
That's not how that
what?
works.
But even if that was true, who cares? My ability to reproduce shouldn't be controlled by your decisions, and that applies for various different situations. My ability or want or unwant to reproduce shouldn't be controlled by you. That'd be like me telling you, all right, fucker, get in there and start pumping out cups full because we got a whole bunch of people we got to impregnate. And you're like, absolutely not. Too bad, bitch. You get the cattle prod. You're doing it anyway. Like, that's the equivalent.
I have to drop, but can I say one last thing before I go?
Absolutely. Please do.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate you letting me up. I just wanted to respond to this last statement about, the trans people, being a danger to the fabric of society. This is delusional talk. Nobody's a threat to the fabric of anything. What's a threat to the fabric of society is people like some of the ones that are up here right now, literally vomiting propaganda that they've not bothered to actually really look into, and just accepting it as truth because you worship billionaires that don't care at all about you and don't have any of your freedoms in mind or in their thoughts. They're using you as a way to control power. I think it's exhausting and really a tell that right now we're dealing with, the whitey triggered men, especially, but I think white people in general, conservative, that are lashing out at the fact that they're seeing a change happen, that they're actually losing power, that they're losing the control, that they're losing the culture war, and that is causing all this reaction and implosion within their own communities. Because they don't want anybody else to have equal opportunity or to have, it's all about freedom until it's the freedom of somebody that doesn't look like you or sound like you or believe like you. Then you think that you should restrict their rights and freedoms and capacity to express their identity. It's a constant state of projection and hypocrisy that I see from the political right. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. And also, thank you for follow. Thank you so much for having me up. And
thank you for being here. I'm gonna drop you for the algo. Take care.
Bye,
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you so much. Bye,
WCs. Real quick. Good afternoon now. Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
Hello. I'm on my backup because I got tagged for calling a transphobe a cunt.
Oh boy.
Worth it. Worth every second of it.
Fuck yeah.
Also, the finger waggle that you gave just now was inspired. Grade A finger waggle. So, Andy, do you know what the ratio?
Calling in. I'm gonna answer it.
Okay.
All right, caller, hang on for just a second, okay?
The finger waggle that you gave just now.
Caller, you got to turn down your background noise there. I know you're still watching the stream, but we can't hear you. Hold on for just a second, caller. What? Can you guys hear the caller?
No, we can't.
Okay, they're not saying shit, so I hung up anyway. All right, go ahead, Geeky.
No. So, Andy, do you know what the ratio of trans children to cis children who use hormones or puberty blockers is?
Less than 1%.
It's 1 to 20. So for every one trans child that uses hormones or puberty blockers, 20 cis children are using hormones or puberty blockers. We make this big deal about trans kids using these life-saving medications.
Can you define the difference? Because I don't know the difference then between trans and cis.
So, trans children are children who don't identify with the gender assigned at birth versus cis children who do and are using it for methods other than gender affirming care.
Well, what are they doing it for?
I mean, it could be anything. The youngest that we've seen puberty blockers administered is around the age of 5 when someone has gone through precocious puberty. And precocious puberty often is triggered by a number of different things, one of them being sexual assault. So
I'm just
oh,
saying,
bye, Anomaly.
we don't allow children to drink until 21. Children aren't allowed to get tattoos, something permanent. I feel like we should at least give them till they're 18. And if at that point in their life,
Do you know how
they decide,
effective puberty blockers are at the age of 18?
Yeah.
Nope,
So
I
puberty
don't.
blockers can only be effective prior to or at the very early stages of natal puberty.
Yep.
They're not effective at 18.
So do you guys feel bad for the people? Do you guys feel bad for the cases where they took hormones and thought that they wanted to be the opposite, and then it turns out a couple years later they really do want to be what they were originally born?
People
Never heard of that?
actually regret having knee surgery more than they regret transitioning. Knee surgery.
The regret rate the knee surgery regret rate is around 29%, whereas the regret rate for gender affirming care of any kind is around 1%. And even then, there are various reasons why they have those regrets, one of which is that there's societal pressure. And yeah, exactly, social stigma. And when we look at this percentage and we actually pay... Go ahead, Amanda.
I just want to say, like, who would intentionally choose to marginalize themselves? Like, who's like, let me just become one of the most fucking debated about, legislated on members of society? Like, who do you think would do that without having significant investment in therapy, their physical well-being? Like, it's a process. You don't just wake up. Like, I couldn't just wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what? I feel like a man. I'm a man, and I'm gonna go be a man. Like, and transition. I can't just go to the fucking CVS and go get on hormones. Like, I have to go to a doctor. I have to go to therapy. There are a whole bunch of shits that I have to do before I can ever do that.
Do you happen to know the number that documented trans that regret doing it end up having a behavioral health issue? And with the behavioral health, is it because how they were treated and throughout society, or is it because of other...
Atropos can answer this.
I'm just curious. I'm not questioning anything. I'm just curious on the number.
Yeah, so the reality is, although trans people do go through a lot of strife on the daily, they do have a whole identity that isn't just about being trans. And so, I mean, that first of all, so that means that based on their life experiences, yeah, there could be what's called comorbid diagnoses, just meaning that you have more than one diagnosis that you meet the criteria of. So for a trans person, you'll typically have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. What you're not typically going to say is that that is automatically psychotic. No, it's its entire thing. It's a distress-based disorder. Then there's psychotic-based disorders, delusional-based disorders, right? And then you have, body dysmorphic disorder. That's OCD related, also different. So yes, you could have multiple of those, diagnoses at the same time, but being trans, I don't know quite how to articulate this, but I'll just say this. Conversion therapy is trying to convince people that there's something they're not, and it doesn't work. It's a form of torture. Correct. So what does that say? Yeah.
Okay.
So
thank you. I'm sorry. I was going to say thank you for that. I just curious.
We have a couple of people over on YouTube. One of them specifically is named Anthony, who says that you're born with either a hole or a pole, period. Well, Anthony, I challenge you to look up what vaginal agenesis is. Also, what is it? I can't say it. Rokitansky? It's MKRH. Look up what MKRH syndrome is. You are not born with either a hole or a pole. There are people who are not born with either. There are people who are born with female sex organs, but without a hole, as you like to refer to it. Like, God, you people are infuriating. Like, if you just read something for once in your life other than a comment section, you would know that there are other people who exist in this world other than ones who look like you.
Yeah, but I think what you're talking about is a very, again, low percentage, less than 1% of the
Hey,
total
hang
Doesn't
on,
matter,
population.
they
because
exist.
That's just why
there's
it's not
something
prevalent
really.
in knowledge.
Hey, Andy, hang on a second. There's something really sinister about reducing people down to their genitals and saying, "Oh, you're either born with a hole or a pole." Like, can you imagine being so one-dimensional that all you think about is your genitals and that's how you determine who you are? Like, are you that shallow that you don't have a personality past your dick? Is the tip of your dick really where your personality ends?
Anthony said I'm a 20-year-old arsler. Well, joke's on you, Anthony, if you think I'm 20 years old. I'll take that as a compliment, because I don't acknowledge that other bullshit you said. Bro thinks I'm 20 years old.
Being
gotta
that young, I guess. Fucking twice that. Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I got a question. I've been listening to you for about an hour now, maybe a little bit longer. You mentioned something earlier. You being a veteran. Obviously, if you see, I've been in the military now for 26 years. I'm getting ready to transition. You talked about pride earlier. So my pride is, serve this country. I don't care who's the president. I support whoever's the commander in chief. I've been in, 26 years. I guess what I'm asking is why do individuals treat now over the last 5 to 7 years, treat military like it's a disgrace, and you got people that are to the point where they're done and one and done, they're out.
Well, the military fails to recognize certain issues that are not even just special to the society, that because the military functions as its own society within society, right?
Oh, 100%.
People are very upset with the fact that the military is being exclusionary of people who want to be quote unquote patriotic and serve their country and be a part of it, right? We shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be excluding people from certain MOSs because of what's between their legs. We shouldn't be excluding people from serving in the military because they're trans people. Like that shouldn't be happening. People who are fit to serve and want to serve should be able to serve.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I'm a Republican, and I agree everything that you just said. I don't care. I'm a 19 Delta Cav Scout. I'm a Zulu now, and if I got a female soldier that can outdo a male soldier, and it doesn't even really have to be that. If she wants to be a 19 Delta Cav Scout, she wants to be a 19 kilo tanker, 11 Bravo infantry. She wants to jump out of planes. Wants to go to Ranger School, I 1,000% support all that.
A lot of people don't, though.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm one of those.
I mean, the leader of the military doesn't.
Oh, I know. And trust me, 1,000% don't support that jackass.
Oh, that's a really
There's also a lot to say. There's also a lot to say about the fact that, the military, the industrial complex of the military itself is an issue. Like,
see, and people don't understand this, right? We have a comment on YouTube. Geeky, we have a comment. This is what people don't understand. We have somebody on YouTube who said, it's not the military that you need to change. Military shouldn't pay for trans surgery. Did you know that if you are a part of the military, they cover erectile dysfunction medication? They cover things that treat male pattern baldness, like, minoxidil. So we cover gender-affirming care. You just don't like that it's covering gender-affirming care that you don't like. We also do breast augmentation for people, whether it be a reduction or implants, if they meet the qualifications for it. So you don't like that it's covering something that you don't like. Not that it covers gender-affirming care as a whole. Huh?
No, but that's like a big jump, though, from a male that just wants to grow a little bit more hair.
It's gender-affirming care, sir.
A total sex change, though. That's like a major operation.
I mean, it's a major operation for breast augmentation.
Just
it's
taking minoxidil, taking minoxidil can cause cardiac issues. Like just that
Yeah.
little pill, taking minoxidil for hair regrowth, can cause cardiac issues.
I mean, the little blue pill is a vasodilator. That's the whole point of it.
You can unalive from
Do
that.
you think that, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but do you think that there is a connection between transgender people and people that would be considered that they need some type of like mental health issues taken care of?
Everybody needs mental health care, my guy. By the way, you guys, it is Mental Health Awareness Month, as well as Military Appreciation Month.
Yes,
These two things go hand in hand because we look at, like, I'm just gonna kind of divert for just a second. I'm gonna digress for just a second. Look at the way that we treat veterans in this country. Just look at it. We treat them atrociously. We cut mental health benefits to the VA. We cut 82,000 jobs from the VA itself. Like, all of these things have happened under this administration. We treat the military like garbage. We treat the veterans who come out afterwards like garbage. Y'all are just pawns on a board for these rich pluritarchs, and we don't have any sort of respect for the people who come out afterwards. Like, I'm a Middle Eastern person. For every reason, I shouldn't be sitting here, screaming hurrah for the military complex. I'm currently watching my homeland be absolutely destroyed. And for me, like, I still sit here and I say, we need to treat our veterans better because we don't treat them well. We're spending more money on demonizing trans folk than we are on making sure that our veterans are taken care of. And the fact of the matter is, people will sit there and scream about this tiny little percentage of human beings and wanting to compete in sports and piss in a stall than they will about the fact that we have homeless veterans. Why are we spending that much money writing laws against trans folk when we have people who are out on the street right now?
Right, if we had spent that $200 million that they spent championing against trans people, imagine how many people we could have housed.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
So instead of screaming about trans folk, this tiny percentage of people who have done literally nothing, I'm going to break your guys' brains right now. You have pissed next to a trans person. You have. There's been a trans person. Like, anyone who's been in the bathroom with me has pissed next to a trans person.
True.
Sorry to break your guys' brains. You piss next to a trans person.
I've also
curious.
never been SA'd by a trans person, but I have by two cisgender men.
Exactly.
There you go.
And that's like
Never been assaulted by a trans person.
Yeah, that's like the whole paradox of this whole thing, right? Is like watching people come for trans people, this minority population, instead of going after the ones that are predominantly the aggressors. But also, I have a question for Manchu and, also Andy. What are your thoughts on Trump kicking trans people out of the military, some of which have served over a decade?
Close to retirement. 18 years.
So, I think that's very wrong.
Oh, I agree 100%. So listen, I'm on
policy called "Don't Ask, Don't Tell." I think that it worked a lot better than what's going on with the current
It
system.
was extremely detrimental to people. But go ahead.
So
better than just kicking them out. At least we're allowed to serve.
So I'm currently active duty, and I completely agree. 1,000% was wrong for doing it. So that's my opinion on that one. But I do have another question, and this is directed towards one individual. So I'm seeing on social media a lot lately. Yes, this is going to go back to talking about trans. What do you think of this whole thing that is blowing up right now in your state? Lily, what's this guy's? Lily Tilly, trans. Tino, yes.
Wait, hang on. We're gonna go ahead and gender her properly. She is a woman. She goes by she, her pronouns. Regardless of how we feel about her, like, I don't love Caitlyn Jenner. I'm still gonna pronoun her properly. I don't love, like, Lily Tino and Caitlyn Jenner are the PETA of trans folk. Like, no one really likes them, but regardless of it, we're going to respect them because of the fact that none of that has to do with them being trans. It has to do everything with the fact that they're shitty people.
Right. If I had to be,
So-
if I had to compare Lily Tino and Caitlyn Jenner to something that would relate to this conversation, they're stereotypical Republicans. Rules for thee, but not for me.
So, do you agree with Disney going to go ahead and ban them?
Yes, absolutely. There's no reason why Lily Tino should have been recording in a restroom. That is an absolute violation of privacy and should not have ever occurred. They deserve
And
to be banned.
also, yeah, and also the very, phallic shaped snacks and foods that she's eating, talking about body parts in Disney World. It just, mm-mm.
It's completely
I like,
inappropriate.
yeah, yikes.
Can you guys hear the ringing?
No, we can't hear any audio from your YouTube stream, Bibs.
I don't think you're going to
So-
be able to hear the caller, but we have a caller. Hi, caller. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Can you guys hear the caller?
Nope.
Can I?
I'll get it
Try
fixed.
adding a new source plugin for the whatever you're getting.
Chrome
the
has
call
its
in.
own plugin. It already
that's
has
annoying.
one.
Am I on the line?
What are you
You
streaming
are.
on?
This is a live show. What can I help you with?
Okay. The question was, why do you support Republicans? And I
Yes,
just
why do you
wanted to
support
respond to that.
Unfortunately, everybody can't
number-
hear you, so but I would love to hear what you have to say, and then I'm going to disconnect you, okay? And
So you mean you're going to silence me when I
No,
start
I just said I
speaking?
would love to hear what you have to say, so go for it.
Okay. Well, I do like the fact that I do support ICE. I do support the fact that they protect Americans from criminals. I'm sorry, protect the people from criminals, illegal criminals, rapists and child molesters and
Well,
pedos.
statistically, that's not true.
Okay. And I also, there's only two genders. There's male and female. There's also retarded.
That would be sex.
Six
Sex and
genders?
gender are not the same. Sex
What do you mean?
and
There's only
gender
two.
are not the sex and gender are not the same.
What do you mean?
Sex and gender are not the same thing.
Explain.
How do you want me to explain it to you? Sex is
There's
based
male-
off of sex assigned at birth is based off of the physical
What do you mean
presentation of your
assigned at
external.
birth? You're just born a male or a female. There's no
And
assignment.
how do they? Okay, you are assigned to sex at birth, friend. When a doctor
You mean you're
pulls you,
you don't
from the
eat-
womb of your mother, shush, there's no way you're going to understand this whether or not, if you're not quiet. When a doctor pulls you from the womb at birth, be it vaginally or through cesarean section, okay? They look at you and they look at your genitalia and go, it's a boy! That is your sex assigned at birth.
Okay.
It is based off of visual inspection of your external genitalia. So do you have a
It's either
penis?
you have it's
Do you
either you
have
have
a
a penis or
vagina?
vagina.
Right. But not everyone who has a penis or a perceived penis at birth is male. And not everybody who has perceived female external genitalia is in fact female. Now, those two things are based off of what we would contribute to a biological attribute. But gender
Can-
is based off of societal constructs. What we say men are like and what we say women are like women wear dresses and men don't wear dresses. Those are different things that evolve and change over time. They're not the
Can
same.
can men have babies?
Were they born with a uterus?
No.
Then no, they cannot.
Okay, good. Should
You have
men
to have
use
a
a
functioning
women's
uterus to be
washroom?
able to give
Should
birth.
men use the women's washroom?
A cisgendered man? No.
Why are liberals so retarded?
Why do you
No,
have to use
seriously.
slurs?
Like,
I'm not a
why
liberal,
are they
but
so
why do you have to use
retarded? Like,
slurs?
why are liberals retarded?
Well, I have to disconnect.
Like,
If you say that word one more time, I have to disconnect you because it goes against
Retarded.
community guidelines. Okay, well, I have to
Retarded.
disconnect you. Clearly, you're not interested in having an intelligent conversation, something that evades you quite well, I see. I'm also not a liberal. So,
I feel like one of the more insulting things that people call us nowadays is liberal. Like,
Yeah.
slur at us all you want, but calling me a liberal when I'm a whole ass commie is real fucking rough.
Yeah,
The
I'm a
radical
leftist. I'm not a
leftist
liberal.
thing. It really throws me to be called a radical leftist. But then they say, well, you believe in this and that. And then they find out that not every single belief that I hold is entirely leftist at all times. It's like it just blows people's minds.
If
Yeah,
you can't
right?
have a conversation without using a slur, then you are fucking challenged in ways that I am not possibly able to converse with, diagnose, or treat.
It's one of those things where it's like there is, look at the depth of language. Are you really, like, it's just like I was saying about your junk. Are you really that shallow that that's where you had to go?
I mean, if they want to go by slurs, I've been called slurs my whole fucking life. I bet you I know a whole bunch more than you.
Amanda, you and I were saying this a while back. Whatever y'all have to say to us, I swear to you, we have said worse to ourselves in the mirror.
Yep. We have a new friend on the panel. This is Jonathan. Jonathan, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say that, did you guys hear that Trump supporters can't be racist because all of their teeth are black?
Christ almighty.
That's not a good one, friend.
No.
Pretty flat. It was flat.
Michael, if you don't like the fact that platforms don't allow you to use ableist or language that would be considered a slur, then you can write an angry little email to Google and tell them that you think you should be able to use slurs. What is acceptable on the platform is saying words like fuck, shit, cunt, cock, whore. You can say things like that. But you can't use slurs. So, if that offends you, I highly encourage you to just scroll the fuck away and write Google your angry little email and see what they do about it. Okay. I think I'm gonna go. I've been online for 4 hours.
Good to see you.
Well, thank you for allowing me to sit and listen today and add a couple comments. I was going to ask, can I say the word juicy? I was just going to be a smart ass.
You can say juicy.
But you can't say the word moist.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, that word doesn't bother me. I know it bothers people, but I actually like that word. So
yeah.
I'm different.
Oh my.
You're a different one there, Amanda. Some people are asking if they have consent
Because
to
it makes me
compliment
think
you,
of
dear.
vagine, and so.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
you know what?
As you said
I like
earlier, you're an equal opportunity fucker, basically.
That's right. I'm
yeah,
an equal
I did like
opportunity
that.
fucker.
Yes.
Nice.
We love an equal opportunity fucker. Hi, Emma says, damn it, she always misses Amanda's show. And then Nikita wants to know if they can pay you a compliment, Amanda.
Absolutely, Nikita, go for it. And Emma, you got to be quicker than that. You know, like Dick Van Dyke with the little thing. You got to be quicker than that.
Not the carrot on the stick.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Jeff just came in here and he said, what the fuck? The last time Jeff came in here, I was talking about being an equal opportunity fucker too. Sorry, Jeff.
It's almost like you like to equal opportunity fuck.
Almost.
You're a level playing
It's been
field.
a very long
You're a level
dry
playing
season.
field.
Dry season.
Oh, no,
Oh,
not a
no.
dry season.
No wonder she likes the
Hot
word
girl-
moist.
There's no hot girl summer with my broken foot.
Did you break your foot?
I did. I don't have the boot on right now, but yeah, I got a lovely boot to go with it.
The fuck did you do?
Wow.
I slammed it in a door.
Ah.
Yeah. So what had happened was I work
What
in a hospital,
happened? What?
and I was badging into the outside door to get inside while it was raining. And when I badged in, it clicked. I heard the door lock click, so I pulled the door. Didn't open. And then I heard a click again, and I'm like, surely it's unlocked now. And I went to pull, and it didn't go. And I was like, what the fuck? And I pulled it, and that bitch opened up way later than the clicks, and it flew the fuck open and smashed the shit out of my toe. So, it broke. I felt it break. It was not a fun time.
Oh.
But I'm gonna
Oh,
go.
I'm so sorry.
We're gonna order some pizza and have a pizza party. I haven't been hanging out with my little
W.
chicken nugget all day, but that's only because she's punished because she was bad, so she's in the timeouts. But now I'm gonna go hang out with her. I think we're gonna eat some pizza and maybe I'll paint her nails and do some like girly little girl shit.
Well, have a good night. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. I might be
Good to
back on
meet you
later.
guys.
I love you guys. Everybody be good, and if you can't be good, be gay and do motherfucking crimes. Bye.
Poke smart every day.
Poke smart every day. All right, YouTube, you fucking weirdos. TikTok is gone. If you guys have joined me here on YouTube and you stuck out through this whole stream, we were on for 4 fucking hours. No, Michael, that's disgusting. I'm talking about having pizza with my kid, listening to music, watching a movie, you know, like actually doing parenting stuff instead of telling her to go in her room and read some books because we love education around here. So you fucking weirdos, have the day that the universe decides that you deserve. For the nice people in the chat who are respectful and engaging in dialogue, I appreciate you guys. I can't do very much of anything right now, Michael, because again, I have a broken foot. So I'm kind of just relegated to my home. But everybody be good. If you can't be good, be game.